This conference will now be recorded.
Good morning. We will start in approximately 5 minutes. Good morning. For those who just arriving, we will start in 2 minutes. Start
Thank you.
time will be 9 o'clock. Good morning. For those who are arriving, we will start in 1 minute. All right, good morning and welcome to today's hearing, June 25th, 2026, Public Space Committee hearing. Please be today's meeting will be recorded. My name is Tiffany Timbrook, and I will be serving as Acting Executive Secretary of the Public Committee. Before we start, let us review the schedule and the ground rules for today's meeting. Approximately at 9 a.m., the chairman calls the meeting to order. From 9 to roughly 9:10, we will review the consent agenda report. Shortly after, approximately 9:15, we will review the general agenda. So the first group, in Group A, those applicants under the general agenda, approximately around about 1 o'clock, we'll take a break for lunch. And then promptly around about 1:30, we will to the Group B agenda participants. Approximately at 5 p.m., Chairman adjourns the meeting. Please be advised, these are approximate times as the schedule is subject to change. In the interest of time and schedule, the committee will be reviewing and discussing the official record and documents uploaded in TOPS. We will not be reviewing new information or documents not previously and reviewed by staff via TOPS. Once the meeting has been called, the chairman will call the application to be heard to the mic by the TOPS and application address. Applicants were asked to register. Please go by writing in their full name in the first name box and putting the TOPS tracking number in the last name box. This format will aid staff in identifying applicants and align with the PSC agenda order. Please note, all participants on today's call will be muted. Applicant called by the chair by the tracking number and property address will be unmuted and allowed to move forward with their presentation. Today we have a full agenda. In the interest of time, testimonies will be limited to minutes. If you are unable to complete your testimony, you may submit to staff for inclusion to the official record. Contact information will be placed in the chat. If you're an ANC member and have an interest in speaking on the record, please make yourself known to staff by using the chat function in this meeting. Your name, ANC affiliation, and TOPS application you would like to speak to in the box, and the staff will put you when the application is called. If you're a member of the general public who has not registered to any application but has interest to speak on the record to an application, please also make yourself known to staff by using the chat function in today's meeting. Please note your name and the TOPS application you would like to speak to in the inbox, and the staff will put you in the queue. Turn the meeting over to Mr. Erkin Osberg, the chair of the public space, the meeting to order.
Thank you, Tiffany. Good morning, everyone. Can folks hear me okay? Yep, all right, thanks. I was having some sound issues this morning. So my name is Erkin Osberg. I'm serving as acting chair of the Public Space Committee. Before we call today's hearing to order, I want to provide a brief overview of the function of the Public Space Committee. So the Public Space Committee operates under a mayoral order that authorizes the committee to make findings on the approval or denial for the use of public space. The committee meets monthly and hears applications, including but not limited to public space activation uses such as sidewalk cafes, the redevelopment of the public right-of-way of streetscapes, and permanent fixtures such as overheight retaining walls and signs. Other uses are broadly defined in the District of Columbia Municipal Regulations Title 24, Public Space and Safety, and Title 12 Building Code. The Public Space Committee is comprised of 5 voting panel members representing 4 district agencies. These include the District Department of Transportation Public Space Regulation Division Associate Director, currently vacant, Department of Buildings Fire Protection Engineer, Mrs. Lucy Liu, Office of Planning Lead Urban Designer, Mr. Timothy Marr, Executive Office of the Mayor, Secretary of the District of Columbia, Mrs. Alma Collins Valeria, and the District Department of Transportation Development Review Program Manager, me, Eric Nosberg. Public Space Committee is also made possible by diligent DDOT support staff comprising today's Executive Secretary, Ms. Tiffany Tenbrook, Public Space Manager, Mr. Walter Graham, Engineering Technician, Mrs. Keisha Allen Williams, Public Information Officer, Mrs. Michelle Phipps Evans, Information Technology Specialist, Mr. Blake Harris Alston, and Customer Service Representative, Mr. Lauren Knight. Public Space Committee is governed by the District of Columbia Municipal Regulations, Title 24, Public Space and Safety, Chapter 1, that broadly defines the authority and parameters in which final decisions are made for applications that propose a use that exceed regulations. It specifies that the committee shall determine whether the proposal will adversely affect the interest of the public or violate any of the following criteria. The proposed additional use will not endanger the public. The proposed additional use will not substantially interfere with pedestrian or vehicular traffic. And the proposed additional use will not increase the area of public space that the applicant for the permit is authorized to use by other laws and regulations. The decisions of the Public Space Committee are final. The use of public space or the area beyond a building restriction line is considered a privilege and is not allowed by right. As the Executive Secretary stated previously, applicants were asked to register for today's GoToMeeting by signing in the following ways. When signing into GoToMeeting, put your full name in the first name box and put the TOPS tracking number in the last name box. This format will assist staff with identifying applicants and align you with the PSC agenda order. I appreciate your time and attention. And now on Thursday, June 25th, 2026 at 9:07 a.m., I officially call the June 2026 Public Space Committee hearing to order. First, Ms. Executive Secretary, can we do a roll call, please?
Yes. Mr. Timothy Mayer, OP, are you present?
I'm present, yes.
Mrs. Alma Candelaria, EOM, are you present?
I'm present. Good morning.
Good morning. DOB, Ms. Lucci Liu, are you present?
Yes, I am.
And finally, Chairman Osberg.
Present. Okay, thank you. So first, just take a look at the agenda to see if there are any changes on the agenda. I'm aware of one. I'm not sure if there have been any others since it was posted. Tiffany.
No, just the one change.
Okay. Right. So the one change is item number 9 on the general agenda, which is a streetery application for Maxwell Park. I understand that the applicant is no longer requesting an exception, so it does not need to be heard by the Public Space Committee and can be approved administratively by staff. So we can remove that item from the agenda today.
Mr. Chairman, there's also an addition to the number 18.
Number 18, can you, whoever has the screen, Blake, can you scroll down to number 18? Yes. Is Tiffany, is this an addition from what was posted Friday or Monday?
That's correct.
Okay. So tracking number 495500 is has been added to the agenda since Monday. Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Chair, can you repeat the address of the one that is no longer seeking the exception?
Yeah, definitely. Blake, can you scroll up to number 9, please? Yes, thanks. So it's, yes, it's this one, number 9, 1336 9th Street Northwest. It's a streetery design permit for Maxwell Park, tracking number 111893818. This applicant had been requesting an exception from the streetery guidelines. In a recent update on their resubmission, they're no longer requesting that exception. So the streetery does not need to be heard by the Public Space Committee. It is not moving to the consent agenda. It just can be approved administratively through TOPS moving forward, but does not need to be heard.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Sure. Okay, I think that's it, right, Tiffany? No other changes to the agenda?
That's correct, Chairman.
Cool. So we'll first review the consent agenda. So I think we have 7 items here on the consent agenda. I will read each item and tracking number, and then the committee will discuss and vote on the consent agenda. So first item is number 1 at 3412 Connecticut Avenue Northwest, tracking number 111-89372. Consent agenda item number 2 is 5247 Wisconsin Avenue Northwest, tracking number 111-92601. Next is 627 H Street Northwest, tracking number 111-95175. 4 is 212 7th Street Southeast, tracking number 111-95789. Number 5 is 1250 U Street Northwest, tracking number 111-97540. And number 6 is 212 7th Street Southeast, tracking number 112085543. And finally, number 7 is 3125 Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast, tracking number 489917.
We now have a vote on the consent agenda.
Hang on,
sorry.
Tiffany, we need a motion first. So yeah, just the chair asked for a motion on the consent agenda.
Yeah, I will move to approve as read by the chair.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Marr moved to approve the consent agenda as presented. Ms. Candelaria seconded. Ms. Executive Secretary, can we have a vote now, please?
Yes, we will now on the consent agenda to approve. Mr. Timothy Marr,
Sorry, aye.
Mrs. Alma Candelaria,
I vote aye.
Ms. Lucci Liu,
I vote aye.
Chairman Osberg,
Aye.
0. The motion is approved.
Okay, thank you. And I think we might be having some audio and video issues, but those are trying to be resolved. Okay, so next we'll go to the first item on the general agenda. The 600 through 699 block of F Street Northwest and 7th Street Northwest, applicant Kimley Horn. This is for the Capital One Arena, tracking number 481324. Is the applicant present?
Present.
And if you could please, whoever's speaking, presenting, I know sometimes there's a team associated with this application. You could say your first name and spell your last name for the record, and whoever will be needing the screen, if you can let us know.
Okay. Sorry, this is Andrew Kabalka, last name Kobalka with Gensler Architects. I will be needing the screen.
I think you've been made presenter. Now we can see your screen.
Excellent. And you can hear me well?
Yes. Can you hear me all right as well?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you all. I'm joined here by a few of my colleagues from the design side. Calvin Burns will be joining us from the civil engineering side. Elaine from Mayhem Reichel will be joining us from the landscape design side. Again, my name's Andrew Kabalka. I'm with Gensler, the architects for the building. And we are representing the Capital One Arena today and going for our final public space review. We have a comprehensive, oops, I jumped one slide too far. List of things we wanted to review with everyone today. We were going to touch on quickly the previous public space committee approvals that we have gone through, which would include our BSIV 1 that included the building transformation, as well as our conceptual review for this particular package that we had back in December. So we'll go through real quickly the previous approvals just to make sure everybody's all on the same page, and I will turn it over to my colleague Calvin.
Thank you, Andrew. My name is Calvin Burns, C-A-L-V-I-N-B-U-R-N-S. And before going further, can y'all hear me all right?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Fantastic. All right. Good morning, Public Space Committee. Glad to be here again. As I noted, I'm Calvin Burns here with Kimberly Horn of DC, the civil engineers for the Capital One Arena transformation, here to discuss the context of this BSIV 2 package that we are sharing today and the history of our approval and coordination with the Public Space Committee to date. We've taken a multi-phased approach to this project permitting to allow for the arena to remain active throughout years of construction. From a site civil perspective, that has manifested in the form of 2 building civil permits, which we have referred to as BSIV 1 and BSIV 2. Around this time last year, in July of 2025, we received final Public Space Committee approval for BSIV 1, and as Andrew noted, the scope of that BSIV 1 package was relatively limited as far as the streetscape is concerned. It included the entirety of the building facade improvements, along with the associated building projections and their code modifications, as well as some minor utility improvements along 6th Street designed to facilitate that facade transformation. If you could go to the next slide.
It's jumping on me here. Is that the right?
Yep,
Sorry,
that's
Calvin.
one.
That is the right slide. Yeah,
Let's quick look at the images here. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah.
Just for everyone's awareness, while the BSIV 1 package and the facade improvements are already approved, already under construction, just to contextualize the streetscape that we'll be discussing today, here you can see a rendering of the beautiful transformation from the angle of F and 7th. And if we go to the next slide, we'll see a view of the building facade improvements on 6th Street. Seen here looking south. Again, these elements all fully permitted and under construction, but they are important for the context of the streetscape transformation, which we will be discussing here today. So BSIV 2 is the streetscape transformation. It is nothing less than a total transformation of the entire surrounding streetscape around the arena. This transformation has required a lot of competing priorities to be managed and integrated, and in alignment with the Chinatown District Guidelines, coordination with DEMPED, DDOT, DOEE, DC Water, PEPCO, and many other stakeholders. To fit everything in, we actually had to do fairly substantial sidewalk expansions. A lot of this has already been seen by Public Space Committee. Back in December of 2025, we presented the conceptual design for the arena streetscape transformation. And in that conceptual design, we showed the 23-foot sidewalk expansion on F Street, a 10-foot sidewalk expansion on 7th Street, a wealth of new stormwater management facilities, as well as standard and non-standard landscaping planters so that we can have a more lush urban environment, improvements to the site utilities, both to facilitate stormwater management as well as other elements of the arena transformation, modified signal pole locations and streetlight locations, again, in response to the sidewalk expansion, 24 new street trees. There were 17 in the existing condition, and through a rigorous coordination with DDOT's urban forestry, we were able to find space for a total of 24 new street trees, again, in alignment with the city's goal to make a more lush urban environment. And last but not least, we added a security perimeter in accordance with NBA standards along 7th Street, 6th Street, and F Street Northwest. And again, these were all items that we presented to the Public Space Committee at a conceptual level back in December of last year, and we received approval with conditions. The main condition being that we coordinate with agencies to bring this from conceptual design to a final design. And we've spent the last 6 to 7 months going through that process. And we're here today to present some of those updates. Andrew, would you mind going to the next slide? The one after.
Got it.
Thank you. So I want to highlight, there's only been a few real changes from the conceptual package. In coordination with agencies, we were able to keep the updated design fairly consistent with the concept. That said, there were a few key updates, the most impactful being a modification to the security perimeter along F Street. We received the feedback that in the effort to make F Street more of a festival plaza presence, the row of security bollards on F Street in particular made the arena feel separated from the streetscape and a little bit fortified. And we want to make the arena feel like it's part of the city, part of the streetscape. So we removed the row of bollards on F Street and it added a row of retractable bollards at the two intersections of F Street, one on 6th Street to the east and one on 7th Street to the west. We'll get into more detail as we go through these slides, but that's one of the key elements that we've changed from conceptual package in order to make the streetscape, again, more attractive and make it more integrated with the surrounding urban grid. We also improved our stormwater management facilities and had some general design refinement following detailed coordination with city agencies. I believe with that, I'll hand it over to Elaine Koo with Mahan Reichel, who is going to talk us through all of those improvements in detail. Thank you.
Hi, thanks, Kelvin. This is Elaine from Mahan Reichel, the landscape architect. Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
So good morning. Thanks, Kelvin, for the introduction. So right now you can quickly see our block in the neighborhood. I believe everyone knows the project location pretty well. Our project is located along F Street between 6th and 7th Street. With the expansion of the sidewalk on 7th Street, the design teams aim to improve the overall experience and ties into the neighborhood master plan and future design. Next. So this is the previous concept plan as Kelvin mentioned. The next one, you can see the revised concept plan. And today we will share with you the updates on the public streetscape on 7th Street, 6th Street, and F Street. And as Kelvin already mentioned, the major change here, updates here, you can see we removed the bollards on the F Street, on the north block of F Street. So keep this block very integrated in the area. And we add a few bollards on the south side and also add the raptor bollard, retractor bollard on the roadway. So overall, you can see during game day, we can create a very complete, secure, enclosed area for the pedestrian. And also, we have some minor updates on the trees along F Street. We will show that in more details on the following slide. Next. And overall, the paving material, the pedestrian light, the litter receptacle, and the bike racks are all compliant to the district design guidelines. The non-standard items on the undulated planter wall, the organic shape planter walls, this will, are echoing the architecture design, provide very welcoming, unique experience for the pedestrian. And the other item we understand is there's ongoing discussions on the seating element, and the design team has a very deep discussion on this item. Andrew, do you want to share some thoughts and updates on that item?
Yes, yeah. So we have a note here on the center of the screen that speaks to the seating elements that were a comment we received. You know, we spent some time talking briefly just now about security around the perimeter of the building. That is an NBA standard that we are implementing to make you know, folks coming to the arena safer from outside threats. And one of the items that we are also prioritizing here is pedestrian safety on the sidewalks. So the idea here is to keep everything as open and gracious and able to be accessed and have this ability to be flexible sidewalk space. It's about pedestrian flow. We have two gates into the arena, and the south gate that would be the main gate into the arena has roughly 10,000 people will be coming into that gate on event days. So the idea here is to keep the street and the sidewalk as open and clear as possible, and that's our position. It has a lot to do with security. It has a lot to do with security too. We want to make sure that everything's visible, but security extends beyond just visibility. It extends to how we're moving folks through security lines and how they are queuing up as well on the sidewalk. So we believe that is the right move here, is to maintain all the other fantastic elements that we have around the arena, which we'll touch on in just a moment, and keep F Street and the Plazascape as open and free as we can.
Okay, next slide.
Sorry, this one takes a moment to drop.
So this slide will show you the overall new street tree. As Calvin, our colleagues already mentioned, there are total 24 new trees for the project, which is shown in red and green. Next. So the overall design intends to create a very flexible open area at the metro and main arena entrance to accommodate the capacity and queuing needs, and add greenery at selected location to enhance the pedestrian experience for everyday use. Next.
So now we're going to go through street by street around the arena.
Yep. So I'm looking at the F Street compared to the existing condition. We are expanding around 23 feet to accommodate a widened sidewalk, very lush greenery, and the stormwater management. And as mentioned before, you can see very clearly we update the overall bollard layout. So you can see the red dots are the regular crash-rated bollards, and the yellow dots are the retractable raptor bollards on the roadway. Next. Here are just several more sections showing different conditions, how we deal with the greenery and the hardscape. Next. So along F Street, we updated the tree location and the tree size to accommodate the utility and also maintain a very strong view corridor along F Street. Next. Looking at the metro, so very open and flexible. And next. And these planters are studied carefully with the pedestrian movement and also add greenery to enhance the streetscape experience. Next.
Great. I'll jump in here, Elaine. I think we just wanted to highlight a few of the items that extend that affect the public realm, but may not necessarily be in the public realm, but that folks would be able to enjoy. We've touched on the key points here on the upper left-hand side of the screen here for F Street. The number one being the expansion of the sidewalk. But all of these things kind of together really highlight the sense of place that we're making. We're adding lush greenery in these fun kind of interesting planter beds that will be full of nice and comforting plantings. But we're also doing other things too here. So we're enhancing the metro entrance and improving the flow. Right now you walk out of the entrance and you're almost at the curb. So now, on F Street, you walk out the entrance and you've got, a much more gracious plaza to receive you. And we have been working very, very closely with WMATA on their entrance design. But it extends beyond that too, right? We're adding elements to the facade of the building that will engage the public as they move around the building through the streetscape. primarily here on F Street being this team history wall and the bottom left-hand corner of the page, commemorating special moments that have happened in the arena. Maybe not all NBA or NHL moments, maybe a specific event or something that took place. But that wall will be interactive. It'll have plaques and things in there that people can, admire and look at and interact with. I was there kind of thing. And it extends into the interaction with the facade too. We believe the facade is really the showstopper here, right? So it's this veil that is wrapping around the building that will have a lit element to it that will help attract folks and create the sense of place around the arena. And the landscape is just adding to that as well. Jump to 7th Street?
Yep, sure. So moving on to 7th Street. 7th Street, compared to the existing condition, we expanded around 10 feet. So next slide. With that 10 feet, we can maintain the wide street sidewalk and also incorporate stormwater management. Next slide. So the overall streetscape will be very lush with shade tree and greenery. Next one.
Right, I'll jump back in here, and the nice thing on 7th Street is we grabbed a little bit more space, right? So the sidewalk is able to accept some of these new trees and these new plantings, this stormwater management aspect as well too that had been missing. But here again, we're enhancing the WMATA entrance. We're making it bright. We're making it friendly. We're opening it up. The entrances, they're no smaller. They're actually a tiny bit bigger than they were originally. And we're working very closely with WMATA to make sure that their signage is well visible, as well as some information boards. You're seeing some of these information boards that are kind of hugging the jambs of the inside of the gates. That will be, helping pedestrians along the way. Again, facade interaction takes place along the 7th Street side of the building too, with the veil, but also with video boards that will be helping, and showing people what's happening on the inside of the building and the like. One of the really interesting things we worked with NCPC on was the addition of 5 new art display windows that will be along 7th Street. So, you're traversing 7th Street and, there's an interaction with art. You've got the huge museum on the other side of the street, and now here we have our own little mini museum on the east side of the street. So those windows will be interactive. They'll have different displays in them. And then, it's important to know, we're talking about things, yes, they are on private land, but they are interacting with the public realm. And the same thing with Gallery Place Way. We've worked with OP and we've worked with Chinatown Steering Committee on revamping Gallery Place Way here off of 7th Street as well too. So, we've been conscious to make sure the experience fully wraps around the entire arena. Now we're going to jump to 6th Street.
So 6th Street is pretty simple and straightforward. We didn't move for the curb. So the curb, the lay-by are all stayed. Next slide. With the utility and the bollard layout, we are having 4 trees on this streetscape. So still keep it very lush and green and provide sufficient sidewalk width. Next. Yep. And Andrew, you want to share?
Yeah, I'll jump in here. I think we've noted it's simple, but I think the complexity of 6th Street was turning what I would say is the backside of a building into a front side of a building, which we've done. We believe we've done it really successfully by adding a new accessible entrance off 6th Street that you're seeing bottom left-hand corner. It's inviting, it's interactive, it'll have displays in there as well too, and folks will be lining up, to see and to get into the arena in that capacity. So not just the garage entrance, not just the loading dock anymore. It's actually a very highly attractive facade that has this interaction with the veil as well too. It turns the corner, it becomes these light strips that then all go all the way up to the northeast corner of the arena too. So a lot of interaction, and that that light feature that goes up the street, it then turns into the other end of Gallery Placeway that we're enhancing. And again, through our work with OP and the Chinatown Steering Committee. So with that, we are at the end of our presentation. We have a few other slides, but they're mostly to help guide any kind of commentary or questions that we may have. So we'll stop there and open it up.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew and Elaine, for leading us through that. It's helpful to see the updates since the December hearing where we last heard from your team on the updates. I have a few sort of technical questions. I was looking through tops at some of the reviewer comments, and maybe we can get to those in a minute. They're related a little bit more to what's happening in the street, I think, in some sort of ongoing conversations around, how those in-road barriers will be deployed, and also some of the striping and signage details. But maybe before we get that, we can focus on the streetscape above behind the curb. Just if you can remind me the distance between the bollards as they're mostly placed along 7th?
The bollards are 5 feet on center. Yeah.
Thank you.
And they're roughly about 10 inches.
All right, in diameter.
Yes.
Yeah. And I noticed on one of the previous slides mentioned new sidewalk lighting, and I just wanted to clarify if that was something separate from the sort of standard streetlight poles, sort of integrated into the planters or elsewhere in the streetscape that maybe we weren't seeing explicitly.
No, so we've been matching the streetscape standards in terms of lighting many of the other elements here, but you see the standard light poles, the teardrop and the twins will be used around the arena. The only exception is on the private areas of Gallery Placeway, which those are enhanced, as we noted, with a little bit more of a dressed up and integrated pole that will work with that design.
Thank you. Yeah, this is helpful. Yeah, and then I had one other question just about streetscape, and then I'll pass it over to my colleagues on the committee. Andrew, I think you were speaking to this around the seating and the ongoing conversations around seating, particularly on F Street. If I understood, I think what you were saying was that there were conversations had around integrating seating into the streetscape or planters, and the final design decision from the team was not to incorporate seating. Was I hearing that correctly?
That is correct. Yes. I mean, we all understand the value of it, and don't get us wrong. It's just that this particular building type really needs to flow. When you have so many folks coming in to 200 nights a year, it just needs to flow. And trying to create as much sidewalk space to get those folks to in and out of the building as quickly as possible. It's one of those things where you got just a little less than an hour to get people in, and people leave in 20 minutes or 30 minutes to get out of the building. So it's really opening things up. And we mentioned security and safety, and those are definitely two of our high priorities here. You can see just in terms of how we've helped secure the fans as they come to the building. We just want to make sure that we have operationally we can continue that same aspects as people queue up and get into the building as well as get out of the building. Yes, so a long-winded way of saying no benches. Yes.
And just one more question on that. So the landscape, the sort of organic landscape areas with the trees, what is the height of the perimeter? I believe it's like a metal perimeter. Mm-hmm. And I think it undulates kind of in height, but approximately the ranges?
Sure. So for the stormwater management, which will be the 3 bigger planter on the center along F3. Those per the DDR requirement, minimum need to be 18 inches from the adjacent grade. And we have minor undulating, so get a little bit higher to create this nice organic shape on vertical direction as well, to kind of echoing the building valve design. And on 7th Street, those are also the stormwater management planters, and same require 18 inches minimum. And in front of, right along the curb, we have non-stormwater area. So along the curb, it will undulating lower, become like a 6-inch little curb height metal edging, so prevent people just stepping into it and create this consistent treatment along the whole streetscape.
Thank you. And what this was the image I was thinking about. And the approximate width of the metal?
The width, you mean the thickness or
thickness? Yeah.
Thickness, I think for the height, the sturdiness requirement thing will be 1/4 inch thickness for the metal wall.
Sorry, what did you say?
Quarter inch.
Yeah, 1/4 inch.
Just 1/4 inch. Okay, I understand.
Yep.
Yeah, I just I'm imagining folks will be sitting there or trying to sit there, during all times, but also during sort of busier game day times. All right, well, that's all for me for now. Like I said, I have a few other questions about some of the inroad items, but maybe we can come back to that in a few minutes.
Okay, since we're on the tree perimeter, right? You said it's only 1/4 inch thick. What is that top condition? Is it rounded? Is there like a sharp edge to the top of it?
They'd be eased edges, right, Elaine?
So for the stormwater management, the bigger planter in the centers, we would like to propose a little bit like a lip, inward lip. So from far beyond, probably just 1 inch thick. So it's not a sitting area. It's not like a anything you can sit on or stay, but just like a 1 inch 90 degrees lip. So from far away, it's not look flimsy. It looks like has a thickness around it, but it's just like angle. And for the shorter and straight planter along 7 and along the curb, it's just a straight metal planter wall.
Okay, so but does it taper at all? Is it thicker at the base and it tapers, or is it just the 1/4 inch?
No, it's a consistent metal plate. Okay. And the manufacturer will provide more detailed structural studying to have the some gussip, some connection on the bottom to attach to the concrete slab, concrete wall below. So make sure everything is pretty sturdy.
Mm-hmm. And is there? So I think typically you see around town when we have these like little perimeters around tree boxes, it's a fence type style, right? So it's one that doesn't create something opaque, and I know it's only like 18 approximately inches tall, but like how is the planting going to be inside of it, right? Because when you have something that you can see through, you can still have low planting and people as they're approaching are like seeing that, right? But if you have low planting in here from a distance, it might just look like a metal box. So is the idea that the planting is going to be coming up over or taller than the 18 inches in this space?
Yeah, so totally agree with your comment and concern. So we do study the planting carefully. We understand that there's need to have a freeboard for the stormwater management. So the top of soil actually even lower than the adjacent finished grade. And we do want to provide some planting above the planter wall. We understand that planter wall has 80 inches high. We cannot provide every planting tall, that tall to be above that wall, but we do well provide some planting that's more higher that we can, when people walk around, they can still see some greenery through this planter, and it won't just look like a metal finish from far beyond. So that's what we are working on. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. As long as that's sort of curated and maintained, I think that could be something really nice. If it ends up just being like grass or something flat, right, it's going to have this really odd look of just like an empty bucket almost.
Right. Totally agree.
Okay. And then just from a stormwater perspective, it's not my expertise. It's not something I fully understand, but like the idea with a lot of our tree boxes is that like rain falls on the sidewalk and can drain into the adjacent box. Like
Mhm.
with this wall, are there little inlets to
Yes.
absorb, to take in
Yeah.
rainwater? Okay.
Yep. Yep. So on 7th Street, which will be a straight planter wall, we will have opening on the bottom. We work with Horn closely to work on the size and the location. But generally, the size will be a 4-inch tall, around like the square footage will be 96 inches, I believe. So and so it will become like a linear slot.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the water can drain through this stormwater area. And on F Street with that undulating planter, we do have a little bit more detailed design. So we have like a toe kit. So it folds up a little bit on the bottom. So actually you won't see that inlet. The inlets will kind of be recessed from behind, if you can imagine that. So we want to create a very special moment for this 3 bigger planters. You won't see that inlet directly, but still have a very straight, continuous flow to this planter.
Okay. Okay. No, that actually addresses a lot of my concerns, because I think, right, if the idea of it was going to be like small weep hole sized inlets, right, those can pretty easily get clogged with like debris.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We
But
work
this
with
is
Horn to
more
decide the size
sizable.
of that and make sure it looks elegant and cohesive through the design.
Okay. And then let's see. I'd like to discuss F Street and just the lack of really opportunities for like rest, opportunities for people to gather, linger. Can you walk me through where your entrances are, where queuing is likely to occur, and just how operations are anticipated to work on F Street?
Sure, I'll take this one, Elaine. Are you seeing the cursor? It's a giant red arrow.
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. I never know if it's there or not. The main entrance is right here where I'm circling. That's the F Street entrance. That's, today it's actually center block. It's been moved to the west. So that's the rationale for keeping as much plaza space as possible in front of the main doors. Those are the main doors. There are secondary doors on F Street as well too. We noted it with one particular arrow, but there's actually 3 different doors that are here. One is for the Caesars Sportsbook that is closest to the corner. The other is also related to Caesars, and they have a vestibule for folks to enter and transact. And then the third one is a cardholder entrance for the arena. So there are entrances all the way along F Street. This kind of this pink line here, that's the history wall that we were noting in some of the photos. The way Monumental has envisioned queuing is that folks will, obviously security happens, the check-in, screening folks happens inside the building, inside of a vestibule. Then people will naturally come out, and then they will be directed by arena staff down the sidewalk. So they will be, they'll be interspersed with the planters, so to speak, but they will be directed to that. So you can envision if you're coming off of the metro, which a lot of folks will be, they'll walk, kind of around, and they'll be directed around to join up at the back of the queue towards 6th Street. So the idea is, it kind of plays into what the landscape is doing, is kind of getting people and funneling people through the landscape to get them to align and get in through security.
Okay, maybe a little more, because I feel like I lost you maybe on that
Okay.
last bit.
Yeah.
Security happens interior, but the queuing up for security is happening out on the sidewalk. And
this is true, yes, because
the
they're
end point, or the start point, would be towards 6th, and people would basically be in line, roughly following that dashed blue line to where one of the security entrances is?
Yeah, that's one of the lines. There will actually be a couple of lines that will be formed because they're, moving, roughly 10,000 people through that door at once is a big undertaking. But yes, the security, the actual screening where you go through the magnetometers happens inside of a vestibule inside the arena. The doors, obviously the doors are here, and then there will be staff that will direct people on where the lines are coming in. So, if you're coming from 7th Street, you're going to be directed to go to the end of the line, and people understand lines, so they will be directed to go to the closer to the end of 6th Street.
Okay. I think as long as
Yeah.
staff are out there guiding, that makes, I'm not sure I agree with you that people understand lines. But no, the idea here is if you're the very first one, you get there early, you can walk off the metro. The security is right there.
Yes.
So you can get in. But then as time goes by, more people are gathering. That line is running along the facade of the building towards 6th Street. And then staff will be out there as people are arriving, not sure exactly where to go, where to stand. They'll be like,
Yeah.
head this way. Okay. And then you'll be, if you're a metro rider, you'll be walking the length of the block to get in line and come back the length of the block. Okay.
Correct. And again, this is that's the plan to kind of get everybody on the sidewalk. This is not a curbless environment here, so we want to make sure it's fully accessible to all patrons coming to the arena. So keep them on the sidewalk, and then people can filter in through there. But again, the street is closed, but that's again to create that added sense of security around the event times.
Right. And I'm glad you mentioned that. So walk through sort of the function of not just the sidewalk on a game day, the street itself. Because if the street is closed, people are queuing up along the building. Those who are still wandering through the space and need to find where to go or where to meet up with friends or where to, just navigate the space. They'll have the ability to like be on the sidewalk or in the street or they have a wider area to sort of meander around on a game day, correct?
That's true. Yes, exactly. So, I mean, the nice thing is having the street. These yellow marks here are these raptor bollards. They sound kind of menacing, but they are actually pretty cool. They scoop out of the ground. They're used, they're around the Trade Center and things like that. And they are, what DC is moving towards. They will block it. There won't have to be any Jersey barriers hauled out every day. They won't be on the street anymore. They'll be completely concealed, on non-event times. But the nice thing is when you do put those up, that street is secure. So it becomes an extension. It becomes a plaza. And I mean, as the building architect, I'd like to think that people will use that to actually stand there and see what's happening on the Vale. The Vale is going to be, pretty spectacular. So this will be an environment that people want to be in. They'll be able to, obviously get through on the sidewalks here and ramp down, and then beyond that street area there, and have this kind of interaction with the building, as well as kind of all the activity that's happening around.
Okay. And then can you using your cursor just hover over where the metro entrance is?
Yes.
It is that gap where there's the darker gray on the left side.
That is correct. Yes, yes, exactly. Yeah, and as mentioned, we've been working very, very closely with WMATA on that. Yeah, so the idea is to get folks as they come off the funnel them and then direct them towards the entrance into the arena.
Okay. And so right. So if we're talking seating, where the possibility for seating to go, I think that the metro entrance space doesn't make sense, right? That is an area where you want large groups of people coming in and out. I think up against your building, those entrances where there's going to be a lot of queuing, there's going to be a lot of entering and exiting, and the needs for crowds to enter and exit those spaces in a fairly rapid manner. That doesn't make a lot of sense. So now talk to me about two alternate locations. You have a curb line that looks like, right, because you are putting security in the street itself, you don't need a line of bollards near the curb. So are there opportunities for public seating along the curb line? And then second, within the planting areas, right, you have these amoeba, these kidney-shaped planter boxes. Are there opportunities for benches in and around those?
I mean, along the curb line, we were trying to keep that as open as possible. I think Calvin mentioned that at the beginning, and I don't know that folks really truly want to sit on the curb, but or towards the curb. So I would say that would not be a prior. And Elaine, you're more of the public space expert than me, but I would say that would not necessarily be the most ideal location. If you wanted to put them somewhere inside the landscape, yes, I think. But I would go back to the fact that we're moving a lot of people through here, so we just want to keep it as open as free as possible. But there certainly could be something.
Yeah, I just want to add a few items. So as Andrew mentioned, we do want to provide very open, very connected access from the street and the road. So that's why we remove those bollards. So I think adding the benches will just go opposite from this intent. And also we did look at if there's a possibility to add some benches along the planter. But as you understand, we do need some require square footage for the stormwater. So the planters already, we have very tight space. We need to have 10 feet sidewalk. We have two kind of 10 feet movement for the pedestrian right now. And we do have very minimal space to add more benches and sacrifice any other possible capacity for the planting or for the pedestrian. So I think that's our consideration.
Okay, so I think maybe I don't follow with the idea that there are additional space constraints. I think exactly where you've been required to do the 10-foot wide sidewalks, absolutely right. I do feel you are fairly constrained, but there are some concave, convex shapes in here that aren't necessarily contributing to the width of the sidewalk, at least the way it's measured and required to be wide by the city. And then even like this, the space where the cursor is right now, I think I would disagree that seating by the curb is a detrimental experience. I think if that bench is facing the curb, yes, people don't want to sit with their knees near where cars and cyclists are facing, but with a back facing the curb, facing in towards the arena, facing in towards your history wall, right? These can be welcoming experiences. And I'd also just add that like from an accessibility experience, right, there are people who are going to be fans of this team who are young, who need a space to just sit and rest for a minute. There are going to be fans who are old also, and fans with ambulatory problems. So I think on a game day, maybe those benches don't get a whole lot of use, but on all the days in between, right? This is still a city street. This has to function as an inviting and celebratory space. And I think there are probably opportunities for something here if the attitude was, well, let's figure out how to work this and not just raise security as almost a magic word that just does away with these sort of pedestrian amenities.
If I may jump in, would it be possible for me to get access to the screen share? I would like to share. We've got an engineered version of this view here that highlights some of the other space constraints, namely below ground utilities. But while we're waiting on getting the screen share pulled up, I want to highlight that one of the key things in the course of the conceptual design to the design today was this feedback from the city that while we cannot do a curbless street, we want to do everything that we can to make this space as much of a festival plaza area as we can, to make it as inviting as possible and to minimize any obstructions from that expanded sidewalk to the surrounding roadway and to the sidewalk on the far side of the street. So that's why we got rid of the bollards along the length of F Street and added these complex retractables, is because we want to make this sidewalk as permeable as possible while still meeting the other strict requirements from the city, namely stormwater and urban canopy. So to that end, the planting areas that are at the back of curb are designed to be able to facilitate the trees. This interesting kidney bean shape was to allow for trees to be placed between utilities wherever possible, so that we can meet that urban canopy requirement. So I know there might be some questions as to how we arrived at these shapes. That's number one. Number two, the walking space between here, again, balancing a clear pedestrian pathway, being mindful that the northern 10 feet will be obstructed by queuing lines. We still want to have another 10 feet of pedestrian pathway so people can still move through the space on the sidewalk if they choose to. We've got that minimum of 10. And then just one more time, trying to maintain as much permeability to the surrounding streetscape as possible. I think it is also worth noting that the arena does not exist in isolation. It's part of a broader downtown urban framework. We are very grateful to be next to the Portrait Gallery, which has areas of respite on those blocks as well. People like to hang out and set up near the seats in the existing conditions, or the steps rather. And it's perhaps also worth noting that in the existing condition, there's no seating options immediately on F Street. And the arena operates as a core beating heart of the downtown in the existing condition as well. So we're maintaining that motif in the future condition while also improving the pedestrian experience with the veil and the facade, as Andrew has mentioned, with the lush greenery, as Elaine has commented at great length, and also dramatic improvements to the stormwater management requirements of the site. There are all that to say, there are a lot of considerations and a lot of competing priorities for this space on F Street. And while we truly understand and appreciate the desire to have places of rest and respite, that is accommodated by the surrounding urban streetscapes. And this area, which has so many competing priorities, including 20,000 people moving in and out of the arena, it just doesn't really work to restrict that pedestrian flow and restrict the permeability of the streetscape with these benches.
And I think per what Calvin just said, those shape of the planter, we studied the pedestrian flow. We also work with the entries location to kind of open up that space. And definitely we have a pocket in front of the feature wall for people gathering. I do understand you're probably thinking that area could be a possible location for seating, but we do want to provide some breathing room for people when people move around. So that's why we have some kind of area outside that 10 feet zone. We understand that everyday use is very important, but we also want to take into very serious consideration that we want some breathing room when there are lots of pedestrian queuing, moving around. We want to let people move around very quickly. So have this very seamless circulation everywhere.
And then thank you for all that. And just a reminder for me, we had discussions about the planting and the vegetation. The reason most of that is located on one side of the block and not necessarily near the secure entrance or the metro was both from a need to accommodate crowds point of view, but also an underground utilities issue. Does that sum up accurately?
Yes, I think the major concern is definitely we want to open up that corner on the west. As Andrew mentioned, that's the main entrance, that's metro entrance. Lots of people are coming from that area, and we want to have as much as flexible space at that location. But we do understand greenery is very important for the streetscape, so we're trying to add a little bit more toward the east, since we envision that area is a little bit less busy. So we find any space we can per the utility conditions and provide greenery, stormwater, and the trees as as the team can do.
Okay. So I would note this, the plan that's before us is a significant improvement over F Street today, right? I think expanding the sidewalk, moving the curb line out is the right way to go, not only to accommodate crowds, but just to make this a space where people can gather and congregate on game days, but also not.
Right.
Currently, there's the bare minimum of planting out there, and so I think this is adding a significant amount to that space, and this can make something that's more enjoyable to be within. I think the conditions that are there right now are not ideal, not great. They work on game day, I believe, but like when there are no games, walking through there, it's just kind of a block you hurry by because it's a no man's land. I do think you're just creating sort of a wide open plaza on the west side. On game days, this may be the ideal solution, but like even now it's June, it's hot outside. There's not going to be a lot of spaces for respite out there, just because of the lack of any kind of vegetation. I would strongly recommend you do consider some form of additional pedestrian amenity in that western zone, nearer the metro entrance, nearer the secure entrance. Maybe seating is not the right answer. I would imagine it is the lowest hanging fruit. It is the easiest way to make that space welcoming to pedestrians. This is a city street, right? My charge here is to, yes, support the planning and the operations of this space for game day, but I also have to consider in perpetuity all the non-game days and making this a celebratory space and a welcoming space for all residents of the city as well. So I would strongly recommend that there be some additional pedestrian amenities of some design on that western side. But really, from what I'm seeing now, this is I think something that is good enough. Just it could be made greater, better.
Sure.
I'll open it up to other questions from.
Yeah, Andrew, would you mind go to page 21? Just want to touch on what we have at that corner. So definitely understand your concern. This is a view showing the entry. As I mentioned, we do want to provide flexible area there. And as you can see here, although the buildings are white right now, but there's a large video screen on the building. So definitely we will have activation there to activate the streets, make it really activate. And for the greenery, we do have a few movable, movable pot on the street. We understand we don't have like large planter greenery here because we need to provide a space for the pedestrian queuing, gathering come from the metro. But as you mentioned, greenery is very important. So we do have a few pots there to add some vertical and greenery. We probably cannot have the large shade tree in those pots, but definitely there will be green there.
Yeah, and I'll just tag on to that just real quickly. I mean, yeah, we consciously kept this space as open as possible. You know, it is the front door to a major arena. You know, speaking about other arenas that we've worked with and know, they do very similar things, if not on a bigger scale, because of their context. But you know, piggybacking on what Elaine said here, you know, there's interaction happening at this corner here, and we want to make sure that people are able to access it and stand back and enjoy it. Directly here where the cursor is, there's a large information board that will be highlighting things that are happening or about to happen inside the arena. You know, upcoming events, those sorts of things, and news and that sort of thing. So that in and of itself is a very interactive experience. Inside the building, that atrium that we are talking about, where security happens, is standing, you know, kind of right behind where this person is. You know, there is elements in there too that people will want to be able to stand back and appreciate, you know, projections and things like that. So being able to keep that plaza as open as possible so that people can, you know, as they're standing in line, enjoy that sort of thing, as well as passing by, you know, during non-event times.
And actually, I have one additional question because you mentioned the art walls.
Mhm.
Are those going to be digital, or is that something that is printed or they're in person? Like, is that analog or is that digital?
Hang on. Let me pull up that view so you can see it. Yeah, so yeah, like I said, there's 5 of these. They are digital, so they will be displaying. They'll have digital boards in there, and I can get into the nuances of it, but the to actually put fine art inside those cases is very, very difficult to do. It's probably why a lot of museums don't do it. So yes, they'll be vented from the exterior, but completely sealed up so that folks can't touch the screens or anything like that. But they will be able to, and the nice thing about that too is, it can be changed very rapidly. It's going to have a cable that goes back to a computer that can change it as needed. But it'll be a whole curated program that that the arena will run.
Great. And is there, what is the function of like some agreement to ensure they remain art walls, right? 'Cause one of the things I would not want to see if these are listed as a pedestrian amenity is you don't go from a piece of art to an advertisement, right? So I think I would want to find the right way to make sure that these remain a pedestrian amenity and don't become like a billboard.
Yeah, that is not the intention. They're not intended for ad space. This is a public art amenity.
I could jump in on that too, Andrew. This is Jeff Utz with Goulston. I'm on the land use council side of the team. There is a memorandum of agreement that exists that actually references these, which I think does provide some of that sort of assurance. So, signatories are DC itself, DC Historic Preservation Office, DEMPED, NCPC, and the Smithsonian, and then DC Arena as well. So it does speak to this exact area, and it will be for art and to activate the area along the lines of what Andrew was saying.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. Yeah, and I respect everyone's intentions, but at the end of the day, right, intentions can change when new staff come in and don't have a signed agreement that they have to adhere to. So I thank you for that answer.
I have a question. So the scope of work involves a canopy and marquee, right? Are they going to be installed on the 7th Street side or another side?
I can jump in on this one. The scope of the projections, including the marquee and the canopy, were captured in the previous civil permit set that we mentioned at the top. Those items have already been reviewed and permitted through Public Space Committee, with that approval coming back in summer of last year, July of last year. So that is not part of the scope of today's discussion.
Right. But to answer the question, yes, that you have a canopy on both sides of the building that you were mentioning. Yes.
Okay, so you mean the canopies and marquees are already approved by the Oh, okay. What about the display windows? Are they new to this very application, or it has been approved to?
No, we've been those were through our discussions with the NCPC. We worked with them very closely on facade activation, and that was one of the items that we discussed and we all kind of fell in love with. Those are not new. We actually had those in the conceptual package. Perhaps we didn't highlight them enough, but they were noted in that package as art walls. So nothing new. What we're doing is we're just making sure we highlight and do a real good job of presenting all of the interactions that are available to the public.
Okay, so in one of the slides, it mentions show windows. So I assume show windows have been approved too already, right?
That is those windows that we're talking about. The art display windows. I don't know if we use the word show in there, but if you saw it, it means the same thing, art display windows.
Okay, so just curious for the marquees, are you referring to those architecture marquees or those digital display board like in one of like the theaters usually have marquees to display or to advertise. What kind of marquees are they?
These, well, I'm not 100% sure what the term marquee is you're using to refer to, but you know, a theater marquee is, you know, generally like, you know, tells you the show that's there. These digital display boards that are, you know, more or less in the exact same spot that they are today, those will be, you know, there as well too. So there's those marquees, as well as what I mentioned earlier, the one that is more of an informational board that'll tell you what's happening inside the arena.
Okay, so are all the signs approved previously, or they will be filed separately at a later time? So there will be a lot new signs erected, right? Are they in part of this application or on a separate one?
Do you want to jump in there?
So this is Jeff. There will be a separate kind of signage undertaking down the line, but they're not in public space. Those are all pulled off and they're on the building itself on private space. So the show window concept, if it's in there, should not, you know, have the connotation that it projects into public space. Those are all face online or further back, but there will be a set of permits most likely that come in for signage down the line on private space.
Okay, well, it mentions the new street or the improved streetscape and also the new establishment of BMPs, best management practice and bioretention. I just want to make sure those things are not impact the fire department vehicle access. So I don't need to see the details, just as a general rule. Those things are not in the fire department route, or fire department should be notified if there's those cause any change to the fire apparatus road access.
That's understood. Calvin, do you want to address this in the
Yeah,
discussions we've been
I
having with
forget
the
if
department?
did we add the truck turning movement to the
We did.
appendix of
We
this
did.
presentation? Maybe if we can flip to that slide. The long story short is number one, that EMS have been able to review this package through D.Tops and have not taken issue. And number two, we have analyzed the site for vehicular movement for EMS and fire truck movement, and the site works perfectly fine. There's no issue. As for the retractable bollards, we will be coordinating with EMS to establish a Knox box. So in the event that the bollards are raised and EMS needs to move through the space, we'll have two different locations for them to access the controls and lower those in the event of an emergency.
And also during the renovation or construction, the fire safety dispersal area should be maintained. I mean, you know, it cannot be too congested. In case of emergency, the visitors or the occupants should have somewhere to go. That
Understood.
is it.
In fact, perhaps if Adrian wants to speak to, we've discussed a emergency evacuation plan with EMS at length about evacuating into the street. We've confirmed that there's sufficient space, not only on F Street, but on the surrounding streets as well, to evacuate pedestrians out of the building in the event of an emergency.
And
Okay,
just to
so
highlight, that, you know, we're making the sidewalks wider than they are today, so that, you know, the arena egresses quite nicely today. This is only an improvement upon how it exits to in an existing condition. There's more
okay,
space for folks to
sounds
go
good.
to. Okay.
There will be more space.
There's more sidewalk, is what I'm saying. More safe sidewalk that people will be when they leave the building. There's more sidewalk. As we
Okay,
noted earlier, we're adding sidewalk to F. We're adding sidewalk to 7th Street.
okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you.
I have a curiosity question. And I'm going to draw a parallel to the current Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. It's really the only large structure in the city that can be illuminated. And And we get requests. The mayor's office, secretary's office gets requests from many people to illuminate the bridge for different reasons. It could be cherry blossoms. It could be 200 years of bilateral relations between two countries. And there's a process in the city for doing that. I'm wondering, the undulating lighting feature that you have around the building, is that something that could be used in a similar way?
It has, yes, it has lighting capabilities to that, but yes, we would be very mindful of that. And I don't know, Jeff, if you wanted to talk more about the process of that we've gone through, but we've been very mindful of making sure that we're speaking about it clearly and making sure folks understand its capabilities.
Right, and it has definitely been an area of focus. This did go through a fairly extensive federal kind of aesthetic overview at NCPC, CFA, and that was part of the review. There will be lighting for that. It'll be illuminated in this really kind of powerful, elegant design component that can evolve based on events, holidays, things happening in the arena itself. So it is that kind of exciting, kind of programmable piece that I think brings some activation here as well. So the answer is yes, this can be programmed, and that is the intent here as well.
Okay.
I had a few other questions. I was just wondering if any of the other panelists had any additional questions for the team. Hearing none. Well, so at first I'm just going to maybe agree with my colleague Tim on some of his questions and suggestions around where seating could go to achieve, I think, your all's goals of making this a much more welcoming part of our city and area with all of these improvements both on the building and in the streetscape around it. I think, you know, as you're operating the structure, once it's fully built, you might end up seeing folks sort of sitting or leaning on whatever they can if there isn't a dedicated place for them to be doing that, whether that's on the landscape, the rim of the landscape, amoeba panels, or on the curb itself on F Street, or against the bollards and things like that. So it's just something to be thinking about as you guys are continuing to manage crowds on event days, as well as how people interact with this space the rest of the time. But I had a few other questions just on some of the comments that are in tops and sort of on three areas. I think one we already touched on, which was IPMA Stormwater's comments about the drainage areas and how that will operate. It sounds like there's still some ongoing coordination there to ensure that those meet DDOT standards and will be able to satisfy the stormwater requirements. So in the two other areas, and you touched on one, which was the in-ground retractable barriers, and I understand there's some ongoing meetings and coordination on how those will actually be installed and operated. Is that correct in terms of ongoing coordination and revising of those details?
That's a fair statement. The location and placement and number of the retractable bollards is fairly well established, but there's some signal control design and coordination that we're doing with fire department EMS, namely where to place the Knox boxes in the event of an emergency. Relatively minor kind of engineering minutia details that we're sorting out. But from a site layout perspective, the bollards are set. That design is well baked.
Understood. And I believe they would also require or need to be included in any covenant of maintenance as far as items in the streetscape. Is that your understanding as well?
I defer to Jeff for elements like that.
Yes, that would be our understanding, and we're happy to wrap that in and send the draft over for review.
Thanks. And then the other two items. One is signal plans. I noted the reviewer had some sort of outstanding, I think, questions around the signal plans for some of the new traffic and pedestrian signals here. Are those also items that are being coordinated still with the engineering team?
The signal design is fairly well established. I think there was a concern due to perhaps the scale of this package. Some of the actual physical plans themselves were difficult to view. We've sat down with the various reviewers at DDOT TOPS to talk through the signaling at great length, and we're all very much so in alignment with that. I suspect with a few more days of review, that'll switch to an approval.
Okay, good to hear. And then again, then the last one was the signage and striping plan. I think there was a document that was uploaded maybe just this week with some comments. I was just wondering if you were able, if you'd seen that and could speak to those ongoing conversations as well.
Yeah, there was a document uploaded, I believe, yesterday with some PDF comments regarding the striping. Actually, if Tiffany Tenbrook is on the line, we may need to connect. We opened up TOPS this morning and did not actually see that PDF in TOPS. Might just be a delay because they only uploaded it yesterday. But we have a standard cadence with DDOT and DDOT TOPS reviewers to address some of these final little engineering details to be worked out. And I have no doubt that with Tiffany's help, we'll be able to get those resolved.
Okay. I know we had a lot of folks from ANCs on, but I think they were all here to speak to other cases further down on the agenda, but I just wanted to see if there was anyone else from the public who was here to speak to this case in particular. Okay, hearing none. Well, yeah, I mean, thank you again to the team. I think, it was expressed by others today that this is, I think, the third or fourth time now we've seen an iteration of the Capital One Arena improvements. It's really exciting to see the trajectory and iterations and how this is moving to start to really visualize the transformative change downtown that this project will bring. And, appreciate everyone from the reviewers and the team, the engineering team who have been working on this above ground, below ground, in the air, on all of the items related to review and approval for this. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who've been working on this to bring it to this point. I've been making notes when we've been talking. I think I have a framework for a motion with some conditions, but I just wanted to see if there was anything else from any of my other colleagues that they had any kind of final statements or additional questions. Okay, hearing none. So I would move to approve with 4 conditions. The first condition is to update the signage and signals plan based on the latest upload that I think the team is yet to see. The second condition is to clarify and update the drainage areas on the stormwater facilities for IPMA approval. The third condition would be to refine the engineering details and include in the covenant of maintenance the retractable bollards that are in street. And the fourth condition is to finalize this traffic signal plans. So that is the motion to approve with 4 conditions, really making technical updates with ongoing coordinations to the signal and signage plan, stormwater management facilities, in-road retractable bollards, and traffic signal plans.
I'll second the motion.
So a motion has been seconded. Committee open to discussion.
I think looking through staff comments in TOPS, I feel with all 4 of the conditions you laid out, I agree with. I wonder if you would be open to a friendly amendment to add 1 more, and I think it would be to either produce or share a pedestrian amenity package. I think the discussion today has been interesting about queuing lines, about the need for security, about the need for flow through the space. I am hesitant as a committee member to simply say yes or no based on that discussion. I do think staff may need 1 more sort of review period for understanding whether the queuing concerns are an appropriate reason to not provide additional benches or seating or other pedestrian amenities in the space. I would say I'm comfortable with the idea that this can be approved with conditions. I think from a technical point of view, that means it would not need to return to the committee for a final vote. I think just putting together a very shorthand document, something where it's all listed in one place, what the pedestrian amenities are in this space, and providing that to staff for sort of one more round of comments, I think would be appropriate here. So I'm asking the chair at this point, are you open to a friendly amendment to add a pedestrian amenity package to provide to staff?
Yeah, I'm open to the amendment. So are you thinking of a memo? I'm just sort of thinking about what the submission would look like in your mind. That's simple and clear.
Right. So it would both list all of the amenities being provided that are the things that make a space comfortable, welcoming to pedestrians. And then reasoning for locating benches where the team would propose them, or clear reasons with diagrams that show why they cannot be located. I think we had a discussion today about queuing lines. I don't think any of that is legible on current plans. So I think we need something that just shows staff that is the case.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. I think what the conversation we had today, where I think it was Andrew was sort of and Elaine were for walking through on one of the site plans how the operations would work during game day that they were trying to plan around. That a version of that doesn't exist in the record as it stands today. So I think that would be an appropriate additional submission for the record and for reviewer comments, but not needing to come back to the committee.
Yeah, I think that
I think I would just add to that if there are any like temporary coordinating devices that are going to be placed out there to manage people beyond staff waving their arms around, that would be helpful to know as well. I was imagining that might be something that they had in mind, but it wasn't clear to me either during that conversation.
That's a fair point, right? If there's like stanchions or something that help guide where the line can go, I think we'd need some diagram showing where those would be located, or if they're not located.
So yeah, I would second your amendment to add a condition for an additional submission with the sort of queuing and pedestrian amenity items kind of all in one place as a resubmission. Any further questions, discussion from the committee on the motion as amended? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Ms. Exec, well, let me just first ask the applicant, did those 5 conditions all make sense to you? Was that clear? Maybe I'll look to Andrew and Jeff and Elaine for.
We got it. We understood.
Understanding.
Yep.
Okay.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Executive Secretary, could we have a vote, please?
Yes, we will now vote on tracking number 481324 to approve the conditions. Mr. Timothy Mayer?
I vote aye.
Okay. Mrs. Alma Candelaria?
I vote aye.
Ms. Lucci Liu?
I vote aye.
Osborne?
I vote aye.
0. The motion is to approve with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Cap One team.
Thanks.
Okay. So next on the agenda, we actually have a group of a few permits that are, I think, going to be discussed somewhat together. The first is tracking number 492386. The applicant is DC Health. The address is 1525 7th Street Northwest. Well, these are a cluster of them. 500F Northwest, 3020 14th Street Northwest, and 3720 14th Street Northwest. I see some folks from DC Health. Whoever will be speaking, if you could please, when you introduce yourself, state your first name and spell your last name for the record. And whoever will need to share a screen, just let us know and we can make you presenter.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ashley Coleman. My last name is spelled Coleman. And then I have my colleague, Kara Johnson, who will be doing the slides for me, and she'll need access to sharing. Thank you, Kara. Good morning. Good morning, committee. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Ashley Coleman. I'm the interim chief of the Capacity Building, Housing, and Community Partnership Division within the HIV, AIDS, Hepatitis, STD, Tuberculosis Administration of DC Health. Today, I am here, DC Health is here seeking approval of 4 public space permit applications associated with the Overdose Prevention Vending Machine Program. Next slide. Today's agenda will include a brief overview of the program, It'll emphasize just what the what the the vending machines program is about. We will be going through the permit details for permit number 492386, 494778, 494675, and 494776. I'll also talk about public space considerations as well as some of the partnership operations that we do. Next slide. So a bit of a overview of the overdose prevention vending machines. The vending machines are part of DC Health's overdose prevention strategy. The machines provide free access to multiple life-saving and wellness supplies, including naloxone, condoms, hygiene products, water, and other health-related resources. The machines operate 24 hours a day, providing access outside normal business hours. There are currently 14 machines operating throughout the district. 5 machines are managed through our community partner HIPS, and 9 are through our other community partner Family Medical Counseling Services, also known as FMCS. Next slide. As stated, there are 14 machines located throughout the district. Here's a map that shows where those machines are located throughout in the different wards. Locations were selected based on public health need, accessibility, and partner capacity. 9 machines are located in public spaces adjacent to community partner organizations. 5 machines are located on the property of fire emergency property. And the map demonstrates the geographic distribution of locations across the multiple wards. You also see here our community partners that we partner with, and then the addresses of all of the ones that are with FEM station. Next slide. Since the implementation, there has been significant utilization across all the machines. More than 260,000 supplies have been distributed. More than 58,000 transactions have occurred. We have a diverse product demand. So this list here shows the top 6 dispensed products within our FY26 fiscal year. And that's as of April 2026. In efforts to align with current federal administration requirements, select items such as the syringes, the fentanyl test strips, safer injection/snorting kits, rectal drug administration kits were removed from the vending machines as of May 2026. A preliminary overdose analysis shows promising trends around the machine location. There has been statistically significant reductions in non-fatal overdoses by 55%. Next slide. The public health or the public space considerations that we're taking into account are that locations were selected using a combination of public health, operational, and public space considerations. So this was a data-informed decision where to place the machines in these different locations, specifically hotspots where the data showed that the number of overdoses in those areas. This hotspot data was shared with our partners, FMCS and HIPS, and then we partnered with them, and they were able to pick locations to do partnerships with as far as putting the machines at. Safety is a standard best practice when it comes to this program. Overdose prevention/infection control, safety hygiene is also a big part of this program and what was considered when considering the public space. The site address identified, public health needs and service gaps. Locations are supported by trusted community partners and district agencies. Sites allow for safe operation, maintenance, and restocking of the materials in the machines, the products in the machines, and machines are installed against existing structures whenever possible. Locations were selected to minimize impact on public use of the space while maximizing accessibility. Next slide. So now I'm going to go into the first permit application, which is number 492386. For each permit, I would like to say for each permit location, the committee will see photographs and site plans illustrating how the vending machines interact with the surrounding public space. Google Street View imagery is used throughout this presentation to illustrate the locations of the machines. And in some cases, the vending machines may not be visible because the imagery doesn't have them installed in that picture yet. These materials demonstrate that locations were selected not only based on public health need, but also with careful consideration of pedestrian accessibility, streetscape features, and compatibility with the surrounding environment. For all HIPS operated locations, a Sharps container to collect used syringes is located next to the vending machine. All Sharps containers have the same dimensions, which is a height of 57 inches, a width of 26 inches, and a depth of 24 inches. Please note that the site plans include approximate measurements captured via DDOT top site by DOH program staff and provider input, and was not conducted by an official surveyor or engineer, since we do not own / have access to building / land plans with exact measurements, nor do we have that type of expertise in-house. Next slide. The first address is 1525 7th Street Northwest. This machine is adjacent to Bread for the City at 1525 7th Street Northwest. It is positioned against the partner building and does not obstruct pedestrian travel or access to the site. The next slide is a picture of where that vending machine is located. The next vending machine is located on a DC Fire and EMS property at 500 F Street Northwest. It is positioned near the fire station building and does not interfere with emergency vehicle operations, pedestrian travel, or public access. The next picture or slide shows a picture of the vending machine location. The next machine is adjacent to Unity Healthcare in Upper Cardoza Health Center at 3020 14th Street Northwest. It is positioned adjacent to the partner building and does not obstruct pedestrian travel or access to the site. The next slide shows a picture of where that vending machine is located. The next machine is adjacent to Layman's Tavern, a local business at 3720 14th Street Northwest. It is positioned behind the partner building and does not obstruct pedestrian travel or access to the site. In this picture, you see a picture of the vending machine. I'm now moving to permit application 494778. First address, this machine is adjacent to the New York Avenue Men's Shelter at 1355 New York Avenue Northeast. It is positioned adjacent to the partner building and does not obstruct pedestrian travel or access to the site. And on this slide, you can see that where it's located. The next machine is located on a DC Fire and EMS property at 1340 Rhode Island Avenue Northeast. It is positioned near the fire station building and does not interfere with emergency vehicle operation, pedestrian travel, or public access. That is where the machine is located. This machine is located on DC Fire and EMS property at 2225 5th Street Northeast. It is positioned near the fire station building and does not interfere with emergency vehicle operations, pedestrian travel, or public access. And then you see a picture of where the machine is located here. The next machine is adjacent to Unity Healthcare, which is Parkside Health Center at 765 Kenilworth Terrace, Northeast. It is positioned adjacent to the partner building and does not obstruct pedestrian travel or access to the site. And that is a picture of where the vending machine is located. Now I'll be addressing permit application 494675. And the first address under that application is this machine is located on the DC Fire and EMS property at 1101 Half Street Southwest. It is positioned near the fire station building and does not interfere with emergency vehicle operations, pedestrian travel, or public access. And this shows, the next slide shows the vending machine. The next permit application is 494776. And this machine is located on DC Fire and EMS property at 101 Atlantic Street Southeast. It is positioned near the fire station building and does not interfere with emergency vehicle operations, pedestrian travel, or public access. And then the next slide shows a picture of where that vending machine is located. This machine is adjacent to Unity Healthcare in Anacostia Health Center at 1500 Galen Street, Southeast. It is positioned adjacent to the partner building and does not obstruct pedestrian travel or access to the site. And the next slide shows a picture of where the vending machine is located. This machine is adjacent to Whitman Walker Health Max Robinson Center at 1201 Sycamore Drive Southeast. It is positioned adjacent to the partner building and does not obstruct pedestrian travel or access to the site. And this next slide is a picture of the vending machine. This machine is adjacent to Bread for the City at 1640 Marionberry Avenue Southeast. It is positioned adjacent to the partner building and does not obstruct pedestrian travel or access to the site. And this is a photo of where that machine is located. This machine is adjacent to an organization called A Wider Circle at 400 Atlantic Street, Southeast. It is positioned adjacent to the partner building and does not obstruct pedestrian travel or access to the site. And that is where the vending machine is located. The machines are intentionally designed and located to minimize impact on public space. The machines are installed against existing structures whenever possible, as you saw in the different photos that we showed. They do not obstruct pedestrian movement. They maintain sidewalk accessibility, and they do not interfere with vehicle operations. They also do not obstruct sight lines. Machines occupy a relatively small footprint. Locations avoid conflicts with landscaping, trees, and other streetscape elements. Sites are generally located in well-lit environments. Machines are securely anchored to improve safety and stability. And these measures really help to ensure compatibility with surrounding public space. DC Health does recognize that there are community concerns, and while the overall program locations have generally operated effectively, DC Health acknowledges these concerns that have been raised with some community members and some community sites. These concerns are taken very seriously, and DC Health continues to work closely with partners to address feedback and strengthen our operations. The department remains committed to continuous improvement and data-driven decision making. To date, available information supports continued operation of the program and approval of the permit applications. DC Health has received support from both the district agencies and community organizations. Supporting organizations recognize the role that these machines play in expanding access to life-saving resources in the community. Letters of support have been provided by the Department of Behavioral Health, the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services, Fire and Emergency Medical Services, Bread for the City, Whitman Walker Health, and Unity Healthcare. These letters reflect a broad support from organizations directly serving district residents. Today, we will hear from a couple of our community partners who I'll introduce now. The Executive Director of HIPS, Sydney Clay, and the Chief Operating Officer from FMCS, Angela Wood. So I will hand it over to Sydney first.
Hi, thank you. You can hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Good morning. My name is Cindy Clay, and I am the Executive Director of HIPS. Sorry, I have my notes. For over 30 years, HIPS has worked to address the social, economic, and health disparities faced by people in DC street economies. We've grown from a small overnight outreach and referral service operating out of a passenger van to a holistic and comprehensive harm reduction-based programming offering clinical, social services, and advocacy. HIP's public health vending machine program, born out of our collaboration with DC Health, was designed to address the continued public health overdose prevention needs in our city. And as has been described, these machines provide an additional resource hand in hand with the many services that we provide at the agency itself. In 2025, HIPS provided over 40,000 points of service across 4 fixed or pop-up sites, or our mobile services, which operate in all wards of the city. We provided 718 medical services, including substance use treatment, supported 44 people in accessing housing or housing navigation, distributed over 14,000 doses of naloxone, and hosted over 7,000 visits to our drop-in on H Street Northeast. We also have offered ongoing substance use treatment to over 400 individuals from the city through our low barrier treatment program, for which we receive national recognition for having patient retention rates more than double the national average. Our public health vending machines have been successful in reaching individuals who have not been engaged in our face-to-face programming. And at times that our other programs are not operating, they provide an introduction to HIPS staff and services when they call to register to use the machines. Everyone who calls is offered the opportunity to connect with additional services and to access referrals and information, both on the machines as well as within most of the materials that we distribute. I wanted to share some conversations with folks that I've had about the impact on the machines in the community. I serve on a review board for the mayor's office with a community representative who lives near our Southeast machine. She said she was originally opposed to the idea of the machines in the neighborhood until she saw how they were impacting the community. And at this point, she's gotten involved in helping folks sign up. Other folks have talked about how grateful they have been to have the machines in the option. One described having the machine meant that they could access materials when they needed them without having to make extra trips across the city or to try to connect with our outreach van. The machines have also led to an increased referrals and service access. One individual contacted us because they wanted to collect additional test strips to distribute within their networks, which led to a new connection in a community that HIPS hadn't been able to access before. And as has been said, data obtained from the machines and as well as from fire and EMS have shown that both lethal and non-lethal overdoses have fallen in the areas where the vending machines are located, indicating that the machines are having a desired effect. Thank you for the opportunity to talk a little bit about the human side of machines, and I'm also available to answer any specific questions.
Thank you,
Hello,
Sydney.
Ashley. Should I
Alondra?
go?
Yes, Angela. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Angela Wood, and I'm here on behalf of Family and Medical Counseling Service, or FMCS. We are a federally qualified health center located in Southeast Washington, D.C. by the Big Chair, with office in Maryland and Prince George's County as well. We've provided service to district residents for more than 50 years. And I'm here today to express strong support for the continued use of public space to provide overdose vending machines that offer free access to life-saving health and wellness services. The district continues to experience devastating impacts of substance use and overdose. These vending machines provide low barrier, stigma-free way for residents to access essential prevention tools, including Narcan, wound care supplies, hygiene kits, condoms, and other health and wellness products to help keep people safe and connected to care. Currently, we have 9 overdose vending machines that Family and Medical manages. These machines are monitored both remotely through embedded software and through regular in-person visits by FMCS staff. The technology allows us to track inventory levels, machine functionality, and service needs in real time. In addition, FMCS staff members visit each machine at least weekly to restock supplies, inspect machine operations, and ensure machines remain functional and accessible to the public. During these visits, staff also clean the surrounding area, remove litter, address graffiti that may appear on a machine, and coordinate all necessary repairs and maintenance. Our team takes pride in ensuring that these machines remain safe, clean, and welcoming to the community. These vending machines are more than just dispensing units. They are part of the public health infrastructure. They provide immediate access to tools that prevent overdose, reduce transmission of HIV, transmission of infectious diseases, promote personal wellness, and create pathways to treatment and healthcare services. The response from our community and our members accessing machines has been very positive. We respectfully urge the committee to continue to supporting the use of public space for overdose prevention vending machines. By doing so, the district will continue demonstrating its commitment to saving lives, improving community health, and ensuring that all residents have access to the resources they need to stay safe and healthy. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Sydney and Angela. I just want to thank our partners for sharing those comments for this really low barrier access program to provide critical resources to the community at no cost to serve the district. We really appreciate the committee's time and consideration around our applications for overdose prevention vending machines, and we are now open to questions from the committee members.
Thank you, Ashley, Cindy, and Angela, for leading us through that and for combining the 4 applications. I think that was helpful for the committee and maybe for others who are in attendance, just to kind of keep track of these items. And just for everyone's awareness, I believe that they were clustered into these 4 separate applications by quadrant. So that's why you see the addresses as they are. But I had a couple of quick questions about the locations and the size of the machine itself. first, so the machine, I think you had a slide. I think, Ashley, this was one of your slides. Kind of walking through like what the machine looked like and how it operated. I was just wondering if you had an approximate dimensions for the machine.
Kara, could you go to slide 3? The machines, the height of the machine dimensions are, the height is 72 inches. The width is 41 inches. The depth is 35.2 inches, and the weight is approximately 628 pounds, which, you know, varies with the configuration. And then there's an electrical 115 VAC/60 hertz, and then 1.2 amps to operate. And this is this, I don't know if this is the slide you were referring to kind of see
Yeah,
what
this
the
one's
machines
the
look
one of
like.
the ones I
Okay.
think I was sort of wanted this
There's
question
also
to
the
be.
sharp containers that are right there next to it. And as I mentioned in the presentation, these are all by the HIPS vending machines that HIPS monitors. And the height of the sharps container is 57 inches. The width is 26 inches, and the depth is 24 inches.
Okay. And are they always a pair, or are they sometimes just the HIPS vending machine and not the sharps?
It's just HIPS that has the sharp container.
So for all,
And that's just due to the syringes that were previously in those machines that,
okay.
but now are, as of May, are no longer in them.
But all of the machines that we're reviewing today have both items, or there's a mix?
No, as far as the syringes being included.
So what I'm asking is, like, as far as what we're reviewing, you know, I'm just trying to understand what is where in each location.
Okay. Only the HIPS machines had the sharp container, and then FMCS didn't offer syringes in the machines that they monitor.
So the 5 of the
can,
14 are both items, like both machine or fixtures next to each other.
Yeah, only 5 had the sharps container.
Okay. And can you remind me geographically where those ones are in terms of the 4 applications? There you go.
Yes,
Yeah.
just give me once. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Kara.
So the 5 HIPs that include both the vending machine and the sharps fixture, of these 14, which are those? Do you know by chance?
Yes, 1 second. Let me get to that. And I can put the addresses of all of them in the chat. So I'm doing that right now, if that's helpful. Is that helpful?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, a big part of what we're doing is, you know, we just need to be able to understand what is where in the public space. So that's the primary part of our reviews, is foundationally understand what it is, where it is, so that we are confident in what we are reviewing as far as the request.
Got
so
it. So
I
in
don't
the
know
chat
if
are the 5.
Yeah, I guess the question is that clear in the record in TOPS as far as what you've submitted so far, that in some cases there are 2 fixtures, in some cases there is 1 fixture, whether it's HIPS or FMC?
Yes, I believe we did put that, but I'm going to double check here. 1 sec with my team. Come back to that question.
Sure.
To make sure that that was included in the application, or that it was clear in the application. But these are the 5 that have the sharps container.
And I had another question, and I'm not sure, maybe this is for you, Ashley, again. I think it was one of the locations was listed as 1640 Marion Barry, but I think it's maybe 1700 Marion Barry. Is that right? One of the locations?
I can confirm the exact if that's not. It is 1640.
Can you go back to the photo?
Kara, that's slide
It's
35.
one of the photos.
There we go.
Yeah.
And you
so,
want to see
okay.
the
So yes,
actual
that
photo?
is 1640. Can you go to the next slide, please? So I think that's 1700. I just for your own awareness, it's a different building.
Okay.
But so which one do you know which one it is for sure? The reason I ask is because what you're showing here actually isn't in public space, so this wouldn't require a permit. The what's circled in red behind the building face, kind of where that standalone sign is, if that is where the vending machine is, it's not in public space and wouldn't require a permit. That is 1700 Marion. You can see the 1700 over the door. So I was just wanted to clarify the location of this one because it may not require a permit.
Okay, I'll confirm.
And then, yeah, just one other question, and maybe you covered this and I just missed it, but the machine itself, we're calling it a vending machine, obviously, because that's what it looks like, but there is no, is there any kind of transaction that takes place or not?
Nope, the in the machine are free.
And so it's like a digital interface. Like, how do folks operate it, if you don't mind my asking?
Yep, they will walk up to it. There's a instructions on the vending machine that then they will follow in order to access the products in it, but they won't have to like provide any money or any sort of resources in order to access it. They just have to follow the directions in order to do so.
Gotcha. And then, yeah, one other question. I think you mentioned this earlier. They are powered. How is the power brought to the unit? Or is it battery?
It is a battery source. No, it is not a battery source. Hold on one second. I'm finding it out. My team is here with me just to make sure. Angela, are you able to talk a little bit on how there's? Yeah, that'd be great.
So no, they're not battery sourced. They are electrical. And in most instances, when we go to a site, we're looking to find electrical on the outside of the building that can be plugged into to power the unit. We are hoping in future, future build outs of this that they would go with the solar, but right now we do have to have electricity, and many buildings actually have electricity on the outside. So that's one of the things that we assess when we're looking at the sites.
And then,
And
Sydney,
so is there? Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Sydney, are you able to talk to the one that's on 1640, since that's one that HIPS monitors? Is that 1700 or is...
Yeah, give me 1 second. We were just talking about that.
Okay,
so the
problem.
the 1640 machine is in the little nook like behind the building, so that's not a picture of the exact space. I believe that the
Okay.
Yeah, the site plan, I think I understand what you're saying. The site plan showed it next to 1640. But this photo is just a different, it's like this building's across the street.
Yes, that is correct.
So yeah, so I guess just one other question then about the electrical. Is there like conduit that the reason I ask is because anytime there's any kind of electrical work that happens in public space, there's a permit associated with that, and sometimes there's a building permit associated with that, depending on how it is structured. So I just wanted to ensure whether that was part of the application or not.
Angela, is it okay if I have you continue to speak to that?
I'm not sure if it's part of the permit application that you all did, but when Family and Medical assessed the sites, we tried to get existing electrical that was there already. I don't have the plans for each one in front of me, but we tried to find existing electrical, like at the fire department. We operate all the ones at the fire department, and they frequently had electrical on the outside of their building. I don't have in front of me the application for this permit.
Okay. And I just had one other question, which is about kind of the duration of the item. Sort of how long is it expected to be in public space? And the reason I ask is because we have sort of two different kinds of permits. We have a construction permit, which is what these are all listed as. They all start with the number 4, which is kind of how you can tell they're a construction permit. And then we also have what's called an occupancy permit, which is for when something's sort of sitting out in public space for some period of time. The construction permits, which this is listed under, the idea is that it's more of like a permanent fixture, like a sign or like a bench or something like that. And they're usually physically affixed to the ground, the sidewalk. Maybe there's a footer underground. So I was just kind of wondering how long, like as a program or as a the expectation is for these to be in public space. If you have a sense, whether it's a couple of years or whether it's indefinitely. I was just wondering if you had a sense of that.
I mean, currently they've been rolled out in 2023. However, there's no end date noted as of right now.
Okay, so it is intended to be like a permanent fixture, effectively. Has been and will continue to be. Is that fair?
We are looking for this to be a longer term program as long as this continues to meet the need.
Okay. And then, and so I said I had one question, but I actually have one more, which is, I think Angela was speaking to the maintenance program that Family Medical Services has. Are they maintaining all 14 or just the
9?
9. Okay. And so the other 5.
9.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And so the other 5 are maintained by
HIPS.
HIPS. Okay. So anything that it's in public space, that's what we call a non-standard item, which are like things that, like for example, not like our street lights or our street trees, or things that are maintained by DDOT or DDOT partners, would require what's called a covenant of maintenance, which basically means that the adjacent property owner agrees to maintain, whether it's a piece of art or special seating or something like that. They will agree to maintain it, in perpetuity. And so I'm just wondering if, through DC Health and the permit application process, I did see a couple of comments about this in TOPS, if you have engaged in that conversation as far as the maintenance agreement for these items that would be then uploaded and included into TOPS. Is that something that any of the reviewers have talked to you about yet from DDOT or not yet?
No, but we are happy to include and upload our MOUs with the partners.
Okay. Okay. And are either of the partners an adjacent landowner to one or more of these vending machines, or just like a third-party organization that maintains them?
Say that one more time.
So is HIPS or FMCS one of the adjacent property owners, or like a third-party operator that maintains them?
Correct. Our partnership is with HIPS and FMCS, and then they have collaborated with those community partners that the vending machines are at.
Okay.
Also, to answer your question, we're not an adjacent property owner.
Okay.
We are the third party working with the other sites.
That's helpful. Yeah, that
we've,
in terms of how we structure those agreements, that's just helpful for us to know, because we've had a few instances where that's the case, and we just have sort of a different template we have to follow. So that's thank you.
Yeah, it's the same for HIPS. We are not the property owner with any of our machines, but we have MOUs with some of which are property owners in the places that the machines are located.
Okay. Okay, I understand. Yeah, so those are my questions. I'll hand it over to the rest of my colleagues. Probably have a lot of questions as well.
Can I just follow up? So you
Sure.
would like us to upload the MOUs that we do have with HIPS and FMCS? I think we already have that piece, but do you want the MOUs that they have with the partner sites that the vending machines are at?
So there's a template agreement that we have typically with property owners and it's a covenant that runs on the property for items in public space that commits them to maintain them. For example, like if it got hit by a car or it was damaged in like a storm or something like that, then instead of it being a dangerous or whatever the case may be, that it would be maintained for safety and all that moving forward. So when the item isn't installed by the property owner in front of their property in public space, we have a different kind of agreement. So I think the MOU that you all have may be part of that, but the agreement would have to be with the district as far as how that item will be maintained on district property, which is the public space, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Because the land is not the property owners, the land is the district's, in this case, the right of way, the street.
So so are you finished, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sorry. Go ahead, please.
Oh, sure. So these applications are actually about excavation, right? So you need to dig the ground to anchor or affix the machines and then plug it in to energize that. Is that right?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't hear much details about the excavation. I'm not sure whether the hearing is intended to evaluate the necessity or benefits of this vending machine program, but how deep are you going to dig the ground to install the machines? Will the excavation outside or near the building foundation?
Angela, are you able to talk about how we place these and how they're anchored?
I'm not sure. We don't have to dig in the ground to anchor the machine. It's just a bolt down so that the machine won't shift or move and endanger anybody. And then there's a bar across the front that prevents people from breaking into the machines while the products are free. We have had attempts to breach the machine to steal the products, or maybe I guess to get more of what they wanted. But you don't have to dig into the ground to anchor the machine.
So there will be no excavation. You just use some anchoring bolts and then attach it to the building facade and then plug it in.
Yes.
I was looking for the excavation details, like how deep you are going to dig the ground. So, or are you going to pour a concrete pad? You do not need those type of thing, right? Just put it there near the building and then plug it in. It will work, right?
Correct. And I just want to note that the application didn't actually have a selection feature for this unique situation. So we picked what was most closely aligned when filling out the application to the program.
Oh, okay.
And to the machines.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. Question. What did you hold any meetings with, say, DDOT staff prior to submitting this? Just to help get assistance or guidance on how to submit, or did you sort of fill out these applications first?
Are you meaning for the current applications that we just did? Yes,
we
we got assistance for
yeah.
Yep, we got assistance. We had a meeting with them and they were able to kind of walk us through the application.
Okay. Okay, because I think there's well, I think this is a very admirable program. I think it's I think you've shown that it's doing a lot of good things for people, you know, and we want uses in public space that are beneficial for the communities around them. I'll just note a bit of this application is kind of a mess. I think you showed us a handful of site plans just in this presentation that are not included in a lot of the TOPS applications. And just noting, I counted possibly 7 of these locations that are likely not in public space and don't need to come before us. So I don't know. I almost kind of wish that there was some coordination with staff ahead of submitting this so you could help clean this up a little bit. I noted like a few of these at fire and EMS stations are well away from the sidewalk. They're way back on, you know, still public property, but it's a fire and EMS property, not the public right of way. We're here to look over and approve, make comments on, deny things that are going into the public right of way. And I just glancing at these from where you've shown, I would guess about half of these don't need to be heard by us. So I think that could have I think helped make this a bit simpler.
So we did ask that, and I think our the guidance that we received was just to go ahead and do for all 14, but we did try to get that clarity.
Okay.
And and I know this was a tighter turnaround, so it might have just been easier to have us include all 14 as part of the program, but we did ask those questions to get some clarity there if we needed to put all 14.
Okay. And then I think that the chair started to get at this question, but I'm not sure I understood. Talk to me about the syringes that are available or are no longer available. And do you need the sharps disposal if there are no syringes available in the machine?
Sydney, are you okay with taking this question?
I'm happy to take that question. As of last month, we were asked to take the syringes out of the machines. The sharps disposal containers have been really important in the neighborhoods. In almost all of the machine locations, they've been responsible for about 3 times the disposal of syringes than were distributed from the machines themselves. And so I can't answer that question directly right now because we're still looking at that data. We expect that that will change given that people no longer are going to be coming to the machines for materials. So they're probably not going to come to the machine just to drop off sharps. But I'm not sure is basically the answer. I think our preference would be to keep them if we can have the staffing to maintain it, because it does seem like they are doing a really good job about getting sharps disposed of properly.
Okay, no, thank you for that. I think that's a fair answer. So all things being considered, you would still prefer the sharps receptacles be located regardless of whether syringes are in the machine. And honestly, like what goes in the machines might change in the future. So I think that makes sense that you wouldn't want to have to come back for an additional permit at some future date if you're allowed to start restocking these machines with syringes. But a follow-up to that, I think, I'm not an expert on this by any means, but like a sharps container is really just for sharp material. You don't want regular trash being thrown in those, correct?
We would prefer that there was not regular trash thrown in those. Yeah.
So there are things that come out of these vending machines that when they need to be disposed of need a regular trash can. Have you co-located regular trash receptacles near these, or are there already available ones? I think you also noted like towards the beginning of the presentation that litter may be a concern with some of the residents. So are there nearby trash cans that can handle the non-sharps stuff that is available in these?
My understanding with the places that art machines have been placed is there are, public trash cans available. It's also that folks don't tend to like hang around and go through their items in front of the machines. They're kind of grab and go kind of things. But that's a important thing for us to think about.
Okay.
Uh,
And then well, I think a lot of information I'm trying to digest. So I apologize if I'm asking questions that have already been answered. The maintenance and ownership of these machines. I note that DC Health is the applicant. So is the intention that if this is successful, the permit is held by DC Health, but then maintained by HIPS and FMCS, or the MOU is through DC Health for these two groups to maintain. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so. We are the owner of the vending machines. FMCS and HIPS are just our community partners who maintain them.
Okay. Okay. So then it sounds like it's appropriate that DC Health is the applicant and the permittee, and that you will have additional information that requires or sets the standards for how the other two groups are to maintain these.
Yeah, how the community partners, yes.
Okay.
And can I go back to a point you made earlier? Is it possible to get a dedicated person at DDOT to kind of identify the machines and the permits and to work with directly?
I would believe so. I don't think I can name someone from the dais right now, but DDOT does have a PDRM program, a preliminary development review meeting, where staff can assist and walk you through like all the items that are needed prior to submission. Just because I know TOPS is a fairly clunky system. When you submit something, it goes out to reviewers. They have several weeks in which you can't make updates or changes. Then when they send you messages, it may take like it's a communication method that takes multiple weeks in between messages. So a lot of times a PDRM session can like help clarify the bare minimum or the recommendations that need to be submitted in advance, just to help streamline the process.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I think the 99% of all applications the committee hears, we typically require a site plan that shows where the property line is. A lot of that is so just we have a record of what is in public space and where it is. But in this instance, that it could help you demarcate which of these need a permit and which of these don't need a permit. And then let's see, there are, I believe, in the keeping lots of notes on where the different locations are, right? It's one thing to ask general questions about all of these, but specific locations. There's one at 1525 7th Street Northwest in front of the Bread for the City site. And there is a second one, the one that is Columbia Heights, 3020 14th Street Northwest. I believe both of these are located either near an alley or near a curb cut. And so I have specific concerns about those and the proximity to where vehicles are authorized to cross the sidewalk, right? That tends to be a place where it raises safety concerns, at least from my office. I know from DDOT as well, that anytime a car is crossing the sidewalk area, that's a concern. So I think there will be some offset requirements should these be approved, that they need to be a certain number of feet away from a curb cut. And sorry, this is the Lyman's Tavern location. No, I think I was referencing 3020 14th Street?
Unity Healthcare, 3020 14th Street, Upper Cardoza Clinic.
Yes. Yep. So just how close is this one to the edge line of the alley?
So the distance to the nearest intersection is 202 feet. And then the distance to the nearest curb is 20.35 feet. The distance to the street center line median, this is for the Unity one on 3020. The distance to the street center line median is 48.46 feet. And then the distance to the nearest sidewalk is 9.94 feet. The distance to the nearest driveway is 21.62 feet.
Okay, so that last, looking at this is right next to the corner of the building. The alley is right there. I think you noted 21 feet to the nearest driveway. I think that may be referencing like the edge line out by the street. I'm thinking this one is likely just several inches off of that corner. So I think the concern here is we would not want to create like additional blind spots. Let's say someone is walking along the sidewalk and a driver is pulling out of that alley. I think offsetting the vending machine from the alley several feet can just make sure that people can see around that corner more clearly.
Well, just to chime in here, Tim, I was looking at some maps and I think they just showed it. This one actually, I think, might be on private property.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Whoever was driving the presentation, if you could go back to your site plan and just maybe zoom in. The property line is the black line there. And
okay, yeah.
The fixture looks like it's behind it. I checked. It doesn't look like we have any building restriction lines here, which would extend out to the building face. So yeah, I think just to your earlier point, some of these might not require permits. It looks like this is one that wouldn't require a permit.
Okay.
From us.
Then, yeah, I've thank you for that, Chair. I think, and that's probably been my concern from the start. I noted watching your presentation about 7 that I could estimate were likely not in public space, but I could not 100% confirm. This would be a 8th one.
Okay.
So then maybe that's just guidance for you all. If you want to create safe conditions, I think moving it several feet away from the corner and not creating a blind spot is just good stewardship of your spaces. But it's not something I'd be able to require because it's not in public space.
Yeah, I think we're open. I think we, if we have that dedicated DDOT person, I think that we could walk through with them and get clarity and get a better understanding there.
Okay. Yeah, I think that is it for my questions right now. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions from the committee? Okay, I did notice we have at least a few folks from the ANC and maybe the community who wish to speak to one or more of these applications. I think I saw at least a few folks wanted to speak to this one for Northwest 492-386. Not sure how we want to go in order here. Ms. Executive Secretary, do you have a thought on that? Or I was trying to keep track of who we had here.
We have a commissioner here that wants to speak. We'll start there.
I see, is it Commissioner Negro? 206? All right, that's a different, well, regardless.
No, I'm here to speak to this application.
Yeah, we can hear from you first. And so Good morning, Commissioner Nairo. If you can go ahead and share comments with the committee. Just as a reminder, ANC commissioners have 2 minutes.
Okay, first, did y'all receive the TOPS notes from the commission and from Commissioner Shea? It's her single member district, but I'm speaking for myself. But did you all see that?
I can pull that up while
Yes.
you're sharing
Okay.
comments, but they should
Yeah,
be
all
in the
right.
record.
I just
Yes.
want to make it clear that Commissioner Shea, this is her single member district, that she stands opposed, as does all the commissioners for ANC 2G. We stand opposed to the machine on 7th Street, at 1525 7th Street. Good morning, Chair and members of the Public Space Committee. My name is Rochelle Nigro, Commissioner for ANC 2G06. I am urging the committee to deny the public space permit for the Department of Health's vending machine at 1525 7th Street Northwest, number 492386. I will not be addressing the other machines that are not permitted. This machine has been operating in public right-of-way for years without a public space occupancy permit, in violation of 24 DCMR 3301, which requires a permit for any structure placed in public space. The Department of Health bypassed the required process, bypassed the ANC review, and bypassed the same rules every resident, business, and agency must follow. The location also raises statutory concerns. Drug-free zone violations. The machine sits approximately 300 feet from the posted drug-free zone at the Kennedy Recreation Center, which includes a playground and a spray park. Under DC Code 48904.7A, drug-free zones extend 1,000 feet from any public playground or swimming pool. Installing a machine that generates biohazard waste and distributes drug use paraphernalia is inappropriate in this area. Proximity to DC schools. The machine is also located within close proximity to multiple schools, all of which are drug-free zones under the same statute. 550 feet from Ujama School, 880 feet from Seton Elementary, 985 feet from Benjamin Banneker Academic High School. It is unacceptable to expose children to discarded needles, pipes, and other biohazard waste resulting from this machine's operation. Sidewalk vending location violation. The machine is placed less than 10 feet from a driveway, violating 24-2525.1 F2, which prohibits any sidewalk vending location within 10 feet of a driveway. The Department of Health is asking for a vending location designation while failing to meet the most basic requirements. Beyond these legal issues, the machine has generated ongoing safety concerns and has been subject of repeated community complaints. ANC 2G voted 5-0 to oppose this installation and also requested its immediate removal, which was not done. Allowing a retroactive permit after years of non-compliance, especially at a site that violates multiple sections of DC Code and DCMR, would set a deeply troubling precedent. A new application does not and cannot erase years of unlawful occupation of public space. The Public Space Committee's authority is strictly prospective. You may evaluate what an applicant proposes to do moving forward, but you cannot use a new filing to retroactively legalize a use that has operated illegally for years without a vending license or permit. Allowing an applicant to reset their compliance history simply by submitting a new application would create a dangerous precedent. Any operator could install first, violate the law for years, and then cure it only on paper when caught. That is not how the public space regulatory system works, and the committee has no statutory authority to grant retroactive approval. For these reasons, I request that the committee deny the permit and require removal of the machine for public space. And let me reiterate, HIPS, Department of Health, are only here because they got caught, right?
Thank you, Commissioner Negro.
Well, this thing
Thank
is
you. That was a
listed.
little over 2 minutes, but thank you. Believe we have some other folks who wish to speak to this application as well. So we're just looking through the chat from earlier this morning. I believe there was a University of Maryland person. Is that correct?
That's me.
Andrea Lopez, maybe?
Yes, thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going to speak specifically to the kind of public health impact. And so I just want to give kind of a little bit, that's a broad kind of discussion to give you insight into how critical these machines are in terms of the broader public health infrastructure. So my name is Dr. Andrea Lopez. I'm Associate Director of the Center for Substance Use Addiction and Health Research and Associate Professor at the University of Maryland. I'm also Ward 5 resident of Washington, D.C. And so I'm here today to come out with support for the overdose prevention vending machines to remain in full operation. So vending machines extend what is already known about the extensive evidence-based practices of syringe service and overdose prevention and naloxone distribution programs, but it puts them in different community contexts that reduce barriers to the most marginalized communities. Vending machines are newer ways of distributing prevention supplies, but the interventions that they offer are not new. There's extensive research that shows that these interventions do not increase crime or drug use, but that they are cost-saving and play especially vital roles in reducing transmission of HIV and hepatitis C. So we fully need to evaluate the machine's impact of DC, but we do know that the items that they offer are sound evidence-based practices. And so I have been in collaboration with HIPS on some ongoing evaluations of the machines, and I'm committed to continue working with the health department and extending working with local communities to present data, offer presentations, and engage in conversations about how meaningful these public health programs are and what are their health impacts to local communities. And so it would not be in the public interest in the interest of public health specifically to remove the vending machines. So 55% of people who access the machines are Black Washingtonians. This is the demographic that is most at risk for overdose in the city and the demographic that is most subject to health disparities in the city. So what we do know is that people who need these services are accessing these machines. And we also know without any sort of obscurity that the underlying science that is guiding the machines is proven to work. So I know there are other things to kind of think about, but I just wanted to be sure that we didn't lose sight of the absolute kind of public health evidence that we have regarding the things that machines offer, and that we keep that in mind as we consider their critical role in DC. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lopez. We have a few other folks who I think wanted to speak to this application. I saw in the chat there was a Greg Stitzman. Greg, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, well, thank you for allowing me time to speak. I live with my wife and daughter on Marion Street, which is right around the corner from the HIPS vending machine at 1527 7th Street Northwest. I wish to express my opposition to this vending machine specifically for permit number 492386. Many of my fellow neighbors attended that most recent ANC 2G06 meeting, and we voiced our concerns. We're united in opposition. Our neighbors have complained about the presence of biohazardous medical waste, such as intravenous needles discarded on sidewalks and in community gathering spaces. These spaces are used by lots of children. On a number of occasions, my wife and I have even had to pick up and dispose of needles found on our parking pad, in our alley, and at the entrance to our basement apartment. We like to garden and maintain plants on the tree box and in the alley next to our house. One of our fears is that we would inadvertently prick ourselves with a needle discarded in the dirt while we're gardening. There's been an increased presence of highly intoxicated individuals who have assaulted and harassed our fellow neighbors. On 2 occasions, we've had to call 911. How can it be possible that this kind of vending machine could even be approved within a half block of the Kennedy Rec Center? It's a drug-free zone with a gigantic playground where so many kids play throughout the day. For these reasons, I believe the Public Space Committee should reject the application for the machine at 1525 7th Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sitzman. Looks like we also have Jim Holm here to speak to this application. I see your hand up.
Yes, hello. I also want to note that Nicole Shea, 2G06ANC, is on the phone, and she's asked to speak.
A bad, yeah, thank you.
Yep,
Sorry.
I saw that. Well, we'll get to her next, unless you'd like.
Yeah, why doesn't she go ahead? Because she texted me. She's my neighbor and texted me. She has only limited time between her work meetings. She's at her regular office job.
What do I do?
Nicole, can you go ahead?
I gotta, yeah.
Sorry, Nicole, is that you?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I have to cancel the order and I have to come back. I just got pulled into a call. I'm so sorry. Hi, can folks hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, apologies. I only have a few minutes and was trying to get lunch at the same time. Yeah, so I have been the ANC in 2D03 since a little bit after this, the vending machine that's in front of Bread for the City was installed. And I have spent the majority of my ANC energy on trying to mitigate issues that this vending machine has brought. And the vending machine has actually created an existential threat for the Marion Street Community Garden. It has become very dangerous. Several neighbors no longer allow their children or themselves to go into the garden. And it's a direct overlay and a direct effect from the HIPS vending machine. I also think that the services that this particular vending machine provides are both of less quality, bring very clear and realized dangers to the community, and are highly duplicative of services that are already offered at Bread for the City, which is located at 1525 7th Street. It's the wall that this vending machine abuts is Bread for the City, which is a vital and highly respected community organization that's been in Shaw for more than 30 years and has effectively and responsibly provided harm reduction services. This vending machine has also served as a magnet to bring folks into the community and is not serving folks from the community, is bringing folks into the community who are causing issues. There have been multiple felony arrests for possession and possession with intent to distribute directly in front of and in the adjacent blocks of this vending machine. And this is a very serious issue. The fact that it has come down to, for some reason, the Public Space Committee determining whether or not this should be in our community when we had it here for more than 2 years with no opportunity for community input, is kind of weird and kind of nuts to me. And it feels like various offices in DC government have sort of worked against the interests of the community and somehow set up this pathway where DDOT will rubber stamp for things that has been a nightmare for the community. And we do not want this machine here. We deserve to be able to walk safely in the community. Parents deserve to be able to not worry that their children are going to get stuck with needles, which is a serious, serious ongoing documented issue. And the very shoddy like mitigation strategy and the things that HIPS provided as what they would do to safeguard the community from these issues are frankly a joke. 2 to 3 times a week coming by to pick up needles, leaving the burden of reporting these issues to the community for folks to have to deal with and follow up and just live with the needles there. The fact that DC Health does not actually help with this and actually says, oh, well, we've contracted with HIPS to work with them. Like it's just a joke. It's deeply irresponsible. And the gentlewoman from University of Maryland who provided her testimony, it's just not reality based. I think that the lived experience, the 2+ years long lived experience of the community simply has to be respected. I can't imagine that for an anonymous vending machine where anybody can punch in 4 numbers and get a kit that both teaches you how to and allows you to take drugs anally or syringes or other drug paraphernalia. There's no way that you can actually document who is using this, who it's serving, when you just punch 4 numbers in and it's designed to be anonymous. I cannot underscore enough the fact that this is something that is present in our community, on a public sidewalk, available for people. The absolute net negative impact that this has had on our community, on businesses, on attracting new businesses, on whether or not people choose to continue to live in our community. People have moved, because of this. So I just would actually beg the committee to please listen to the community and believe what we're saying, that this is just it's a lived horror show for us. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shea. I just wanted to also say, in response to Commissioner Negro earlier, we do have your comment in TOPS. It is, I believe it was from June 4th, in reference to the meeting that you all held. So your comment is also in TOPS.
And have folks actually read, has the Public Space Committee read what was submitted, or should we be reading it into the record now? Has it actually been reviewed by everybody?
If it is in TOPS, that is the record, so to speak. So it is there.
So each committee member who'll be voting has reviewed that material?
They've had the opportunity to review
sure
it. I can't speak to what every committee member has reviewed or has not reviewed, but it is there.
Okay, so should we read it into the record so that we have a level of safety and confidence?
Well, so the comments are limited to 2 minutes per person. So I think you've extended that already. So I don't think you'd have additional time. But I did want to make sure that Mr. Holm could speak as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Jim Holm, and I live on Marion Street as well, down the street from Greg. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this application, which, if approved, would permit unmonitored drug paraphernalia dispensing machines on public sidewalks. We've all obviously discussed that. I'm specifically opposed to the installation and permitting of the machine at 1525 7th Street in front of Bread for the City. But I also believe you need to consider that permitting any such machine on public space violates both DC code and various parts of DCMR. The DCMR contains no process or standards for installing unattended machines in public space to dispense products, particularly products intended for illicit use. As the applicant said, there is no current application kind or type for this kind of machine. Permitting such unattended equipment on the sidewalk when there are no agreed upon regulations or standards detailing how such equipment should be evaluated for community impact is beyond the scope of the committee's authority. For that reason, this permit must be denied. The first paragraph of DCMR section 24 says, quote, occupation of public space beyond the extent permitted by existing law or regulation is hereby forbidden. While DC regulations allow for novel uses of public space, such authorities require the committee to find that such uses, quote, will not endanger the public. I think you've heard of the danger that's been created, but since the needle in the drug paraphernalia machine was installed more than 2 years ago, our Shaw neighborhood has seen an increase in danger and violence. Despite repeated requests to the owners and operators of these machines, there has been no impact or there's been no engagement with the impacted community to move or address our concerns until, as one of the applicants said, less than a month ago. There's also been no effective evaluation of the impact on the whole community. Only data that you've heard has been about the drug users who have accessed drug paraphernalia, not everyone else who lives in the neighborhood and has to deal with all the problems. Since this machine was installed, my neighbors and I have been regularly finding used hypodermic syringes and needles discarded on the sidewalks, in the Marion Street Community Garden, in tree boxes, and in the alleyways. I don't have to explain that biohazardous needles contaminated with illegal drugs and scattered around the neighborhood are a clear danger to the public. Obviously, those using the machine do not use the Sharps collection box, and the data about Sharps collection counts is dubious to me based on the number of used needles that we find abandoned in the neighborhood. In addition, drug dealers and drug addicts under the influence of narcotics have threatened me and my neighbors. Drug users have also overdosed and suffered seizures in public spaces. I had to call 911 for someone who was having a seizure, grand mal seizure, and foaming at the mouth while I was getting in my car to go to work at the end of my block. And this puts a strain on our emergency medical services. There have also been serious drug arrests just in the past 4 months. There are 2 felony arrests for drug trafficking within approximately 200 feet of this machine at Bread for the City. And there was a related arrest for a police assault on a police officer. I attached those arrest records in the letter I submitted through to the PSC email. So based on more than 2 years of neighborhood experience and the arrest records, I would argue this machine cannot be permitted in a way that will, quote, not endanger the public, which is what is required by DCMR 24-100.1. As Commissioner Nigro said, there are also at least 3 drug-free zones that overlap the machine. I won't repeat those for you. But the Kennedy Rec Center, which is the closest, is a drug-free zone. It has a playground and a spray park. And there are many kids there all summer long. It violates the intent of keeping children away from drugs to place a machine dispensing drug paraphernalia in the middle of multiple drug-free zones and in a neighborhood where so many children live, are on their way to school every day, and they play in the spray park. What would happen if a child were to be stuck by a needle they stepped on or picked up without knowing what it was? What if a child were poisoned by fentanyl or contracted hepatitis, which is a lifelong disease? How in the world can the city permit a machine that creates these kinds of risks? And then finally, as a technical matter, the 1525 7th Street Northwest machine is within less than 2 feet of a driveway, which is the driveway Bread for the City trucks use to deliver food from the food bank and other things like that. And that violates the setback requirements in DCMR 24-525.1. So like other committee members, I ask you to deny this permit. Denying the permit will clarify the machine has been in violation of public space regulations for over 2 years while simultaneously generating danger and harm to our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Holm. I see there's 2 other folks on who would like to speak to this application in particular. The first is Yemisi Egdawole. Are you here?
Yes. Hi.
Hello.
Okay, I'll just get started. The issue before the committee is not whether the district should pursue public health strategies or harm reduction programs. The issue is whether an unattended machine, and I'm specifically speaking about 1525 7th Street Northwest. I am a Marion Street neighbor as well. The issue is whether this unattended machine dispensing needles and drug paraphernalia belongs on a public sidewalk in this location without sufficient monitoring, accountability, or safeguards for the surrounding neighborhoods. And I will admit, I was ready to give HIPS some credit before the start of this meeting, but after watching their very lackluster and disorganized answers to the very fair questions from members of this committee and people running HIPS not even aware of the power sources that these machines use, and the neighbors seeming to be more aware of the locations of these machines and the way they are used, I am fully convinced that this is not a situation that HIPS can be trusted to monitor. Public space should be managed in a way that protects residents, children, pedestrians, and businesses, and the broader community. And I want to speak to that community that Dr. Lopez brought up when she asserted that 55% of people who use the machine are African Americans. I can't speak to her research, and she didn't do us the justice of giving any citations, but I can say I can speak to the young Black children that attend the playground that is a block away, and their lives and their experiences and their innocence as children has been impacted. This has contributed to completely unsafe conditions and has placed burdens on the people who live there and contribute to this community. I do not believe that HIPS is in a position, especially given their very messy application, to control and monitor this situation moving forward. And I believe it will be a detriment in all of its locations, but in particularly 1525 7th Street. We had a meeting last May that has been referenced. This was a unanimous decision. It is very clear the community is aligned on this, and HIPS can talk about the fantastical conversations they have with people in other communities that see this in a benefit, but we all, especially young women that live in this community, have stories as well that we are willing to tell. So thank you so much to the committee for having this conversation, and please take into consideration the actual on the ground experiences of the people who live in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one other person that I saw in the chat who asked to testify, Daniel Bernier. Are you here?
Yep, I'm here. Give me one sec here. Here's my camera. Hey. Yeah, it doesn't really matter about which location. I think they're all important. And I hear the community members, right? What I'm hearing is not in my backyard. We know we have a problem. We know we have health concerns. We just don't want to have to deal with it in our location. But like, here's the thing. I was walking up by the Georgia Ave, Northern Georgia Ave, up towards Kennedy Center or Kennedy Street. And I witnessed a 16-year-old girl OD in the hands of police officers and them administer Narcan immediately, and it saved her life. And then she ran off, right? These machines provide critical services to people in our community. It saves lives, and we should not be limiting access to it. I understand that it is hard when there's a whole bunch of societal problems that we in our different communities will have to deal with. But, you know, kids OD too. Kids use drugs, you know, and making these things accessible is super important.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Bernier.
Can I make a statement? I've
Sorry, who's
raised
speaking?
my hand and
yes. Were you here to testify for this
yes.
case as well,
Yeah.
Mr. McPhillips? Okay, yes, please go ahead. Introduce yourself. Please spell your last name for the record.
Great, thank you. So my name is Rich McPhillips. I'm with High Street Residential. We're the residential development subsidiary of Trammell Crow Company, which is a national real estate developer. We're the developer of the vacant lot at 631 P Street, which is at the corner of 7th and P. It's adjacent to the machine at 1525 7th Street. So I'm here to oppose the placement of that machine. And just to give you some context, our team has spent over 6 years working on the plan development of that vacant site there at 631P. Much of that time has been spent working with the ANC and the community to win their support, to earn their support. And we've invested millions of dollars from the start till now to win that support. And this project's going to bring 223 units, much needed housing, 29 of those units affordable housing, and a bunch of other community benefits. And our approvals are set to expire this December. And, you know, everyone knows how tough it is right now from just financially on getting things invested in and capitalized in this environment. So with that said, in that context, this vending machine has been a direct obstacle to all of our efforts. We brought out countless numbers of investors to the site, walked the community, and it's very clear. Number one, these prospective investors have stated, we have a lot of options right now where to place money. And they've also made it clear that they're not going to invest money, commit capital to a $100+ million development that's adjacent to a vending machine that's been known to dispense needles. Second reason I oppose this vending machine is that this machine was installed without a permit, as we've discussed. Yet the committee is now being asked to legitimatize this machine and come before you can get this approval. It sends a damaging signal to the investment community that basically people can come back and get these approvals. Also, I think someone stated that who knows what's going to be in this vending machine in the future. I know the needles are out of it now, but there's risk there for an investor that the city, if they're going to approve this, suggests that someone can come back and put needles in this machine. So it's just, it plays with a narrative that there's real regulatory risk here in DC when it comes to investments. And it's just, it's counter to everything we've been trying to do and the money we spent over the last 6 years. So in summary, you know, we follow the process, we work with the community, we won their support. So we're just asking the Public Spaces Committee to kind of hold this application to the same standard.
Thank you, Mr. McPhelps. I also see there's a Mike Enrico who's asking to speak on this application. Are you there, Mike? You are unmuted in your but we're not hearing you if you're speaking.
So my boss told the commission to not allow any of us to be unmuted or talk.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
So they're just going to sit there. No, I'm muted.
I'm not sure if that was you, Mike.
Mike is one of my neighbors. That was not him, but he is trying to speak, but obviously there's a technical problem. He just texted me and he said, "Can you hear me?" And I said, "No."
No.
So
no,
sorry.
I see Mike's mic is unmuted, but we don't hear them. Well, maybe while we're waiting for Mike, if they're able to connect, I just want to say thank you to all of the ANC commissioners and community members who showed up today, took time out of your day to speak on this case. I think I just wanted to clarify one thing, I think, which I heard in a couple of the testimony as far as sort of what it is we're doing here and what we look at the Public Space Committee. We touched on this a little bit before, but one of the main things we're looking at when reviewing permits is the location and kind of details of the item that is being requested to be placed in public space. I know a lot of what was discussed today relates to some of the social behavior around that item, but from a technical perspective, one of our primary objectives is to understand sort of where it's situated in public space, how it interacts with things that particularly DDOT, as the manager of our public streets and rights of way, maintains. So things like trees, sidewalks, vehicular circulation, lighting, all of those kinds of things. So a lot of our questions typically focus on those items, but I recognize that this is a unique item that also has and brings with it a lot of other activities and behaviors that many of the folks here were speaking on today. So I think that was mostly in response to, I think, Commissioner Shea's comments about what it is we're doing today and how this review is operating. I'm not sure, Mike, are you with us? Are you able to, can we hear you? Are you able to speak yet? Okay. Well, I wanted to see if any of my other fellow committee members had any response, follow-up questions for the applicant based on what we heard from ANC and community testimony.
Can everybody hear me?
I think, is that Mike Enrico? I think that may be him.
This is Mike Enrico.
Yeah, hi, Mike. We can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes to speak. We're not hearing you, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, still don't hear anything.
Yeah. So, yeah, like I said earlier, we've heard a lot of testimony both from the applicant and from the community and the ANCs today. I think, where I'm standing right now, I think some of the concerns I have really relate to, honestly, the completeness of the applications and the clarity of what it is the committee is being asked to review and approve. I think some of the locations specifically that we focused in on in our brief kind of back and forth so far have either maybe not been the accurate or correct location that the vending machine is intended to be located at, or those locations might actually be on private property. And so it would be my preference that this committee's review be complete in the sense that the applications are reflective of where the actual vending machines are supposed to be, and that the applications don't include locations that are not in public space, and if they're on private district-owned property or private property. And so I think where I'm heading with this is I would make a motion to table all 4 of these applications until they can be refined such that they reflect the actual locations of where these will be. And given a lot of the conversation that happened today, also spell out the maintenance agreement as far as how they will be maintained and by whom, since there are 2 different entities who are responsible for maintenance of these machines in public space, at least the ones that are, again, the ones that are in public space. So that is where my mind is heading right now. And I'm sort of, before putting that to a motion, just want to hear from the rest of my committee members if they have any thoughts on that as well.
And I also want to add, the placement installation of these vending machines should be a package deal. You can't just only install the machines. As the community has raised the bio-waste concerns, there should be an integral plan to be included for review, like how you're going to handle the bio-waste disposal or the bio-waste handling. That should be a part of the installation. You can't just put the machine there, but for the waste part, you have to have some management plan to handle that for the public safety. So when they resubmit the plans, that should be a part of the new package.
I agree with the chairman and member Lou on this. A little bit troubled by process issues and placement issues. If the placement was in those locations that we talk about, drug-free zones, etc. So engagement with the public. I'm not sure how that happened or if that happened or when that happened, but all of that should be considered as we relook at this. And I think, going back to the table and addressing some of these issues, I think would be helpful.
Okay, well, thank you. And I think that sort of also, underscores some of the conversation we were having around even just which ones are in public space or not, and whether this committee needs to review them or not, and how that review should happen. So I will make a motion to table all 4 applications, which are 492-386, 494-675, 494-778, and 494-776, until the applicant works with DDOT and reviewers on a maintenance agreement for all the locations that are in public space, and to confirm the locations with appropriate site plans for all that are in public space, especially given, if they're near a driveway or if there are other offsets or things that need to be taken into account for where they are being proposed.
Yeah, I would second that motion.
Okay, motion to table has been seconded. Are there any further discussion from the committee on the motion?
Yes. So I think, right, accurately showing site plans that are specific to the locations, determining which of these are actually occupying the public right-of-way that we would have authority to weigh in on, removing those from consideration that are on private property. I think there may be other avenues for having those appropriately permitted. But this committee, this board is looking just for those within the public right-of-way. And then uploading any of the MOU maintenance agreement, right? Does the existing maintenance agreement only cover repairing the machine, or does it cover maintaining the area, removing, you know, detritus and litter from that are associated with these machines in the nearby area? So I think the community's raised a number of concerns. I think the chair is correct that sort of we're limited in the scope of more specific to the how and when these were located, but I think additional information is going to be needed to make a full decision on this.
Before we go to a vote, I just wanted to ask the applicant if they are clear on the guidance being provided by the Public Space Committee as to why these are being tabled.
Yep, DC Health understands. We thank you all for your time and consideration. We welcome being able to work with whoever that dedicated person is with DDOT to revise the application, and then we will get the things that you all have requested.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Executive Secretary, can we have a vote, please?
Yes, we will now vote on tracking numbers 492386, 494675, 494776, and 494778 to table. Mr. Timothy Mayer,
I vote aye.
Mrs. Alma Candelaria,
I vote aye.
Ms. Lucci Liu,
I vote aye.
Chairman Osberg.
I vote aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion is to table. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you again to all the ANC committee members and community members who spoke today, and also the DC Health, HIPS, and FMCS team for your presentation.
Mr. Chair, may I say something?
Sorry, who's speaking?
It's Commissioner Nigro.
Well, yes, Ms.
Can I just say, so all of these machines, especially the 7th Street machine, are now illegal, or the public, at least the ones that are in public space, right? So they need to be removed, the ones that are on public space. This is insane that these machines are allowed to stay and they have no.
Okay, Commissioner Nigro, you've already provided your testimony today.
Well, can I remove the machine?
Yeah. Thank you.
It's illegal.
So we typically take a little break between when we start and when we break for lunch, which is sometime around 1, but we did not do that today. So I think instead we will break for lunch now and return at 1 p.m. And when we do that, we will be at number 6 on the agenda. And we have a series of sidewalk cafes and streetery permits to start the afternoon. So, and just as a reminder, number 9 is no longer needed to be on the agenda. If the applicant is here, your application has been removed.
Hi, Commissioner. Hi, Commissioner.
Yes, hello, someone there?
Yes, this is Nicholas Saylor. I'm confirming that application 490541 is still in the docket for today.
What's the address, or what's the location?
The address is 246 56th Street.
246, I'm sorry, 246 what?
56.
No, I'm not seeing you on the agenda today. The agenda was posted Monday, the final agenda.
Okay, I must have an old agenda then.
Yeah, sorry about that. There's an earlier one that's posted at the beginning of the month, but that is basically everyone who may be eligible, but the actual agenda is posted a week prior to the meeting.
Understood. Okay, thank you for clearing that up.
Sure. Thank you.
Commissioner?
This is Jasmine from Aura. Can you please check if we are also on the agenda? The address is 5247 Wisconsin Avenue.
Let me see. No, 5247 Wisconsin Avenue is not on the agenda today.
But we got an
Sorry,
email
I'm
that
sorry about that, dear Chairman. They were on consent. They were number 2.
Oh, yes. Apologies. Yes. So your permit was approved on the consent agenda at the beginning of the meeting.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate
Tundra,
it.
yes.
All right. So we don't need to do anything. What is the process of us getting the permit now?
I got it, Mr. Chairman, and we will be in touch with you, ma'am, okay, via your application. Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll be back at 1. Thanks, everyone. Okay, we're all back. Tiffany, can we do a roll call, please?
Yes, Chairman. Doing roll call. OP, Timothy Mayer, are you present?
I'm present. Good afternoon.
Mrs. Alma Candelaria of EOM, are you present?
Yeah.
DOB Lucci Liu, are you present?
Yes, I am present.
And Chairman Osberg, are you present?
Present. Thank you. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Thank you. We left off at number 6 on the agenda, which is 1201 Half Street Southeast for an unenclosed new sidewalk cafe. Tracking number 111-94632. Is the applicant present? Calling again for 1201 Half Street Southeast, tracking number 111-94632. Is the applicant present? Daniel Kramer is the applicant. Okay, we'll come back. Maybe they're not back yet. All right, next on the agenda is number 7. 4235 Wisconsin Avenue Northwest, tracking number 111-98630. Is the applicant present?
The applicant is present. Amanda Ehrlich from Kava, but this is Krista Matthews with Red Architecture Planning speaking.
Will you be presenting, Ms. Matthews?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Sure. We can make you presenter. Yep, you've been made presenter, and whenever you're ready, please go ahead and start your presentation.
There's another Krista Matthews. I'm sorry, I have audio issues with my computer and phone, so I'm on both to make sure that you can hear me clearly. Can you give it to the other Krista Matthews, please?
Is that the right one?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, so we are actually presenting for 2 spaces. This is actually application for number 7 and number 8. We did apply separately as there are 2 addresses, but just to know that the space is used as a single exterior unenclosed patio space. So the space that we're looking at is at 4237 and 4235. There is an existing Kava already in use on Wisconsin Avenue. They've been operating there for 14 years. There is a non-occupied and pizza location adjacent to the existing Kava. The interior permits have just actually recently been approved for the interior work. So we currently have an approved demo permit and 2 approved interior permits. The spaces will be combined. However, it's a very unique location in that the property line goes down the 2 spaces. There's a recorded covenant in place for the spaces to be used as a singular interior space. The and pizza side will be used as Kava's innovation kitchen. So it's basically just a kitchen on that side, and then they have a large tasting table in front. It'll be nicely viewed from the pedestrian sidewalk area. So I used the provided template for the presentation today, if that's okay. So
This is a first picture from Google Maps showing the location on Wisconsin Avenue for vicinity purposes. Here are some images of the existing kava space. As you walk along Wisconsin Avenue, there's existing tree boxes already in place. And as you can see, there's also an existing slightly raised patio so that the patio is at grade with the interior level of the restaurant space. The existing patio will be removed. However, we will be building in the same location that the patio is already being placed. We're not extending it any further into the sidewalk in regards to the kava location. And as you can see, you can start to see the and pizza. It's delineated by this green and blue adjacent to the existing kava. This is the existing and pizza location. It does already have an active or a previously activated patio location. However, it was at grade of the pedestrian sidewalk area, and there is a small ramp to get into the and pizza location. The new patio that we are proposing will actually combine the entry of the two spaces. So you will still have that ramp on the kava space, but the patio will extend out and in front of the and pizza space. And there will be a secondary ramp outside of the and pizza location. So you have two means of egress, both ADA accessible off the patio. It is unenclosed because we are just doing somewhat similar to what we previously had. And I have an image of it, but a trellis system up above with some planters and a railing for safety purposes. This is an image of the site plan. The seating is used as a whole. However, it is under the required seating amount or allowable amount of 15 square feet, and it has 24 seats out front. This is a front elevation. And then these are some images of the fixtures going to be used on the seating. It is their typical standard exterior package. And then for purposes to show you what the trellis system looks like, is an image. It is a metal trellis that is installed with these columns out front. The material, though, is like a wood-looking metal material. So it's a little bit softer than just like a black metal. And then we have railing and, as I noted, planters as well. So I've heard your other two. You have to forgive me. This is my first time presenting for your group. So I'm not sure if there's more that I can show you. I have the drawings also available, but this is what I put into your presentation for today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, this is great. I think we probably have a few questions. I was just looking through some of the questions. Some of the comments and tops as they relate to, I believe, the June 10th plans, which were submitted. Those are the most recent plans, correct?
Yes.
And I think what we're looking at here, this bottom image is like a rendering, right?
Yes, closely relating. It's not the exact layout, but it's more for the materiality of the canopy, if I might point out. It's not the exact layout, so it's hopefully just to give you an idea of what it will look like at the end.
Yeah, no, I think so some of the things we typically look at are the size and the ensuring that the pedestrian clearway is maintained. I think in this location, we would be looking for a minimum of 8 feet of pedestrian clearway between the tree box and the sidewalk cafe. I think just from your rendering, it looks like that doesn't exist. So I just wanted to confirm that this was, I guess, just for illustrative purposes, but the site plan should, yeah. So on your site plan, does it looks like, can you, the dimension isn't there, but I was just looking at what's in tops. What is the dimension from the back of the tree box to the new platform?
Sure, it is 9 feet.
Okay, thanks. And that's consistent throughout the whole sidewalk cafe?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that was represented on the latest set of drawings that were uploaded.
Perfect. Yeah, that's just wanted to confirm with that what we were seeing matched what was in tops. Yeah, I'll pass it to the rest of the committee members if they have any questions.
This is a unenclosed sidewalk cafe. So what trellis or a structure are you referring to?
So this is a plan image of the trellis.
Yeah, can you enlarge it a little bit? Oh, okay.
It is an open structure, Krista. I think that's important to note.
Yes, it is an open structure, yes.
Oh, okay, okay. So do you plan to put any greener or planters over there? There should be some requirements on the height of the artificial planters.
Yes, we do have planters. They are along the sidewalk within the raised cafe patio area.
Okay, those can't be higher than 36 inches. And also, by the way, how many seats are you proposing?
There's
How many?
There's 24 seats.
Okay, so will the plumbing fixture in the existing restaurant sufficient to handle the total load? You know, I mean the bathrooms?
Yes.
Water? Oh, okay, okay.
And those planters are under the 3-foot requirement.
Good, thank you.
Hi there. This is a little odd, right? Because you're technically proposing something in front of 2 separate properties, but for use as if it's like just a single space. I'm not 100% sure how this works out from a regulatory perspective, but to Lucy Lou's question about whether the seating capacity out here fulfills the bathroom requirements for the inside. Are you aware of whether that has to be divided from property to property, or is there a both and that's supported through this?
So the interior properties, we actually have an ADA accessible restroom that we demoed a non-compliant restroom and then put in an ADA accessible on the innovation kitchen permit side so that it meets the requirements.
And is that to handle both, or I don't want you to get into like a regulatory weirdness where like that bathroom meets code on one property but doesn't meet it on the other? Are you just aware of whether that's something that has to be handled?
They both have, each location, each address has restrooms to handle each of their prospective locations.
Okay. Gotcha. Great. And then are you you said the ramps are currently out there in public space. Are the ones that are currently there to be demoed and new ones installed as part of this?
That's correct.
Okay.
There's a ramp on the Kava side, and it's about in this approximate location. It's actually offset from the building a little bit, but we're taking it to the building so that it's more safe. And then the ramp that was at the Ann Pizza side went directly out this door in front of Ann Pizza, and we're relocating it to Plan South just a bit so that we can have a more usable patio area.
Okay. And I think the one that goes to Ann Pizza, I'm not sure about the one that currently goes to Kava, are like poured concrete. Is that what these are, or are these going to be a part of the platform?
They will be poured concrete.
Okay. Okay, so that let's see. How tall is the platform measured from the sidewalk grade?
Mm-hmm. Let me look at the elevation. So sidewalk is 98.8, and the top of the patio is 99, 11 3/4.
Oh, okay. So just over a foot and like 2 inches, 3 inches.
That's correct.
Okay. Great, because there's a limit that these should be no taller than 18 inches above the sidewalk. So I think that works in the front. And let's see, how does the trellis, is it freestanding or connected to the platform, or is it also connected to the building itself?
Yes, it is connected to the building. It will be bolted on to the building. So currently there are columns at the building, so the trellis was completely freestanding. But the new trellis, these columns will be removed and it'll be installed above the storefront at the building, but we will maintain columns. However, the columns, you can see in the plan, are inset now instead of proud of the outside of the deck area.
Okay. And then at the ramps, I believe railing has to extend approximately a foot beyond where the flat landing begins. I think you said the platform deck was about 9 feet from the tree box. Is it safe to assume that railing that projects out is then 8 feet away from it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Correct.
And is that rounded, or does that end at like any sharp corner?
No sharp corners.
Okay.
It will come down.
Okay. I think that is it for my questions.
What about the flooring? So are you going to lay anything over the ground or just that's it on the
Yes,
ground?
there will be a flooring material applied, and it's, Amanda, if I remember right, it is somewhat of a wood-looking material.
It's a wood composite like Trex.
Yep.
Wow, but we need to know something like the flame index, flame spread index, and also that need to be approved by fire chief.
Yes.
You know, or oh, okay, you are aware
This,
of that. Good. Mm-hmm.
yes. The expediter let us know that it does go through the fire marshal permitting for this.
Okay.
So just for reference, it's been, like I said, really interesting. There's a demo permit, there's 2 interior permits. We will be submitting for 2 exterior permits. Then there's the DDOT, which are 2 separate, and then the fire marshal with the DDOT as well.
So are you going to load fire marshal approval to the package of the submission for record? That'll be a good thing to do, you know.
We can do that. Hatteras from the expediting, from the expediter is on this call, if I understand correctly.
Yes, and we'll make sure that that gets included in the submission.
Sure, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions, comments from the committee? Is there anyone here from the ANC or the community to speak to this application today? Okay, hearing none. So I think we can probably make a motion on both permits at the same time. Tiffany, does that work process-wise?
Yes, Chairman.
All right. So yeah, make a motion. I will make a motion to approve with one condition, that is to upload the fire marshal approval of the material that was just discussed. Yeah, so that's it. Just approval with one condition to upload the fire marshal approval.
And that same condition would apply to both.
Correct. It would be be both under both permit number tops numbers. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. Motion to approve with one condition has been seconded. Any further discussion from the committee? Okay, hearing none. So, Ms. Executive Secretary, can we have a vote on both tracking numbers 1119863 and 1198647 to approve with the condition that the fire marshal approval be uploaded to both permits?
Yes, Chairman. We will now vote on tracking numbers 11198630 and 11198647 to approve with condition. OP, Mr. Timothy Maher.
I vote aye.
Mrs. Alma Candelaria.
I vote aye.
Ms. Lucci Liu.
I vote aye.
And Chairman Osberg.
I vote aye.
The vote is 4-0, and the motion is to approve a condition. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, so we will move on to our next. Well, actually, we'll go back and see if the applicant from 1201 Half Street is here, Daniel Kramer, for 1119632. Is the applicant present? All right. And as mentioned earlier, item number 9 has been removed from the agenda, so we are moving to number 10, which is 2622 P Street Northwest, tracking number 111-63641. The permittee is Elizabeth Benchimol. I think I saw them in the chat earlier. Is the applicant present? I believe this is for Apero. (2622) P Street Northwest. Is the applicant present? All right, maybe they'll return. So moving on, we're at number 11, 1065 31st Street Northwest, tracking number 111-61613. For a streetery. Is the applicant present?
Hi, I'm going to present on behalf of both the restaurants. The next two are adjacent restaurants, so the bids spent a lot of time working with both operators to do the permits.
So for 1065 and 1073, 31st?
Correct. Yeah, they're adjacent restaurants and sort of the streetery.
Okay. And sorry, could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, John Weavenson with the Georgetown Bid.
Oh, okay. Hi, John.
Yeah,
sure. So
in
you've been
for
made
Nat.
presenter.
Yep.
You can go ahead and start when you're ready.
Share. Okay.
I think we'll probably do one at a time, though, as far as our votes and things goes, because these are two separate restaurants, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We did the other two previously together, but it was a different situation, so I just want to be clear that even though it's one presenter with two adjacent restaurants, we're going to take them separately.
And just sorry to interrupt, Alessandro Ferrugia here with Il Canale. Thank you, John, for stepping in.
Yeah, I think the applicants are, and I think Lizzie from Flavio is here as well, which is the other restaurant she was on already. So, just
great, thank you. Welcome.
The history. These fed streeters have been in place since 2021, put in sort of during the height of the pandemic, and they went through the sort of DDOT public space final regulations, and so there was I think at the February PSC, they came back and got approved with conditions. And so we know, like most of the streeteries in Georgetown, they all require some type of exemptions to the standard guidelines, just for the makeup of Georgetown and some of our streets here. And so sort of highlighting, this is looking north on 31st Street. This is the first streetery, which is Il Canale. And the second one, which is right next to it, is Flavio. And so if you look at this is the travel lane here. You basically have a 1-foot gutter, a 10-foot travel lane, 10-foot travel lane, and then the buffer is the normal thing with an 8-foot. Our current streeteries are sort of an 8-foot with an 8-foot parking lane. So there's 6 inches of decking, the 2-foot Jersey barriers. The guidelines recommend a 7-foot inside the parking lanes, so it's slightly longer there. We think this is appropriate just because of the sort of normal design manuals have a 10 to 11 foot travel lane on local streets. A 7-foot streetery would create a 12-foot lane due to the markings here. And I think the biggest problem we have with the complex is the illegal parkers, which happen on a daily basis on the west side of the street. There is no parking anywhere here. But we believe that the 8-foot works, taking into account the stripe lanes there and the fact that the traffic is going at slightly faster on the left side there. And then I can quickly show some more details of each decking. They did go back to public space back in February, and so they were adjusted from their previous setup to what they're currently at now, except for the basically 1 extra foot of decking, which is what we were requesting for the exemption. You can see the number of seating. This is the Flavio one, has 11 seats. And I can quickly go to Il Canale, which is slightly longer, so it's got 19 seats. And I can go between either of the 2 individual restaurants if you have questions about either one, or the general reason why we're asking for the exception for both of them.
Yeah, thank you, John. I think looking at the comments in tops, and I think looking at the site plan we're looking at here, the issue was the distance between the buffer and the center of the travel lane width.
Yeah.
And so
That's for help.
And so I think the request was for effectively the streetery to be reduced in width by 1 foot to accommodate the 11-foot travel lane here.
Yeah.
On the northbound side, if I'm looking at this correctly.
This is going north, yeah.
Yeah.
This line here. Okay, so you still would like them to be shrunk by 1 foot?
Well, I was just looking. Yeah, I mean, looking at the comments and tops, that is the outstanding comment, I think, and it sounds like that is what you're asking for today is in relation to that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Since we had looked at this one before, I remember this one,
just to
and
keep
the parking issues raised across the street. I remember that conversation.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I guess the question is that something you and the applicant or applicants can accommodate, that comment?
To shrink the size of the deck. Alessandro, did you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, we wanted to reach out to ask to the possibility of an exemption to keep the size as they are, as we've been working with this space since the streetery began, and because the traffic has been working, it's just due to illegal parking on the side which happens all over the city. Just gets a lot of attention on the street because it gets a little intense. But you know, anywhere you go in DC, there's somebody who pulled over on the side of the road that causes traffic for everybody. So for the traffic concerns, I don't think it's due to us, but to the proposed changes are very drastic and extreme that they're going to really make a material difference. And so since this has been in place since the street reviews began, we were hoping to continue the same way.
I think that they line up with the parking lane. You can see up here, Stripe, where cars can park south of the streeteries. I mean, it's a weird road because of the canal is right here, so it creates that weird. The bridge narrows the road and then it widens back up again. So there are a lot of sort of unusual circumstances on this stretch of 31st Street. We don't think the streeteries are really impacting a lot of the problems here.
Understood. Yeah, I'll pass it to my committee members if they have some questions or comments on this application.
When you decide the occupant load, what load factor did you use? Can you give each occupant or each person 15 square feet?
Yeah, this is the Flavia ones. You can see it was the 11 seats, the 1 per square foot. You can see the platform square footage is at 174 for the first restaurant. And then on the second one, same thing. It's a slightly longer deck. So it's the 292, which results in 19 seats.
So you are able to give each person 15 square feet, right? Yes, the answer is yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I was just sharing so you can see the information there.
Okay. What about the electrical plan? So I'm not sure whether I know the day is pretty long, but do you need lightings during the operational hour? How are you going to get to run the conduit? I mean, it should be the minimum clearance height, vertical clearance should be 8 feet, just in case you need to run the cable. You are aware there is a requirement on the vertical clearance.
Yeah, I don't think that they have any lighting on this one.
Yeah, no lighting.
Okay.
Yeah, zero lighting for both of them.
Oh, okay. Okay. Good.
I'm sorry.
Any other questions, comments from the committee? Anyone from the ANC or the community to speak to this application today? So, I mean, from my perspective, I think that the streetery width should sort of align with the standards. We typically defer to our traffic safety colleagues when reviewing these as far as any kind of encroachments into the travel lane. That's obviously something important that we're concerned about. I recognize this block has some sort of illegal or other kind of parking and stopping issues. I don't think that's necessarily the concern here. It's really more about alignment with the parking lane and the width of the streetery and the barriers as they relate to the lane widths and the center line of the road. So, you know, I think for both applicants, the request would be to narrow the streetery by a foot to bring in those barriers to ensure that it's the right width moving forward. I was just looking at the notes also, and I think this is specific to Flavio, the restaurant. There had been several conditions from the last public space committee hearing. As was maybe mentioned earlier, we at the last, I don't remember if that was February, but the first go around when we reviewed these, there were several conditions associated with the applications, and I think many of these have yet to have been addressed. So things like, and these mostly relate to the completeness of the application. So certificate of occupancy, the site condition photos, site plan dimensions, sort of showing relationship to the edge of the driveway, covenant of maintenance for the platform, those types of things. And again, this is for 1073 31st Street. So I'm not sure if, John, you were the applicant. Can you speak to any of those other conditions from February?
If I believe she was on earlier, and I know she came back for the lunch with Sylvan. They asked for, she said, I know they signed a maintenance covenant with us because I think we have been providing a lot of the maintenance
Yes.
for all the restaurants. So I may not have been uploaded. So I know we have a copy of that. So I can make sure that she's updated all the requirements that was there that they were uploaded. And the site pictures and all the other required documents.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and that was for 1073, which is number 12 on the agenda. I think for 1065, I think whatever conditions from before are, I don't see a note that those are still outstanding.
So it's just that the deck needs to be shortened to.
Correct. Yeah. So, so just in terms of our process here, we'll vote on each one of the applications separately. And so we will make a motion on what we're voting on for each of the applications separately. So I'll start with 1065, and I would make a motion to approve on the condition that the deck be shortened by 1 foot, or narrowed, I guess, by 1 foot in accordance with the comments and tops.
Okay.
Sounds like that's been seconded. Any further discussion from the committee on the motion? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Executive Secretary, can we have a vote, please, on the first, number 11, which is 111-61613.
Yes, Chairman. We will now vote on tracking number 111-61613. Motion to, I'm sorry, was it to approve a condition? I missed the motion.
Correct, yeah. Approve on the condition that the deck be narrowed.
Thank you.
In accordance with the comments and tops, yep.
Thank you. OP, Mr. Timothy Mayer.
I vote aye.
EOM, Mrs. Alma Candelaria.
I vote aye.
DOB, Ms. Lucci Liu.
I vote aye.
And Chairman Osberg.
I vote aye.
The vote is 4-0, the motion to approve a condition. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. And so then we'll go ahead and I will also make a motion then for number 12, which is tracking number 111-625. I'm sorry, who was that?
Okay. I don't know where to go.
Maybe someone needs to just go on. If everyone can just go on mute, please, if you're not speaking, thank you. So I will make a motion to approve number 12, which is 1073 31st Street, with 2 conditions. First condition is to modify the platform in accordance with the reviewers' comments and tops, so narrow it by about 1 foot. And the second condition is to address all outstanding conditions from the February PSC approval.
I'll second that.
Okay, thanks. So approve on 2 conditions has been seconded. Any further discussion from the committee on the motion? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Executive Secretary, can we have a vote, please?
Yes, Chairman. We will now vote on tracking number 1116250 to approve a condition. OP, Mr. Timothy Mayer.
I vote aye.
EOM, Mrs. Alma Candelaria.
I vote aye.
DOB, Ms. Lucci Liu.
I vote aye.
Chairman Osberg.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0 with the motion to approve with conditions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'll see you in a little bit.
All right, thank you, John. Okay, moving on, we are now at number 13 on the agenda, 2004 18th Street Northwest, tracking number 111-88380. I think I see the applicant here, Kelly.
Hi.
If you could introduce yourself and please spell your last name for the record.
Yeah, Kelly Lasco, Laczko, and I am presenting for 2004 18th Street, our design permit application, 111-88380. Sorry, just want to make sure I can share my screen. I am also presenting for the next item as well. Brian Berry from our Adams Morgan bid is presenting. That is the streetery block permit. So I'm not sure which way you want to go. Our TOPS application is pretty much contingent at this point on the block permit. So I don't know if you would want one of us to present before the other.
Yeah, actually, thank you. That would be great if maybe we could do the block permit first.
Sure.
So Brian, I see you there. If you want to go ahead and we can make you presenter if you want to present for number, where are we? 14 on the agenda, which is tracking number 11209-537.
Great. Thank you. So I'm Brian Barry. I'm with the Adams Morgan bid, and we are seeking the streetery block permit for the 2000 to 2099 block of 18th Street Northwest to accommodate the streetery for her diner. So I just go through. So basically, so the slide you see is the it says current situation. Its situation has changed a bit. This was when these streeteries were up. The streeteries are all currently down, but you'll see the streetery here is where her diner's streetery was for the past 4 or 5 years, and where she would like to reconstruct it. Across the street, streetery for the Blackguard has come down. They'll be going back up, and the streetery for Jack Rose is not coming back, to my knowledge. The current curbside zoning, the space in front of her diner and her neighbors are there's a loading zone. Across the street is all metered parking, and the half block north of her is completely unzoned parking. So what we are looking to do is to change the zoning so that it's parking zoning in front of her where a streetery could be located, shifting the loading zone north to take up part of the excuse me, part of the unzoned section in front of the apartment on that north half block, and then no changes across the street. And then the proposed use, this is the same street zoning, and then our streetery would be back where it had previously been, and then just for reference, the streetery across the street at the Blackguard. So basically, we are looking to change the curbside zoning from currently where it's loading zone on this section to move the loading zone north by about 30 feet, 40 feet. And that's, yeah, that's basically it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just looking through tops. Looks like reviewers were comfortable with this latest iteration. Is what we're seeing here the what was it? The I guess whatever was submitted after June 12th. Is that right? Or on June 12th?
Yeah, no, they had an issue with the initially we proposed a smaller, basically shrinking the existing loading zone, and they wanted to ensure that there was that much loading zone elsewhere on the street. So we adjusted that, and they seem happy with that change.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, no further questions for me. Any questions, comments from the rest of the committee? Okay, hearing none. Any questions? I'm sorry, anyone from the ANC or community here to speak to this application today? Okay, see none. Well, I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Seconded.
Okay, thank you. So motion to approve has been seconded. Any further discussion from the committee on the motion? Okay,
Mr. Chair, is this just for the streetery block permit number 14, your motion?
Correct. Yes, this is for tracking number 112095537. So yeah, Tiffany, could we have a vote, please?
Yes, Chairman. We'll now vote on tracking number 112095537 to approve as submitted. OP, Mr. Timothy Meyer.
I vote aye.
DOM, Mrs. Alma Candelaria.
Vote aye.
DOB, Ms. Lucci Liu.
Aye.
Chairman Osberg.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0 to approve as submitted.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you very much. And I'll
yeah.
stay on.
Oh yeah, now we can go back, Kelly.
To you.
Thank you very much for keeping us on track and on order.
I can share my screen. I think you might have to. Okay. Sorry. I don't know why it was giving me a little bit of trouble. Sharing. I'm not sure if you're able to see.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay. It's actually just, there's no formal presentation. It's just the same drawings that we have in TOPS. I'm not sure if you're able to see those or not without me putting it on the screen.
I can put those up.
Yeah,
if
thank
that's
you so
helpful.
much, Brian. Sorry, I apologize. So if we're going kind of straight to the comments on tops, you can see that there's mainly all approvals or no objections, besides the planning and sustainability section, which we did resubmit our plans, and there was no response back. So I'm not sure if that was just on our end or if there's more to kind of say, but we did fix those additional comments about putting the sidewalk, it's at 15 feet, the distance of the sidewalk width, and then we updated the Jersey barriers, which would be 12 inches from the adjacent travel lane. We also, there is a comment further down on tops where you can see that because of the curvature of the sidewalk on the south end, it actually, there is really no place to put Jersey barriers on all three sides. So that initial comment was asking for barriers on all three sides, but they would actually just be along the side where we have them in the drawings, and then on the north side. We did get our concrete barrier removed, so they would be the new barriers that would be there. So the only other responses that we would need to get the plan stamped by a PE, which my architect is actually in the works of doing. So I'm not sure if there's any other comments or concerns that you see just from the drawings. We have 14 seats as it stands, and we are within the 15 foot per person. And as Brian mentioned, the structure as it stood before was there for about 5 years. So we're planning on kind of doing the same thing with the new requirements included.
Thank you. Can you zoom in a little? Maybe that's a question for Brian.
Yeah, sorry, what would you like to zoom in on?
Yeah, maybe the street. Yeah, this section. And so the distance from the crosswalk or the intersection, I think it's listed there.
Yeah, it's listed on the right.
15.9.
Oops, sorry.
And is there an overhead structure associated with this?
There's nothing currently, but on the plans, we do currently have an overhead structure. But I did see that the initial other comment on that was that it must be 20 feet from a crosswalk. So that overhead structure can be removed. I was a little unclear on that.
One option is that it could be just shortened. So for example, if these, I think on your site plan, these sort of dark gray squares are your posts.
Yes.
Right. So instead of the overhead structure coming all the way to the end, it could just come to the next post.
Okay.
So that it meets, I'm guessing that would probably meet that distance requirement.
Yeah, we're pretty close. So yeah.
Yeah. So is that something that you would be able to modify with your design?
Yes. Yeah.
I ask a quick question. I believe the setback requirement is for visibility for the pedestrians, but the fact that the crosswalk is at a bulb out that starts basically on the other side of the edge of the street area, I'm wondering if that potentially negates that requirement or changes it.
I don't believe that's articulated in the standards. I think our reviewers would have, are able to see the sidewalk condition. I think as they were flexible with, the southern barrier not being needed because of the bulb out, I think likewise they may have made that comment here, but I'm not really seeing that comment in TOPS, so I suspect that is not something that our traffic safety reviewers would necessarily concur with, Brian. But
I had a question that just occurred to me looking at this.
I just wasn't sure also about the comments since we resubmitted, but that particular inspector did not resubmit comments back, so I wasn't sure if it was. I had the same question.
Was the overhead structure in the original submission? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was in.
Sometimes in TOPS. Yeah. Sometimes in TOPS, it's it's not always having a reviewer resubmit comments on a resubmitted site plan is sometimes a bit of a manual process. So yeah,
we're happy to amend that if the answer to that question is that we do need to move it over to the next post.
Thank you. Yeah, any other questions, comments from the rest of the committee?
See, I can see a small portion of the plan on the screen. I just want to make sure, for each ADA seat, you give him or her a clear floor area of a minimum 30 by 48 inches. I don't see the measurements. Just want to make sure, for ADA seats, you have some space
I think
around
it's
it.
on, there's 3 pages, so I'm not sure, Brian, if you have the other pages, but there's all the way to the left-hand side, there's a little box with 218 square feet and the 15 foot per person measurements. That's the elevation drawing.
Sorry, I'm not intimately familiar with this drawing.
I mean, it's very small for me to read the dimensions, just to make sure for each ADA access table, you give it a minimum floor area of 30 by 48 inches.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions, comments from the committee? Hearing none. Anyone from the ANC or community here to speak to this application today? Okay. Well, I will make a motion to approve with 2 conditions. One is for the plans to have their PE stamp. And the second condition is for the overhead structure to be reduced such that it's 25 feet from the crosswalk.
Seconded.
Okay, thanks. Motion to approve with 2 conditions has been seconded. Any further discussion from the committee on the motion? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Executive Secretary, can we have a vote, please?
Yes, Chairman. We will now vote on tracking number 111-88380 with the motion to approve with conditions. OP, Mr. Timothy Marr.
I vote aye.
DOM, Mrs. Alma Candelaria.
I vote aye.
DOB, Ms. Lucy Liu.
I vote aye.
Chairman Osberg.
I vote aye.
The vote is 4-0 and the motion is to approve with conditions. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Okay, I think we might be able to go back to Ellie from Apero, which was, I think, number 6 on the agenda.
Oof, thank you so much. I'm sorry about that. I thought I was 9. Can you hear
No,
me
you're
okay?
1201 Half Street, is that right? Or am I getting this mixed up?
No, I'm 2622 P Street Northwest.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're number 10. Yeah. Yes. Yes, number 10, 2622 P Street.
Would you like me to share our most recent update?
Yes, please, if you could introduce yourself, spell your last name for the record. We will make you a presenter and you can go ahead and share. And thank you for joining us. It sounds like you're overseas.
Thank you, yes. My name is Ellie Benchimol. Last name is Benchimol. And we're for Apero at 2622 P Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. And whenever you're ready, I can share it. Okay. I gotta go here. All right, are you guys able to see that?
Can you make it bigger?
I'm not sure. I don't know if that works or not. Is that working? Sorry, this is not the most ideal situation.
Yeah, this is better. I think you flipped your phone around.
Okay, cool. Thanks. I made all the changes per the requests. Our request is if we can be closer to the crosswalk than normal, and I believe we were granted a special condition because it's being used as a loading zone anyway, and we were there prior for the last 4 years with no complaints from anyone that we know of, so we were hoping maybe that's something that could happen. We do have the Jersey barriers added, and we did adjust it to make sure it was the distance from the crosswalk needed at the angle requested, and it just made it a little bit smaller. So don't know what else is needed at this point. We've made several edits. It's more just along the lines if that special condition can be given.
Yeah, thank you. Just looking in tops, it looks like most of the revisions have been made. There was one, I think, outstanding comment regarding the clearance between the crosswalk and the streetery.
Yeah, that was, I believe, the exception that was being made. As long as the cement barrier had a full foot diagonal away from the crosswalk, which we had adjusted it to, and then didn't think there needed to be any more distance between the cement barrier and the streetery itself since it's diagonal, but if that's news to me, that's something else that's needed.
Yeah, there was a comment made in tops that looks like on the 18th of June. I'm not sure if you saw that one if you were traveling. Requesting that the barrier be there was a 1 foot gap between the crosswalk edge and the angled Jersey barrier.
Yes, that's updated on here. So it's that the angled effect, and then that 1 foot gap is kind of that little triangle in the top corner. Perhaps we just didn't make it clear enough on there because we're obviously going to make it to scale of whatever you guys approve of. So if we just need a little line saying there's a foot there, we can adjust that really quickly.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the diagram needs to be updated, but also what gets constructed needs to be.
Oh, 100%.
Meet those dimensions. So with that, I guess my question is it possible for you to accommodate that request for 4 feet between the crosswalk and the streetery?
4 feet between the crosswalk and the streetery. Yes, 100%.
Okay.
So it's
Thank you.
it's actually just an extra 6 inches. So
Yeah.
it's no problem at all.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Just wanted to confirm because sometimes that matters. So I just wanted to confirm.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that was the only outstanding item.
Oof. The devil's in the details. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Yeah. Any other questions, comments from the rest of the committee on this application? Maybe some other questions about the other aspects.
Yeah, no other comments from me.
No more from me either.
Okay. Well, so then I will make a motion to approve with one condition, and that is that the streetery be 4 feet from the edge of the crosswalk, and that be reflected in an updated site plan.
Absolutely.
Second that.
Okay, great. So motion has been seconded. Any further discussion from the committee on the motion? Hearing none. Ms. Executive Secretary, do we have a vote, please?
Yes, Chairman. We will now vote on tracking number 111-63641 with the motion to approve with condition. OP, Timothy Mayer.
I vote aye.
DOM, Mrs. Alma Candelaria.
I vote aye.
DOB, Ms. Lucci Liu.
I vote aye.
Chairman Osberg.
I vote aye.
The vote is 4-0, and the motion is to approve with condition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Okay. Jumping back to where we were on the agenda, we were at number 15. 1069 Wisconsin Avenue Northwest, Georgetown bid. I see John again. Tracking number 111-62795.
Hi, John Newman's trying to do my name again, or are you guys good?
We probably got it this time. Thanks.
Okay. So here to, I thought if I'm able to share, I'd like to show our proposed parklet application. So what we have had, if you look at the picture on the right, was the streetery that was put up during the pandemic. It was shared by the cluster of restaurants right there. That became sort of a management challenge of having 4 or 5 restaurants all try to share responsibility, which usually meant no one did it, and the bid kind of ended up having to do some of the maintenance there. And so we really see it as a huge amenity to the neighborhood. It's widely used by not just people dining at that restaurant, but all Georgetown. It's really near the heart of Georgetown between Edmond and Wisconsin. So a lot of visitors will grab food from a variety of places and enjoy the streetery in a nice day, or even not a nice day, as you've seen. So we really think the best use permit is to have us take responsibility for it, to permit it, and we want to make some adjustments to the size and the location we think is more appropriate here. As you said, there are several restaurants right along the stretch here, all actively using it. Our proposal is to make it a 25 linear feet, and I'm going to go to this is what it would look like. So we have 120 feet, 8 seats, 4 tables. This is an ADA. This is the decking. It's within unlike the 31st Street, a little smaller. So 6.5-foot deck, so 8.5 foot with the barriers, and it's a 10-foot roadway. So there should be enough of a buffer there. The one thing that we were hoping to get an exemption on is, if you go back to this picture, well, I can show it here. This is the current setup here, and literally every single day, cars are illegally parked, and it blocks half of the alley, which is our Blues Alley. And so if we're following the sort of recommended guidelines of offset a little bit, we are just creating a never-ending parking challenge that's, even with the best enforcement, it almost happens every single time I walk by it, drive by it, or I'm just going by. And so we really think it'd be a benefit to stop the blockage, because sometimes it'll be trucks that are blocking Blues Alley, and it's just creates a safety challenge for a lot of reasons in terms of visibility and cars just parked illegally. And so it was run by the DDOT safety team. They approved to slide it up a little bit. As you can see here, this is Blues Alley. So we really want to just make it really impossible for someone to try and squeeze in like they always try to do, thinking it was a big enough gap, no one will mind, but it always creates a problem for both visibility and safety of people getting in and out of Blues Alley and walking around and driving around that area there. I don't know if you need to see some of the other stuff we talked about, sort of the standard thing with the access to utilities that we've done through the last 5 years of our streeteries. We mark the outside of the barriers, we mark on the deck, and because the panels are so small, they can be picked up by us, and we work with the utilities closely if they need access or they do it themselves. And it's the same other kind of standard things that we've done, the same material that we've used all throughout our decking and barriers, same kind of, approved jersey barriers to protect it, eliminating the planters from before. So I don't know if you have specific questions about the location or the dimensions.
Yeah, no, thank you. So there's jersey barrier on the approach side now,
Yeah.
which is different, correct? I believe that was a
Yeah.
comment that was in tops from earlier.
Yeah, well, we swapped it out during the temporary guidelines, but we want to shrink it and move it, and we would continue to have jersey barrier, and then the planter on the off traffic.
Okay, and then what is the distance to the edge of the alley now that you're showing?
Oh, you can see this is the current situation. So you can see this is the stop bar. It is, I think this is more aligned with what the original regs were to provide a distance to the alley, which I think is, we sort of measure it from here to here. And I think it was 15 feet or something like that.
Yeah.
And it was just enough space that people would squeeze in and create problem after problem.
Right, and now it's been reduced to.
Well, we haven't done it yet. If we get approved, we would just basically slide it up, so it'd be closer to close it, to make it impossible for someone unless they're blatantly parking in the alley, which I think people are more conscious about that.
Right. No, I understand. So, but what you're showing here is what, 6'9" now? That was my question.
That would be we haven't moved it yet. If we get approval, we'll readjust. So the new dimensions we like is 6'9" from this is Blues Alley, and this would be the northern tip.
And this is what we're seeing here was what was most recently reviewed by
the safety team.
The safety team. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that what we're seeing is what is proposed, and what is proposed is what was reviewed.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And then just one other question: what is the curbside designation for this segment right now?
Right now, there's no parking. The parking starts going south, and so it would be space for accessible curbside for 3+ vehicles going south, which is currently, they bagged a lot of the meters here when we put in the original streetery, 5 years ago, and so we would restore all that parking. But currently, it's configured because of the streetery, no parking going north. It's been many uses over the years. At one point, there was a bus stop there when the circulator was going north. But currently it's bagged meter parking, which we'd like to restore.
So the meter's still there, but bagged, or has it?
Yeah, no, this is still the current condition. There are meters here and another one further south. We would open those back up again.
And because this would slide north, basically.
North, yeah, and shrink.
Yeah, and it would slide almost up to the light pole, if I remember the site plan correctly.
Yeah, we can go back to the site plan. So light poles here.
Okay. Yeah, I gotcha. And so the bid is maintaining this as a parklet, and the businesses at 1071, 1073, have they documented their support?
I believe so. I think we can upload that if need be. They've all were, and then even there's some restaurants that are north of it, but all were in support of it. They all liked it before, but it was a sort of a weird thing where we tried to do a shared management that just became too challenging.
Right, and it was also, I guess, more in front of 1069 as well,
Yeah.
a little bit. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, no further questions for me.
Is there any fire hydrant nearby? If so, a 3-foot clearance around should be maintained.
Yeah, there are no connections either in any of the buildings or any fire hydrants here. There are some further north on Wisconsin Avenue, but nothing anywhere within 10 feet of the streetery, and no on the buildings either.
Alrighty.
Are there any other parklets that you're sponsoring in Georgetown?
Not right now. We have some decking that we're doing as part of a daylighting permitting, but not for parklets.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And John, do you do you have a maintenance agreement for this? Can the bid provide one since you'll be maintaining it?
Yeah, we have our clean team, which is out here 7 days a week, and so it's being covered through both daily, afternoon, and then power washing. And we do a deck cleaning program that we do for all the other decks that all the restaurants were required to do. So we just duplicate that for there, which involves maintenance and repairs. If it gets hit, it gets damaged. If we have to clean under it for drainage reasons or other just general cleaning, and it's regularly pressure washed just for normal use.
Would you be able to upload a document that summarizes that into TOPS?
Yep, no problem.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from the committee on this application? Okay. So I would make a motion to approve with 2 conditions, to upload maintenance schedule into TOPS and to upload the letters of support from the adjacent businesses into TOPS.
Yep, no problem.
I'll second that.
Great. So a motion to approve with 2 conditions has been seconded. Any further discussion from the committee on the motion? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Executive Secretary, can we have a vote, please?
Yes, Chairman. We will now vote on tracking number 111-62795 with the motion to approve with conditions. OP, Mr. Timothy Meyer.
I vote aye.
EOM, Mrs. Alma Candelaria.
I vote aye.
DOB, Ms. Lucy Liu.
Vote aye.
Chairman Osberg.
I vote aye.
The vote is 4-0, and the motion is to approve a condition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. We will go to number 16 on the agenda. This is 1634 North Capitol Street Northwest, tracking number 484849. This is a construction permit. Is the applicant present?
Yes, I'm present.
Great. Will you be presenting? Or who from your team will be presenting?
Okay, yeah, so The project architect, Ms. Farhanaz Imami, who is also on the call here, will be presenting our project. With my team, I have the traffic consultants, Gaurav and Spade, as well as the civil engineer of record from Buma Engineering, Mr. Mahesh Adhikari. My name is Armstrong Kasa, last name Kasa, K-A-S-S-A. I'm with the SGA Companies, a small architect development firm in Bethesda. We are the architect of record for this project. Like initially indicated, this project is located at 1634 North Capitol Street, Northwest, right at the intersection of Quincy Place, Northwest, and North Capitol Street, Northwest. The project consists of a hotel building with restaurant at the first floor, there are some bay projections and marquees up onto public space. Primarily, the main items to discuss today would be the proposed permeable pavers along the sidewalk on North Capitol Street, the closing of the existing curb cut, and the as well as the pickup and drop-off areas along North Capitol Street frontage, as well as on Quincy Place Northwest. We are proposing some no parking zones to be extended onto our street frontage as well. And we are also proposing to extend the queue line or the stop bar at the traffic light to come closer to the traffic light right at the intersection of North Capitol and Quincy Place. These are the main items, and I will allow, if you allow me to bring in Ms. Farhanaz Imami. She may have some plans to share.
Hello, everybody. I'm sharing my screen right now.
Yep, we can see it.
Okay. As Armstrong told you, my name is Farhanaz Imami. My last name is Imami, E-M-A-M-I. And we appreciate DDoS continued review and coordination throughout this process. Today, we would like to briefly highlight 4 key public space elements for you. The first one is the curb cut closure. The previously proposed lay-by drop-off area was removed following coordination with PSC and due to traffic and operational concerns along North Capitol Street. As part of the revised design, the curb and the sidewalk will be restored to create a continuous pedestrian route, and the existing curb cut in front of the historical firehouse will also will be closed according to the coordination we had with the PSC. It was a existing driveway. The second item we want to share with you is passenger pickup, drop-off, and valet operations. Under the revised plans, passenger pickup and drop-off and valet activities will be accommodated along North Capitol Street during weekday morning peak hours when curbside standing restrictions are in front of are in effect because there is an existing sign here in North Capitol. These activities will shift to a designated loading area on Quincy Place Northwest. This approach reduces impact to the public realm and address DDoS concerns regarding having additional curb cuts and North Capitol traffic concerns. The third thing we're going to share with you is traffic operations and curbside management. Based on the traffic analysis prepared by our consultant Gaurav Slade, the project is expected to generate approximately 31 vehicle trips during the AM peak hour. And the curbside management plan was developed with the consideration of existing traffic conditions and potential congestion at the intersection of North Capitol Street and Quincy Place Northwest. In addition, the project includes extending the existing traffic control markings and queue lines approaching the signalized intersection. I have to mention right now here, after we submit our documents, we receive a comment from curbside management, and during the coordination with them, now they're not in these documents that you have reviewed. Now a new no parking zone has been incorporated along North Capitol Street to facilitate active passengers loading and unloading. We have prepared their new documents, but we will share it later with you guys. I just wanted to mention that part. The fourth item we are going to share is the storm management and public space. The project includes permeable interlocking concrete pavers within the public right of way as part of the stormwater management strategy, as you see here and here. As required by DDOT, the property owner will execute and record the maintenance covenants to ensure the long-term maintenance of these stormwater facilities. And I have here, I can say, to maintain the relationship between the new hotel and the historical firehouse, they don't preserve the character of historic curb conditions. And by adding these parts and new texture, we trying to keep this texture and being a context for this historical building. The project team has worked closely with DDOT, Public Space, and ANC reviewers during this process, and has revised their plans in response to agency comments and recommendations. We appreciate all your viewers' guidance and consideration. Are happy to answer any questions if you have and any information you want from us.
So yeah, thank you. I'll pass it over to my colleagues maybe to take a first crack at any questions or comments on this application.
Okay, ADA ramp. So in the submission, have you indicated the slope? It should be between 1/12 and 1/20. Not too flat, not too steep.
May I interject? This is Armstrong again. The original submission did include ADA ramp at the entrance of the hotel, but that got deleted from scope of work because of the changes we had to go through based on our coordination with DDOT and the elimination of the lay-by that was originally proposed, which we're not going to discuss today. But we are maintaining the same width of the existing sidewalk as it is, and so there is no need for us to include any ADA.
Okay, so this is removed from the scope of work.
That is correct.
Bay windows, how wide is the street? So, and what is the projection of the those bay windows? Here in the building code, it says 3 feet. 3 foot projection is allowed on streets 60 feet to 70 feet wide. So how wide is your street nearby?
I don't have the plans with me here. Farah, do you have
Yes, I'm showing them.
the width of the street? The
Oh,
entire,
the width. No, no, no. I don't have that by myself.
yeah.
Let me see. Okay.
It's North Capitol, 3 lanes in each direction, so it must be around 90 feet property.
So probably you can call out in the site plan, you know, the bay windows are allowed only on those wide street,
Right.
you know, right? And also it says, you know, we need to know the width of each window projection. The building code also says a single projection of up to 9 feet in width shall be allowed for all buildings having a width of 16 feet or more. So the building should be wide enough to have a bay window. A lot things in numbers we want to see in the plans, you know.
As we checked before, the 4 feet by 13 was allowed. We highlighted them on the plan. I have to mention that this project already approved, and then some parts of, not all of them, in the details. But then the office changed, and there was a fire, and we got the responsibility to make some revision, and they are existing right now after that permit, DOB permit approved. They're part of the building.
What about the marquee? Does it stand alone or is it attached to the building? The
It will be
marquee.
attached under this bay windows. It is attached to the building structure.
Okay. And also there is a vertical clearance requirement. It should be
Yes.
minimum 8 feet. Oh, so you mean all these parts have been approved already? Do you mean that?
Yes, there was a try. I have to mention here. The DOB permit approved first in 2021. And after fire happened during this construction, we tried to revision as the customer asked us to do that. And during that era, the architect tried an application in DDOT. And that part, as I saw the old comments, approved before. And now they're part of the building, existing building. We are not going to add this to this building right now. This is the information I have from the past.
Okay, so Ms. Liu, just a short answer to that. Yes, the building holds a building permit to build those bay projections and the marquees. And so that has been done, completed, and now we're focusing on the work that we are proposing in public space. I mean, yes, the bay projections are also in the public space, but more so on the sidewalk and the pervious pavers, as well as the services attached to the ins and outs of the traffic and the pedestrians and the valet service.
As far as marquee projections are concerned, it is said in the building code the marquee projections shall not exceed 5 feet into public space. So I assume you have met all the requirements or you're not sure.
Yes, we've met those requirements. As far as you can see there highlighted, the marquees is projecting out 5 feet. As well as the bay projections that are there now are projecting out 4 feet onto public space. And as far as the width of each bay, Farah, if you could zoom in, I can't see it from here, but you can tell us.
Each bay is 13 by 4, and the marquee is 24 feet by 5 feet. And the distance between two bay window is 11 feet 3 inches.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So as long as you add all the dimensions to the plans, so it should be kept on record that you meet all these projection requirements. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I a follow-up question to that because I'm confused. The bay window and marquee projections have previously been approved. They've already been built. Why are you applying for them again? Is this a factor of, you mentioned the fire, have they been damaged and does work need to be done to them, or are these old ones being torn down and rebuilt?
That is correct. There has been fire damage to the second floor and up. It went on in flames.
Okay. Are there any substantial changes to the design of them from what was previously approved, or is this just looking to repair and get them back up to what they were originally approved to be?
As far as the bay projections, they remain the same. Yes, we did do some internal changes, such as reduce the number of guest rooms, as well as eliminating the penthouse level restaurant.
Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you.
So I have a question about the sidewalk and the permeable pavers. Can you just zoom in on the sort of the gray area in the plans? So yeah, so that is an interlocking paver, permeable paver. Is that right? Those areas.
Yes.
So, I mean, typically in the streetscape, we have what's called the pedestrian clearway, which is the area that is, intended for people to be walking in a sort of straight line. And we typically like this to be the standard DDOT 3x3 foot scored concrete. But that's not what you're proposing here. You have the permeable paver sort of in these two rectangles. I was just wondering what was the rationale for that, and if you could show where is the pedestrian clearway intended to be.
The only reason we use this texture here in front of this firehouse is about to making a change of texture and make emphasis on this historic curb lines, which we wanted to preserve them and restore them. And this is the only thing, and this is the part of stormwater management, and we have to have something here. And this is a calculation I have done with the OEE, and our civil engineer Mahesh is here. He can explain about that. And the other thing we thought, okay, this is the entrance of our restaurant, and this is the entrance of our hotel. We can emphasize this part as well as this part, like entering this building. That's the only part we figure out. And there was a specific area we have to have according to the storm water management. That's it. Mahesh, if you have something to add to this, we can go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Farhana, hi, good afternoon, everybody. This is Mahesh Adhikari, last name Adhikari, from Bhuma Engineering, and working on this project as a civil engineer. And as Farhanaz was mentioning, that is correct. That hatched area that we see, that's basically for the permeable pavers, and we have the design calculation based on DOE standard included in the plan set in some of the other drawings, and we have a pretty much standard detail to show how deep it should be and what are the layers that it should consist of. And regarding the hatching pattern, as a designer, we are pretty much open, whatever design the client asks for and whatever needed for a DC requirements. So it's just the presentation that we are showing on these plans. So we are pretty much open to change that if the client wants to do that way.
Okay. Yeah. So the restaurant is at the ground floor again instead of the roof.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what you're showing is a scored concrete along the building face, and then the permeable pavers start what, like 4 feet from the building face? Is that what you're showing roughly?
Yes, we have it here, I think. I'll check it right now for you. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's 4 feet.
4 feet? Yeah, I think it's 4 feet here. We wanted to have a distance from the building facade.
And do you expect to have outdoor seating at the restaurant in the future?
No. Currently on Quincy Place side within the private property, there is a proposal for outdoor seating right there.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's inside our property line.
Yes, no, I understand. Yeah, the Quincy side has a narrower right of way. Yeah, I was just trying to understand the design rationale for the permeable pavers on North Capitol Street. Again, it's typical that the sidewalk clearway is consistently the DDOT standard sidewalk material. Would it be possible for you to accommodate that on North Capitol Street?
The answer should be yes. Civil, can you jump in here?
Yes, I mean, as long as we get that thing mentioned in the architectural plans, and we will accommodate that way. But as a design wise, the depth and other materials and the layers that should go with that will take care of.
Would such a switch impact your stormwater management calculations, Mahesh?
No, not really.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think just for 2 reasons. One, from a maintenance perspective, and also from a legibility of the pedestrian experience through this space, it would make sense for the sidewalk to be more consistent with DDOT standard as far as the material and the standard sidewalk scoring pattern be consistently brought north to south across the front edge of the building. And kind of what happens behind that sidewalk between that space and the building frontage is there's more flexibility and there's more opportunity for your group to kind of express yourselves in that way. But we definitely like the sidewalk to look and feel like sidewalk, if that makes sense.
Yes.
And I had one other question. I think earlier it was mentioned about there were some comments in TOPS that were more recent that you've maybe been addressing or are working through. Just looking through to see which ones maybe have or have not been addressed. So I'm looking at one of the comments with regards to the location and angle of the bike racks. Did you see that comment from the Planning and Sustainability Division reviewer?
Yes. Actually, this was the one that we resubmitted, and after the submission, we went through a coordination with the PSC, and now it's changed to vertical to get less space of this.
Yeah,
screen.
So the bikes aren't sticking out into the sidewalk as much.
It's changed, but it didn't resubmit it yet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then my other question is about, I think you had mentioned this too, about the curbside management and the signage. So you're proposing something different maybe than what was, yeah, maybe can you show us where you landed on that?
Actually, can you? Yeah, this is Ashley Orr with Grove Slade, last name ORR. If I could be made a presenter, I do have the updated plan that I could share, if that would be helpful. Oh, Farah does have it pulled up on the screen. I can just speak to this if that works for everyone. But you are correct, Erkin, that we did receive comments from curbside management. Previously, we were showing 15-minute pickup drop-off signage along that western curb on North Capitol Street. In responding to their comments, we have since updated that designation to provide no parking signs, which does permit active loading and unloading of passengers as needed. We are still proposing the 15-minute pickup drop-off zone on Quincy Place, as you can see on the screen, and that will serve as permanent valet for the hotel. But this is the plan that we're proposing. We do think that this addresses all of curbside management's concerns.
And thank you, Ashley. And is this what we're seeing in TOPS now, or is this to be
This
uploaded?
is not in TOPS yet. I believe the cutoff was the 17th, and this was done after that date.
Okay, thanks. And on that topic, I know ANC Commission 5E02 had some concerns, I think, with regards to the curbside management issues. Is that something that you all have been in the loop on or can speak to?
Yes, we did meet with the ANC twice, and at the most recent meeting, they did do a vote 3-2 in support of the project. But I have to mention that the single member district 5E02 is an objection of the proposed pickup drop off along Quincy Place, Northwest.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm seeing that. So did you say that the commission passed a resolution, like the broader commission, or they didn't?
They did pass it. They did pass it 3-2, and the letter is actually uploaded into TOPS.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions, comments from the rest of the committee on this application?
Hi, a quick follow-up on the sidewalk scoring and permeable paving issue. I note we do have excuse me, streetscape design guidelines for North Capitol. I believe you're aware of them. A portion of them was uploaded in some of your documents. So I think that would probably be the best point to reference as to where the city 3x3 scoring placement ought to occur. So it's you have the tree box, and then immediately adjacent to the tree box, you have a 10-foot city scoring sidewalk that meets the DDOT standard. And then behind that, closer to the building, you have more flexibility on where to either put landscaping or pavers or such. If this was a more residential project, we'd be requiring a lot more landscaping, but since the ground floor is retail use or hotel use, I think having it predominantly hardscaped is likely fine. But I think that would be the standard, at least my office would want to see for where the city scored sidewalk should go. So that would be measured from the edge of the tree box 10 feet towards the building, and then that remaining distance to the building could be designed to fit a different aesthetic.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments, questions from the committee for the applicant? Is there anyone here from the ANC or the community to speak to this application?
Yes. Can
Hi.
you hear me?
Yeah, is this Commissioner Carla Lewis?
It most certainly is.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you. If you could, go ahead and share your comments with us. We typically allow ANCs 2 minutes for comment.
Okay. All right. My name is Commissioner Lewis. I'm the commissioner for ANC 5E02. And the residents within my community, especially those on Quincy Place Northwest, are really looking forward to the completion of the hotel that is located at 1634 North Capitol Street. No one wants to see the boarded up vacant blighted building. We approved all other requests from DC agencies for this applicant's project, but we are concerned about the applicant's revised plan. I've uploaded a letter from ANC 5E02, a letter of opposition, as well as a petition from the residents that live on Quincy Place Northwest. The things that the applicants presented today were not presented to ANC 5E. So what was voted on, like these revised plans that came after the June 16th meeting, that's not what we voted on. And they also stated additional things such as restrictions in parking on R Street Northwest, which was never mentioned to ANC 5E. So I have concerns with regards to that too. So the applicant, so if the ANC did not state that they were against having pickup drop-off area on North Capitol Street. They did not state that. And it wasn't until one day before the public meeting that the applicant told us that they were including this revision to their site plan to have the pickup and drop off area on Quincy Place Northwest. So if the pickup and drop off area is too dangerous for pedestrians on North Capitol Street Northwest, which is a major corridor, how much more dangerous is it for the pedestrians and residents that live on Quincy Place Northwest? Their plan to pick up and drop off on Quincy Place will seriously degrade the quality of life for the residents that live on Quincy Place Northwest, which is a quiet, narrow, residential one-way street with 41 houses and 1 condo on it. The pickup drop-off area will disturb the peace, quiet, order, and parking for the residents. Residents pay for residential parking, and this is a small block already limited, you know, to the parking is already limited, and the plans are to remove at least 1 parking space. The applicant stated that there will be 24/7 valet parking, but they have not specified where they will be parked or where the cars will be parked. This hotel doesn't have any parking spaces for its patrons, right? And so there are no parking lots nearby. So where will the cars be parked? In our community on Quincy Place and on surrounding blocks? There are many hotels in DC with pickup and drop off areas on major corridors, and this should not be an exception. So on behalf of ANC 5E02, I do not support the changes. In addition, the applicant also promised other amenities to the community, other amenities and benefits to the community on public spaces on the block surrounding the hotel. So I'm really appalled that they did not mention some of the things that came up today.
Okay, well, thank you, Commissioner Lewis. Thank you for your comments. So I have a follow-up question, I guess, for the applicant based on Commissioner's statements. Commissioner Lewis mentioned something about R Street, but I'm not seeing anything here about R Street. Is there anything in the submission?
They mentioned it.
Sorry, Commissioner Lewis, I'm asking the applicant.
Don't believe there is anything proposed on our street. Any proposed temporary parking pickup, the drop off should happen on North Capitol, either on North Capitol or Quincy Place.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I didn't see anything in the plans, but I just wanted to confirm because that hadn't come up before. And just to clarify, yes. So, and this is, I guess, for the commissioner's benefit and also for the applicant. So, the question of pickup and drop off has to do with the nature of North Capitol Street having what are called rush hour restricted curbside lanes, meaning during the morning rush hour, there's no parking in along the curbside here, and so there the signage for a pickup drop-off area wouldn't be able to be placed there. So what looking into tops here, what the curbside management team recommended from DDOT was to place no parking signs along the curbside of North Capitol Street, which would still allow for like a pickup drop-off activity to happen if it needed to here, and also happen during non-peak times when it could happen anyway. So that is the intent of the sign as it relates to the behavior on the curbside. And just for everyone's awareness, because I know sometimes it can be a little bit confusing, a lot of times the signs have to be very specific as they relate to how DPW, the Department of Public Works, does parking enforcement. If there isn't a specific kind of sign along the curbside, then it is not always easy for DPW to do enforcement that is effective, meaning that tickets can't be challenged and things like that. So I just wanted to sort of clarify that part of the conversation was about the right signage to match the behavior. And then it looks like on Quincy Street, there is signage in front of the hotel for the 15-minute pickup and drop-off area from where it's located towards the North Capitol Street crosswalk. So I just wanted to sort of clarify that for everyone. And then one other note is that if there is a valet activity happening, those vehicles can't be parked on street. But I think folks should know that.
There's someone else from the community that would like to speak, just so you know.
Yes, I see. Is that Patricia Johnson?
It is.
Okay. Hi, Ms. Johnson. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes to share your comments.
Okay, good. Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Johnson, and I'm the homeowner of 18 Quincy Place Northwest, directly across the street from the Quincy Place side of the proposed hotel. And I'm testifying in opposition to the part of the permit application 484849, which requests approval to use Quincy Place Northwest for hotel passenger pickup and drop-off valet operations during the morning rush hour or any other time. I'm one of 30 Quincy Place Northwest residents who live on this small one-way street and who signed and submitted a petition, which you have, opposing this part of the proposal. And my opposition is based on the following. First, the proposal creates pedestrian and child safety concerns. Parents with small children walk on Quincy Place Northwest on their way to work during morning and afternoon rush hour to drop their children off at the Petite Scholars Daycare facility located near the corner of Quincy Place Northwest and Florida Avenue. They use Quincy Place because it is safer to access the center from Quincy Place rather than the busy stretch of Florida Avenue from North Capitol Street to the center. Additional commercial vehicular traffic via the valet parking on Quincy Place will exacerbate pedestrian and traffic congestion on this very small street. The applicant has not demonstrated why valet pickup and drop off for guests cannot occur exclusively on North Capitol Street during the morning rush hour as at other times. The building used to be, as you know, a fire station and has an extensive amount of space set back from North Capitol Street. And the applicant just testified that they will be requesting additional no parking this information actually, and I'm going to agree with our commissioner, we did not, this is the first time that we've heard that. Previous occupants of the building successfully used the parking lane and setback space for passenger pickup and drop off without impacting traffic on North Capitol or Quincy Place. And finally, numerous DC hotels successfully accommodate vehicular and pedestrian traffic on busy streets like North Capitol without impacting rush hour traffic flow or pedestrian safety. To grant this proposal would change the character, function, and intended design of this historical, and let me say, very small one-way street. For these reasons, we respectfully request that you, members of the Public Space Committee, reject this aspect, at least, of their permit application as it pertains to allowing pickup and drop-off of valet parking on Quincy Place. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I could just add one thing, though, I'm just going to say, I'm going to agree with, I heard the same thing that Commissioner Lewis did, though I'm not sure who it was, but he said, the man said that they were going to have, they were going to request additional no parking on our street. And, you know, but it had not been, you know, this was going to come in the future at some point. He said something like that. And we both heard that. You know, I don't, unless we just misunderstood what he said. So I don't want, you know, it wasn't presented as part of the presentation. It was alluded to like this was going to be something that they were going to ask for.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Ms. Johnson. I think as far as we're concerned, we have to sort of review and consider what is before us now. We can't assume or guess what might be submitted in the future, but that's why I wanted to clarify a minute ago whether or not we were missing something and whether there was anything about our street in this application, but there is not. So, but thank you for sharing that as well. Is there anyone else from the community, from the ANC here to speak to this application? I don't know if I see any more raised hands. Okay. Any other comments, questions from the committee for the applicant, or for the two community members here who testified today? Okay, hearing none. Okay, well, yep, go ahead. Oh, was somebody speaking or was that just chair movement? Okay. Well, I was sort of taking notes throughout the conversation, and it sounds like there's still some items that need to be re-uploaded, some updated site plans and other materials that need to be re-uploaded into TOPS that would address comments from reviewers. And it sounds like the only, I think, point of contention is the recommendation from sort of DDOT with regards to how to manage the curbside, and some of the community members from Quincy Place with regards to how that is signed on Quincy Place. So I will make a motion to approve with some conditions, being to upload updated site plans with revised curbside signage, bike rack locations, and sidewalk materials that are consistent with the North Capitol streetscape guidelines, and also include a covenant of maintenance for all the permeable pavers in public space. And, during that process, I think it would make sense for the applicant and DDOT's curbside management to just reconfirm where the appropriate pickup and drop off should happen, both on North Cap and Quincy Place, just to make sure everybody's on the same page. So I think that's 3 conditions. I guess it depends how you count them.
I will second that for purposes of discussion.
Okay. So motion to approve with conditions has been seconded. Discussion from the committee.
Yeah, representing OP, we don't get too into the weeds on specific signage plans and the management of the curbside. I think generally we lean on subject matter experts and staff review at DDOT to sort of guide that way. One of the things that I think I just want to wrap my head around with this is, right, there are applications we hear from time to time that are about valet parking, that it's a curbside management that is very proposed by the applicant for a certain operation needs. I think this one, to the extent I understand, is different from that. This is a DDOT sort of led process for, how North Capitol Street is categorized as rush hour restricted, no parking. So that sort of, from a technical point of view, eliminates the ability for the applicant to even apply for like valet or drop-off zone on North Capitol. So I think on this, my comfort level is leaning on the DDOT curbside management team to understand the right course of action when it comes to, what needs to happen here for these streets to operate safely. But that said, the other conditions about everything from the curb to the building, is something that I think I'm comfortable with and can support.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm just sort of seeing a question in the chat, and I think it relates to your comment, Tim, about curbside management and the subject matter experts with regards to how that works. The question was about safety for Quincy Place, and the pickup and drop off, the signed pickup and drop off area, to my understanding, does not present a safety concern or create an additional safety impact on Quincy Place. What it does is allocates a section of curbside for, instead of long-term parking, a short-term curbside use. So that basically, if a car is parked there for a longer period of time, it can be ticketed. Whereas that would not be the case today. And so that would help to keep that curbside clear so that the occasional car could come and go to perform a pickup or drop off activity related to the commercial use of the corner here. And so, pedestrian safety consideration is not, I think, something that relates to how this pickup and drop off curbside is allocated. So I just wanted to clarify that for those here in attendance today. But as I said earlier, like your point, Tim, I defer to our subject matter experts within DDOT with when it relates to curbside signage and curbside activity. And sort of think they have the best recommendation for what is the appropriate way to sign these two curbsides to meet the needs of our transportation network and also this site. Any other discussion from the committee on the motion? Okay, hearing none. So I will recap for our executive secretary. The motion was to approve with the following conditions: to update site plans with curbside management plan, curbside signage plan, bike racks, sidewalk materials consistent with the North Capitol Street streetscape guidelines, and also to upload a covenant of maintenance for the permeable pavers, and to confirm with DDOT's curbside management division the appropriate signage to achieve the pickup and drop off activities related to the hotel for North Capitol Street and Quincy Place Northwest. So could we have a vote, please?
Yes, Chairman. We will now vote on tracking number 484-849 with the motion to approve with conditions. OP, Mr. Timothy Mayer.
I vote aye.
EOM, Mrs. Alma Candelaria.
Vote aye.
DOB, Ms. Lucy Liu.
I vote aye.
Chairman Osberg.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0 and the motion is to approve with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. And returning to the applicant, I just wanted to confirm, do the conditions and guidance discussion from the committee, does that all make sense? Do you have any questions about what was just voted on?
No questions. It makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're moving on to number 17 on the agenda, 718 Malcolm X Avenue Southeast, tracking number 485313. Is the applicant present?
Hello, committee. We are here.
Hello. If you could introduce yourself, spell your last name for the record. I believe this is Ryan speaking, and if we can make you presenter, if you'll be sharing your screen.
Yes, I will be sharing my screen. My name is Ryan Cole, last name Cole. If there is nothing else, I will jump right in. So,
please.
Hello again. My name is Ryan Cole, longtime listener, first-time presenter. Thank you for allowing me to present this project today. This proposal is for a residential fence at 718 Malcolm X Avenue in the southeast. And we are asking for relief on the fence height and openness of our fence, in part, in just part of our fence, which is in public space. So before we jump in, uploaded to DDOT, you have seen our drawings already. I have those that we can switch to at the end of the presentation. I also have more photos of the existing conditions. So happy to jump into that after presentation. So the presentation will cover the following topics: the site and context, the reasons we feel relief is in the interest of the neighborhood, and the design itself. We'll start with site and context. We'll begin by looking at the site of the project. It's the blue rectangle toward the middle of the screen, just off to the left. You'll notice this boundary condition created by Heights Avenue and Alabama Avenue. It's a boundary between the larger developments of the St. Elizabeth's East campus and the small single-family residential homes to the south. This includes the Care First Arena, Sycamore and Oak Phase 1, the residences at St. Elizabeth's West. This project is at the intersection of two streets that permit through traffic to these existing developments. That's 8th Street and Malcolm X Avenue, again, that the project sits right at the intersection of. And zooming further out, traffic is coming to these through streets from Alabama Avenue and Southeast DC's main thoroughfare, Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue. Zooming in further to the immediate site, you'll see the owner's private property is very limited. You see the front and side yard adjoining the owner's site are both within the public parking zone, so that's to the right of the black line. That is 18 feet from the sidewalk on A Street and on Malcolm X Avenue. Then I will just identify some of the fences that you're seeing here. So the dark blue line is an existing overheight fence with 0% openness at the neighbor on the other side of A Street. That's 800 Malcolm X Ave. The cyan line is existing fences. The owner had an existing 6-foot tall chain link fence on his property when he purchased it back in 2021. There's another wrought iron fence on the opposite side of Malcolm X Avenue. That's at 717 Malcolm X. And then the Crestview Apartments directly on the other side of the alleyway, right behind the owner's property, also has an overheight fence in public space. That is, well, we'll share some images of that shortly. So then I'll switch over to this version of the diagram showing our proposed condition. You'll note the addition of this is 42-inch tall fence, as is permitted in public parking. You'll see it wrapping the corner there in the orange line. You see the small portion of fence the owner and I are proposing in the dark blue line in public space here. And it is notching to respect the site triangle at the intersection, which we'll also get more into in a few slides. You'll also note the jog here that's breaking up this 6-foot tall fence and even giving some space back to the sidewalk, which, as you'll see in later images, is actually the only sidewalk on this block. There is no current sidewalk to the 800 Malcolm X Avenue side of 8th Street here. So again, then there's another third that is 6-foot tall and 50% open. That's the cyan line at the back. We feel like this is a contextual response by looking at the site and sort of understanding its existing conditions. Next, we'd like to talk about a vehicular incident that happened in October of last year. You can see the site of the incursion. See if I can play this video here. The left image and the right image. That's 8th Street there. And you can see where the 6-foot tall chain link fence was knocked down by a vehicle that drove through it, the sidewalk, jumped the sidewalk as well, and came onto the owner's property. Thank God nobody was hurt. But this was a wake-up call to the client. And for this reason, and while we understand the rules that apply to all DC residents, we're also aware of the history of neglect and underinvestment in this part of Southeast DC. We'd like to contribute a beautification to this neighborhood if we can be provided some equitable leeway here. So next, I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the existing developments on the other side of that boundary condition. These are some of them. St. Elizabeth's East Campus in the top.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Cole, if you could just focus on the application.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so I am going to skip through some of the proposed projects that we are aware coming to the site, including the David Adjaye design, Sycamore and Oak Phase 2, the world-renowned designer of National Museum of African American History and Culture. So pretty exciting, some of the developments that are happening over there. But with that said, let's take it back to the existing design. So here you are seeing an image where your back is at that boundary condition. The owner's property is there in the front on the right. You can see the Congress View Apartments wrought iron fence at 6 feet height there on the right, and the other non-conforming fence in public space there on the left of the image. These fences are already really creating this boundary condition when folks are coming from the larger development to the north into the single-family residential neighborhoods here to the south. Here you can get an idea of the way our proposed fence would look from this angle. It would fill in this area and reinforce the boundary condition of just this block of 8th Street. So here you can see the intersection of 8th Street and Malcolm X. The project property is pictured in the 2 images on the left. You might note the existing condition of this intersection, and the contributing residential blocks is notably less developed than most of other parts of our city. You see mostly chain link fence up to 42 inches, meets the guidelines, not very nice in my opinion. I have more photos of the existing site if the committee would like to see that after this presentation. But we did also want to highlight that this portion of 8th Street was a cul-de-sac prior to the development of St. Elizabeth's East Campus. So again, and we've mentioned this to your commenters as well, we haven't obtained or conducted like a formal traffic analysis, right? But this sort of serves as yet more evidence that maybe this area was not originally intended to act as a thoroughfare to those larger developments on the other side. Here you are seeing the overhead fence on the opposite side of 8th Street, 0% open. So again, I won't focus too much on those existing conditions. And I will just hop right into our reasons for relief. So the project team believes that the partial overheight fence, when combined with the rest of the design, will, number one, create an appropriate transition between the single-family homes of this neighborhood and the existing and future large-scale developments at the historic Sycamore and Oak development site immediately across from Heights Alley Southeast. Two, it will contribute a meaningful beautification to the intersection of Malcolm X Ave and 8th Street. It's got modern design, robust plantings, and it will be bolstering and deferring to the 8th Street corridor here. Three, it's going to match the existing overheight fence on the other side of 8th Street and Malcolm X Ave. Four, it's going to obscure landscape boulders that we've discussed a little bit with the commenters. This will just be providing, we don't have the analysis again, but some level of peace of mind for the owner here that something like what already happened, might not happen again. And then finally, we have the support of our local ANC, as has been demonstrated by the uploaded letter of support. And I believe we also have members of the community on with us today. And so that brings us to our proposed design. I'd like to begin first and foremost with the main benefits of our design. It offers these benefits to both the neighborhood and this intersection specifically. Number one, again, the robust native, evergreen, and rain garden plantings that the owner intends to maintain year-round. These will spread throughout the site, but I'm highlighting here just maybe the most visible group of plantings to the intersection. Two is another significant item and intended to respond to claims that the owner's intention is, straightforward, just trying to privatize public land. We don't feel that way on the design team. This design utilizes jogs in the fence along a street to break up the massing of the fence and to provide areas for planting on the other side of the sidewalk from the city's tree boxes along A Street. This would create a more robust corridor for plantings and for pedestrians walking on this sidewalk, which again is the only sidewalk on this block of 8th Street. As you saw looking at some of those photos, there's no fence in front of that overheight. There's no sidewalk in front of the overheight fence at 800 Malcolm X Ave. And third and finally, that orange square shows where the owner is committing to removing existing concrete pavement to increase the pervious site area and public space. So here you see the existing condition of the property. The owner purchased this site in 2021. The overheight chain link fence was there at the time of purchase, and no alterations have been made to the site since, unless you count the car coming through. But I'd also like to highlight on the left of the image, the 42-inch fence at the 3 properties to the left of the owner's site. Those were a good example of the owner's commitment. Those were a good example of the owner's commitment to contributions to this neighborhood. Mr. Kalajai assisted his neighbors by designing and permitting those 3 fences to the left of the image. And now we hope to complete that design around the corner. So in this image, and happy to jump back and forth for you, you get a sense for how the proposed design would both impact the intersection as well as relate to those existing neighboring fences. You may also note the range of openness and height of the fence. You may see a canopy there behind that fence. This is intended as a lightweight, super minimalist structure, which the project team believes would only further the appearance of meaningful investment in this neighborhood. In this aerial rendering, you see the components of the design itemized. You'll see all the proposed native plantings a bit better here. This has been discussed and commented on by multiple DDOT reviewers, and in particular, Urban Forestry, who provided a permit to this project for construction of a fence within the critical root zone of a special heritage red maple tree. And that's shown to the right of this image here. Happy to come back to this and take any questions on the detail of the design as we keep moving. In this image, you see a view down that singular sidewalk along A Street, looking towards St. E's campus. You get a good eye-level view of the proposed 3 foot wide planting strip, where the fence steps in further from the sidewalk line. We'll be populating that with planting that the owner is maintaining as well, feeling like it's really bolstering that sidewalk there. You also see one of the proposed native chokeberry bushes and some of the other native plantings there that are going to be immediately visible to the intersection. And then this image shows the fence on 8th Street from across the street. You can see how minimal the 0% open portion of the fence is along 8th Street, approximately 1/3 of the full 115-foot length of the public parking on 8th Street. You're seeing the jogging of the fence and how they create two distinct areas for plantings that the owner, again, committing to maintain here for the sidewalk. And then finally, we will just share a bit of our proposed planting plan, designed exclusively with native plantings that are intended to provide ecosystem services such as food service, habitat for wildlife, stormwater management to the site. I have done this at other projects, and we actually are able to use AI now with little cameras to track the increase in bug and wildlife population. So pretty cool. So thank you. That is our presentation for the committee, and we're happy to take any questions or jump to our DDOT drawings or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Appreciate the very comprehensive presentation and you walking us through all that. I think I'll just sort of start with a couple of comments, and I think these were also in tops, so they shouldn't be a surprise. As far as the fence standards, fence height, openness, context, and what may exist in the neighborhood already on neighbor properties is not rationale that is typically considered by the committee when reviewing overheight fence applications. Sort of the two main things we focus on when we look at those types of applications are if there's a specific security or safety concern. We've looked at overheight fence requests from schools, Department of Corrections sites, things like that, MPD, federal sites, of course, that have all kinds of regulations. So those are typically where the committee has been or shown flexibility in the past. So I just kind of wanted to give you that context. And one other kind of flag for you too is, in addition to the fence, plantings need to kind of fall within that 42-inch height. So I think the red cedars that were sort of along the sidewalk in the inset of the fence looked quite high as well. Again, kind of providing that enclosure privacy that the guidelines are partially intended to avoid. So I just kind of wanted to flag that for you as well as you're kind of moving through the design process. I did have one question for you. Maybe I missed it or I was looking at something else, but do you have one of your images show the fence design at the alley? The tree's kind of obscuring it here. Maybe there's a better one.
Yes. Apologies. I do not, but you can see here in the right-hand side of the image, you sort of see our proposed 6-foot tall, 50% open fence, and that is the design that would wrap around to the alley. So,
and does it, I'm sort of looking at your site plan, I think that you have uploaded in TOPS.
Yes.
The fence goes right to the alley line, or?
So that is here. And no, the latest fence does not go right to the alleyway. It stands off 18 feet from the face of the alleyway. That way the owner can still sort of turn their car in from a street, navigate the alleyway in a car, and get it into their 2-car garage.
Right. So the fence doesn't go along the alley, but it looks like it stops 4 feet shy of the alley along 8th Street. Is that right?
That's right. It also steps down in height for that 11 feet. Keynote 33 notes a 3'6" tall, 50% open fence of Western Red Cedar. But then we pop up again for 3 feet before traveling page north to connect back to the face of the existing garage.
Okay. So there's about 11 feet of compliant fence along that edge. Is that right?
11 feet at the north side, and then another 30 feet on the south side, back at the intersection. And that's just on the 8th Street elevation.
Okay. Thank you for answering. I'll hand it over to my colleagues if they have questions or comments.
I only have one question about the canopy. I heard that the applicant described it as a lightweight membrane structure. So in addition to the well-known 8 feet vertical clearance requirement, canopies shall not extend closer than 2 feet from the lot line. I'm not sure in your plans in TOPS. So have you draw up the separation distance, which should be a minimum of 2 feet from the lot line? And also, what about the material of the fabric? So the code, the building code has requirement on the flame spread index. It should comply with ASTM and UL requirements. I'm not sure whether, I believe for this product, the manufacturer is aware of the requirements from the building code of the fabric material itself.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. So it is a typical not fully sun blocking, kind of like a translucent fabric. That's our basis of design. A final product has not been specified yet, but if allowed to construct this canopy, then the team will certainly be making sure it's meeting all related building codes, including the ASTM site.
What about the 2 foot separation from lot line?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. So in our site plan here, the line of private property ending is in a brown dash line. So you can see the public parking beyond that before hitting the sidewalk. That's, the owner only has about 5 feet on this side of the building before hitting that property line. So in effect, very limited private side yard property at this home. So currently the canopy is extending over that line. And if I am to estimate, I would say that is by about 12 feet.
So your estimate is about 5 feet from the lot line.
It is 12 feet over the lot.
12 feet. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I don't believe there'd be space to do it all within that 2 feet standoff from the lot line, which is why we wanted to come and speak to you all about this.
So you're actually over the lot line. You do not meet the requirement. Is that
That's
true?
right. Not as currently drawn, ma'am.
Uh-oh. But for that, I'm not sure. Is there a building permit associated with this work, or you are now only dealing with DDOT on the public space permit?
So we understand that DDOT approval is required and that your DOB reviewers would ask to see this at the beginning of your review. And so it's for that reason that I've established a permit with DDOT, but we have not yet uploaded documentation.
Oh, well, so the requirement originally is from the building code. I'm not sure if you are not able to meet the requirement due to some site conditions, whether you will need a code mod or not. But so in your submission, probably you can specify, just emphasize you are not able to meet the requirements and set the code, the paragraph, the section, so the DOB reviewer will be informed of the situation and render his or her decisions accordingly. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We, if approved by the committee here and DDOT at large, we intend to detail everything that did not meet regulation on both their side as well as the DOB side in a narrative that'll help bring reviewers up to speed.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, a few questions on just I think it's note number 1 near the garage. There's a lot of paved space between, the portion of your side yard and the alley. Is the intention here to keep the garage that's on the property usable to motor vehicles?
So thank you, Mr. Mart. Yes, the garage on private property will be maintained. It's not going anywhere. But where you see note number 1 down here, that is the existing pavement in public parking that the owner will have tore up to revert this back to pervious surface.
Okay.
One of the things we hope to sort of offer. Although I do believe note number 1 says existing concrete pavement to remain, that was just a older document, and there's a few things in those documents that we were hoping to discuss with you all here.
Okay. Yeah, so I would just note from a zoning perspective as well as from a public space perspective, there would be no permission to park a private vehicle within the public right-of-way. So if any of that space is to remain paved, I just want to make clear, that's not space that could be used to park a vehicle. I would not like to see the owner of the house, be ticketed for parking somewhere there. Parking in the garage, parking between the garage and the alley would be perfectly fine. That's on private property. But zoning code section 710 prohibits parking between a residential building and the sidewalk, and then there's supplemental DDOT and public space regulations that prevent parking for motor vehicles between a residence and the sidewalk. So I just want to make note, just in case the intention there is to park a vehicle. I'd advise not, because I wouldn't want enforcement to come by and ticket this at any point.
Nor us. Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate your presentation. I think this has been a lot more straightforward and clearer than a number of ones we've heard today. A question on sort of the need for 2 factors, right? Both the overheight aspect of the fence, but also the privacy aspect of the fence. I think, are there specific hardships from the location and allocation of this property? I think we have a lot of corner conditions on streets across the city. I think a lot of those conditions people would appreciate having a privacy fence. The Public Space Committee has generally not been supportive of those. I think this is regulations of our public space going back to just after the Civil War about maintaining visual access into our park properties. The space between the property line and the sidewalk is generally considered the largest non-contiguous park space in the city. And generally, a lot of regulations have been set up to prevent sort of this privatization of that space. That you're more than welcome to plant, gardens the way you do, like beautify that in other ways. There are specific regulations that actually prohibit the city from regulating how you can beautify that space. But one of the main tenets, I think, of public space regulations is maintaining that visual access that a overheight and privacy fence sort of directly opposes. So I am curious if there are any specific hardships that arise from the location and shape of this property that sort of require the need for fencing of this design.
Yes, sir. So, I would just highlight the vehicle incursion that we noted you guys about. Now, obviously, we could, we've done I've done, physical security design in the past. I know landscape rock, is not the same thing as a concrete embedded bollard, right, to stop vehicle traffic and things like that. So we're hoping to find a negotiation with you that can bring peace of mind, can respond to that like very real occurrence, and also a negotiation that, while respecting the history of DC dating back to the Civil War and longer, also, I guess it feels a little more like Southeast DC specific, and this site specific, right by St. Elizabeth's East. We tried to summarize our contextual analysis, but I think the answer to your question is about the vehicle incursion, and it's about the scale of the developments immediately to the north.
And do you? I actually am really curious about the idea for the rocks, and I'm not opposed to them. Right? Are they located on your site plans, and roughly how wide, how tall are those anticipated to be?
So yes, on the site plan, they are keynote, let me see, 40. So there are 2 large rocks, and they are currently shown at almost 6 feet wide, 6 feet by about 3 or 4 feet. The final subject to supplier and stock, but from what we've understood, the folks that we've talked to already, something more expensive than the rock itself. So that's something we're still working into.
Okay. Yeah. I think I'm not really opposed to the rocks, right? I think providing a security perimeter, doing something like bollards, the overheight fence, I think we do have regulations that speak specifically to attempting to prohibit those, especially in residential communities. But part of our charge is also maintaining this area, referred to as the parking zone, but it was named that a dozen decades before vehicles were even invented and parking became a term for vehicles. But the parking zone is supposed to be park-like in nature, park-like in character. And I think having boulders in this location fit within that description, to an extent, right? I don't think we'd want to see these being very tall, prohibiting views into the space, but I'm amenable to that aspect. But I do think we have firmer regulations that do set a significantly higher bar for any sort of privacy fencing within this space.
Yes, sir. And I understand the 0% openness. Wondering if there's a negotiation that could be there for that portion of the fence in the center. I'll just note that this is also a neighborhood where I think owners like my client and other owners in the neighborhood have to strike a balance of not, of beautifying their space, but also not calling attention to their space. A very unique challenge to this part of Southeast DC. The design solution to that has been a fence that obscures the view to these boulders, partially because we understand that for something to have any meaningful impact on a moving vehicle, it may have to be taller than 42 inches. Doesn't mean it needs to be 6 feet tall, of course, but that was part of the idea there is, working to not call too much attention to the site. There's, like a wellness aspect to this as well for the owner. They're lucky they weren't at home during the time of the vehicle incursion, but wanting to support just the health and well-being, the mental health and well-being of all DC residents, including, particularly those in the Southeast. That's why I'm comfortable championing such a departure from the guidelines that I'm used to following from you.
If I could add, can everybody hear me?
Yes. Hello, Mr. Kalajaya.
So yeah, I mean, as is presented here, I think one of the major concerns has been since I've moved here is one of the major things is security. There's no privacy from because it's a four corner street. When lights at night, when cars are driving by, the lights are directly coming through when standing outside. And like Ryan mentioned, the issue with the car driving through, because as you guys saw through some of the other slides, this used to be a cul-de-sac. So the way the roads were created, it was never intended for cars to be driving through that curve. And thankfully that day, or should I say that morning, early morning, I wasn't standing there doing anything in the yard when that car drove through. I have a family, soon, and wife, kids. If they were standing out there, something happens, it's an issue. So, as Ryan has stated earlier, I'm essentially trying my best to find a balance, and using whatever resources, whatever, again, I understand that this is not a right, it's a privilege, and it's one that I take wholeheartedly to my community as part of a resident of DC. I got, like as mentioned, ANC support. My community members are fully aware of some of these things on all four corners. Sometimes I even have gatherings at my home. We all want to, stand there and sometimes I'm not able to do that given the current conditions. So while I understand, I'm not a business, I'm not Gensler, I'm not the arena. This is just a residential ask. Again, not a right. This is just a simple privilege. And I'm hoping we could find some room to move here. This is one of the reasons why I took this as you can see, taking this very, very seriously. We've been at this for close to about a year now, trying to ensure that we have the right sort of come with the right solutions as we try to figure out what balance is. And this is not Northwest, this is not Northeast, this is Southeast. And we all know how historically things have been. And so I'm doing my best as a resident and as I mentioned earlier, as a citizen, to make it, great, for lack of a better term. So that's kind of my take. But to answer your question, Tim, I think the security was the biggest thing. That was what the eye-opening situation was, and I would be lying to say it didn't cause me concern for myself and my neighbors. So that's kind of where we are with that.
Hi, am I allowed to chime in as a neighbor?
And maybe just in a couple seconds. I'm not sure who's speaking. We do ask if there's anyone from the community who wishes to speak. So if you just hang on for 1 second, please. Sir Tim, did you have any further comments or questions for the applicant or in response to Mr. Kalajaya?
No further comments other than I absolutely sympathize and understand the need to, as a homeowner in the district, wanting to make sure that your space is secured. Yeah,
Well,
no further questions.
Thanks, Tim. So we did actually lose Alma. She had to drop off a little early today. But Lucci, did you have any further questions or comments for the applicant?
Not on this application. No, thank you.
Thanks. So yeah, anybody from the community who wishes to speak, or if we have an ANC commissioner who wishes to speak, please identify yourself, and you have a couple minutes to share your comments with the committee.
Hi, I'm Rowan. I'll make this quick. I'm Shola's neighbor down at 714. I moved into the neighborhood just over 3 years ago. Similar to Shola, I have a front yard, I have a backyard. I recently got my fence done. I am limited to the 4 feet, in the front. In the back, I do have a privacy fence, which I greatly appreciate. I really love our neighborhood. I've loved the last 3 years that I've lived here. As a woman, a privacy fence means a lot to me. If I want to sit outside, and unfortunately, not to bring this into it, I again would not want to be sitting outside and have to worry about being harassed or somebody like leering over. Shola's wife would also appreciate that level of privacy, and it's unfortunate that given the structure of his property, there's not really an area that allows for on the front or the back side of his yard that allows for that level of privacy. That is all I have to add.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Was there anyone else here to speak to this application today? Okay. So, I think as we mentioned earlier, when reviewers and when the committee are looking at these applications, really we're looking for, if there is any kind of flexibility that's given when it comes to fences, it is really like a strong security or safety reason that is sought. As you can imagine, we do get requests fairly, not infrequently, for overheight fences that are more than 50% open on corner properties, as Tim mentioned, but also just other properties all around the city. And this committee typically doesn't. I'm trying to think of an example where we approved one. I've been on this committee for almost 2 years now, and I can't really think of one similarly. And so I just kind of wanted to provide that as a bit of background on how we look at things. I definitely appreciate the presentation that was provided, and sort of and sympathize with your position, Mr. Collegiate, particularly given the sort of vehicular incursion that you experienced recently. That's certainly something that is quite upsetting, and something in all aspects of DDOT's work, we're trying to improve traffic safety across the board. And I think as Tim mentioned, if there are certain elements to the landscape or design that would, whether that's boulders or other kind of lower hardening that could provide that peace of mind and physical safety, particularly closer to the alley, where I think you mentioned the road that used to be a cul-de-sac now curves, and so there may be some different sight lines than there had been before, particularly where the alley opening is. I think that's definitely something that we would be supportive of seeing through the design, if that makes sense. But as far as the overheight closed fence itself, it's not something I would feel comfortable approving. And so with that in mind, I would, there's a couple of ways that this process can move forward. We will typically take a vote to approve with conditions, or deny. We can also take a vote to table an application. And it's, from my perspective, I would be comfortable making a motion to approve on the condition that the fence be compliant on the property. And that's kind of, ball would be in your court as far as whether that's something you feel like you could adhere to and revise the plans accordingly. Alternatively, we could table the application if there were other designs that you thought you might want to change beyond the fence height, if recognizing that that is something that we may want to change. So I just kind of wanted to sort of put that out there for your awareness as far as how this how the process goes, and kind of what those different paths would potentially be as they relate to our process. So I guess maybe this is a question. Sorry for the long-winded circular. We've been at this for like 7 hours today. No I guess the question is, if we were to vote to approve your application such that the fence was fully compliant, is that something that, given your current design, you could live with, or would you like to kind of rethink where certain other elements are on the design, in which case maybe tabling the application might make more sense?
Ryan, how do you feel about sharing the other example that we had discussed?
Certainly, sir. I will share my screen. I don't know if we even have to get into the renderings per se, unless this was of interest to you. But there was, knowing that we were gonna want to try to find some middle ground. I think our next thought was to make that 0% open fence, like keep it at 6 feet, but maybe go down to 50% open. The owner also, we reviewed another design that pushes the entire fence along 8th Street, another 3 feet back into the public parking. And so that is the renderings that Mr. Kalajai is mentioning to me. You can see where we already have the fence jogging back. The fence would both jog and also stand off a full 3 feet everywhere. So that's just, maybe appearing to privatize less space, but still providing that 6 foot high sort of datum outside the site triangle here. Again, I think the thinking there was just that any landscape element that was hardened for vehicle impact may just be above 42 inches. Mr. Chair, I suppose I would answer your question about the 2 paths to move forward by posing a question to you. We would love to arrive at some version of this that maybe is a bit above 42 inches, but is making contributions to the neighborhood, or concessions to the committee's concerns in other ways, such that we could move forward. Because to speak for the owner, I don't know that a 42-inch fence here is going to meet their requirements. Just knowing, having spent a lot of time in this neighborhood as well. I've also worked on the west side of St. Elizabeth's campus for a few years. So, I think that's the ask, and we just want to find the most equitable way to make everybody happy here.
Okay, I think I understand. Thank you. Well, Chair calls for motion from committee members. And I will mention, I think maybe I mentioned this before, but Alma left us, so it is just the 3 of us left, which is quorum, but that's in case anyone's looking for Alma.
Yeah, I think based on the discussion so far, based on other precedents the committee has followed, I don't think we've given or indicated wiggle room in like relocating the fence but maintaining the privacy aspect of it. I think this is either bring it up to code or not. I would say I'd sort of reiterate the chair's 2 routes, right? We can table this and you can go back to staff and negotiate what the right path forward is, or we can approve at the 42-inch height now, and you can move forward with your permit. I think I've heard that you are maybe not ready for that, and so maybe the right route here is to table, allow those staff discussions to come a little bit further. But I would also warn that I don't necessarily think additional time designing will sway the committee with regards to the fact of the proposal for the overheight and the privacy fence. I think there are other aspects of this that sure can be further negotiated, further compromised alongside staff, but I think the fence is likely not one of those options.
So thank you, Mr. Marr. I suppose it really does come down to that fence. I would love it if we could leave here today with an approved with conditions that finds a balance. I agree that more time in review with the commenters, I don't know if that's going to work, just because we've done that for almost 6 months already, and the commenters have been certainly less understanding than I think you all have been today. And so is there any way that we could do a 50% open fence at 6 feet tall and decrease the linear footage of that 6 foot tall 50% open fence? And forgive me, because this isn't something that I've even spoken to my owner about, right? So, but I wonder what level of wiggle there is here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just jump in. We typically don't negotiate during PSC. We do kind of have back and forth conversations. We ask questions about feasibility and rationale. So I understand that, like, that's your position, but that's not really our position. And I think where we try to find a path forward is around the right kind of approval process, or what are the particular items that may have a technical solution. I think what I'm hearing is that this is really kind of what you all want, and so I think just maybe to kind of cut to the chase and save folks time, I would make a motion to approve on the condition that the fence height and openness be brought to compliance across the whole site, and that includes also the plantings in public space, not exceeding sort of the 42-inch height as well. I am a little, I would just kind of caveat that motion with, I think there's questions to be answered around the canopy structure, which may or may not require a public space permit. I think sounds like it may be able to meet a porch projection guideline, but I to kind of answer that question at this point. So really just focusing on the fence, I would make a motion to approve on the condition that the fence is brought to 42 inches and 50% open.
Yeah, I would second that. And I think that still provides flexibility if you opt to not accept that, right? You can further revise and submit. That does not prevent the application from, say, coming back to us if it changes. But it does mean you now have a straight path to approval if you meet those conditions.
And also, even that, there's still uncertainty with DOB residential plan reviews on the encroachment of the canopy towards the lot line. So well, anyway, so this hearing is focusing on the height of the fence. Just want to remind the applicant, when you deal with DOB, that it will be a different set of requirements, different numbers. So I'm not sure whether you are going to reduce the depth or the width of the canopy, or it remains like this. But there is a possibility residential reviewers will put some comments on the canopies. That is for something that probably is going to happen at a later time.
So I think that may have constituted our discussion on the motion that has been seconded. Miss Executive Secretary, could we have a vote on the motion, please?
Yes, Chairman. We will now vote on tracking number 485313 with approved with conditions. OP, Mr. Timothy Mayer, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
DOB, Ms. Lucci Liu,
I vote aye.
and Chairman Osberg.
I vote aye.
The vote is 3-0 with the motion to approve with conditions. Thank you.
So yeah, thank you, Ryan and Mr. Kalige. I recognize this was maybe not the outcome you were expecting or hoping to get today, and we definitely, I think, as you heard, sort of sympathize and empathize with your experience here on this corner. But I do still think that you'll be able to create a project that can meet our guidelines, but also be enjoyed by yourselves in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more application today. It is the 1600 through 1699 block of Kenyon Street Northwest, tracking number 495500. Department of General Services, is the applicant present?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm the applicant, Nicole Kusholek, Kusiolek. If you'd be okay with the committee, I'd like to turn the host responsibilities over to Chris Early. He's going to present the plans that we have for you guys this afternoon.
Great. Will you be speaking or will Chris be speaking?
I'm going to let Chris go ahead and do the speaking. If I need to chime in, I can, but if he'll be the one to present for the most part.
Okay, great. Thank you, Nicole. And yeah, Chris, when you're ready, you can share your screen, and if you can introduce yourself and just spell your last name for the record, and then go ahead and get started.
There we go. Hi. So yes, I've been attentively listening. So my name is Chris Early, CHRISEARLEY, principal at Greening Urban. We're the civil engineer for the project and working with the contractor and DGS. Okay, let me share my screen. Are you seeing my screen?
Not yet.
Okay. I think I need to move this over. Give me 1 second. I was so prepared. Okay, here we go. Now can you see it? You see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes, I can see it.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. And I just moved this. All right. So I wanted to just take a quick second and give you a visual of where this project is. Let me get the other image up here, and then I'll be succinct. I know you've had a long day. Let's see. Let me open the correct image. That was just okay. So this is at the corner of Mount Pleasant Northwest and Kenyon Northwest. What you're looking at in the middle of this is the existing area that's called Amigos Park. And this tree to the left is a heritage tree, and this tree is a special tree, so they very much impact kind of the focus of this design. What I'm going to do to catch you up, first I'd like to tell you the project that was uploaded originally in TOPS has changed. We have been working on comments. This has been a very fast-moving project based on DGS's schedule and the community's needs. So we have been updating the plans since what you probably have seen. You may so here is, I'm going to go through our plans kind of quickly and just try to focus on the pertinent sheets that should be relevant to the committee. Again, we're at the northwest corner of Kenyon Street and Mount Pleasant Street. Let's get this going. Okay. It's a very small park. It's like 32 feet wide by 8 feet. The adjacent property is Streets Market, and they are not engaged in this project, but I just wanted to give you the lay of the land. This is kind of the limit of disturbance for the whole site. Okay, this is just a soils map. I won't do that. We have erosion sediment control plan that's very straightforward. I know that's not too much to your interest. And these are just details. I'll get to the pertinent drawings. Okay, so just basics. We're connecting, there's a water fountain, there's a light. So there's going to be a Pepco connection to the street, water and sewer connected to Mount Pleasant. That's part of obviously the traffic control plan and public space disturbance. I'll zoom into this. This gives you kind of a first thing, a first look at kind of the proposed amenities. I will say this, that we had a community meeting with DGS, the mayor's office, the community. And so some of these things that may be a little atypical to DDOT public space are community requests that we're just trying to honor. I just throwing that out there. The basic idea of the site is there's an ADA ramp here. There's steps down to there's steps to this area. These are concrete tables that it can be bolted. They're concrete benches. So we've got an ADA ramp, steps to a lower area. There's steps up from Kenyon here, and there's a transitional retaining wall along the street. And so, so we have benches, we have tables. The two green squares are shade structures, pergolas that are, I believe, 14 by 16 feet wide by 8 feet tall. And that again is based on community input. And so I understand that's something you would have to evaluate. And so let me zoom out here to get you more detail. Okay, let's go down. Okay, these are just side DC water details and things like that. Here is a spec for the proposed concrete picnic tables. Again, we're looking for something very durable and no one could take, to be blunt, but attractive. This park is currently used by the residents to play games. It's a community gathering space. So we need to have amenities for the community, but we're trying to do something that is durable and cannot be messed with. It's a technical term, right? Okay, so let me get here. My mouse will cooperate. I just keep going. Okay, here we go. So this is, oops. 1 second, technical problems. Okay, so this is the pergola we're speccing. Let me zoom in so you can see that. Oops, wrong way. Okay, so this is lightweight aluminum that's got a pattern that you can see through. Here's a better picture to the bottom corner. And so the idea is to offer a nice environment for the folks to sit under, to have it bolted down, to, again, aesthetically be pleasing, but be very durable. That's the idea of the shade structure / pergola, okay? The other thing that we're proposing that is, again, a request from the community is a mural that honors Latino population in this area that has been there for a long, long time. And what we're proposing is an aluminum panel that could go to the back of the pergola and be used as a surface for the mural. And so it's a way to attach it to offer some more structural integrity, we think, to the shade structures, and it would be durable, and it could be a palette for a mural. At this point, the community feels very strongly they want to have input into the mural. So we don't have a mural design. That, as I understand it, is a DGS, MOLA, they want to have input. So that's just the status of the project right now. Okay. Here's an example of the concrete benches we're speccing that I think are nice looking, and again, sturdy, can be bolted down. Obviously a trash receptacle. And this is just the lighting specs. We're trying when we can to use lighting that's approved by DPR and other projects we've worked on. Whenever possible, we're trying to meet, every agency's requirements, and at the same time respect the community's input. That's kind of the way we've approached this. Okay. This sign is in the MOLA, which is the Latino, basically the mayor's office for Latino affairs. This is in their office, and they want to put it in the park. So that's where that came from. These are just standard DPR signs from another project, but just to show that when possible, of course, we use all standard technologies. Okay. Materials plan. So we don't, this is so small, we're not required to do stormwater management, but we did get a DOE comment, and this is what we're doing anyway. We're making these permeable pavers with the gap in between for two reasons. One, we have soil information that you can go like 7 feet below the surface of the ground elevation, and we've got fill material, kind of is compacted, but it's loose. So the simplest way to deal with any water issues is just let the water perk back into the ground. There's also these the heritage tree, which is down here. That is, the water will help that at the same time. And so we wanted to it'd be a nice combo, right? Deal with drainage issues, water the roots, that type of thing. So we're using a paver pattern. Some of this isn't 100% set. And of course, we're responding to comments to, anything we need to change. Okay. This is just a dimensional plan to give you an idea of the scale of this, which is not that big. 16 feet, 16 feet, the stairs to Kenyon Street, ADA here. The idea is to have it safe along here. We do have the 42-inch height restriction with and I'll show you in a minute. That's not the best drawing, okay? The planting plan is not very significant. It's these bushes right here. There really is no room for landscape to have any kind of park here. There were 4 really terrible trees, to be honest with you, that were already taken down for safety. So we just have no room for additional landscape. My understanding is adjacent property has agreed to plant some and is supporting the project in that sense. Okay, here's a wall elevation to along Kenyon Street. Again, this is this is just the sign for the park. This is, the retaining wall is just to make this flat. This whole project, because of the trees, is being designed almost as a platform over the soil. So it has to be raised to protect the trees and also so that's the main design. So the retaining wall is not so much a heavy duty, deep retaining wall. It's enough to make it so that you can have a pleasant, a good experience through the park and keep the actual new plaza above the roots. Okay. And so these are just different sections to show how the steps work and all that. Okay. Here's a little bit better site section to show you. what's going on. We tried to show the tree. This is the large tree. And again, the plaza grade is raised, right? So that the roots of this tree would hardly be touched. The structural design, which is in development and at least the preliminary plan is done, is to do deep piles so that very little impact to actually excavation, compaction, all that. So really, this is a park that's pretty much in, and we've been heavily coordinating with FSD on this and met on site with them and have had an extensive meeting on how to deal with the tree preservation plan, that type of thing. Okay. So this is just the paving details. I mean, this is, kind of schematic. We're trying to make it interesting. I understand there's certain DDOT standards with pavers. This is a park. And so this is mainly just showing that we're using gap type situation to get water through. And also we don't want too much compaction. We want to, aggregate base. So again, we're not, that the water can flow. Okay. Again, these are just railing details. I won't go into this or this. And this is just a site rendering. It's not that fancy, but I think it shows that this is the pergola to scale, right? This is where the mural would be. That's just a part of what it could look like. This is the steps coming up from Kenyon to the plaza. And this sign can be moved. It's flexible, but this is that I Love DC sign. This is that other special tree. And, this is how folks would get into the park from both sides. And I think that gives you a flavor of what the park we're proposing is, and we welcome your feedback.
Thank you. So maybe if we could leave it on the, maybe on the elevation you just had up.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. I was trying
No,
to
it's okay.
see. Let me go back where I was. We've all had a long day. All right.
Yeah.
So here's the elevation. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So from my understanding, and I'm familiar with the location, and it's a really interesting project. So it looked like from the photos, the current grade kind of slopes down towards the sidewalk, so you'll be flattening that out effectively at
so let me show you
elevation.
Let me show you the picture. So if you go down Kenyon, you're on a grade, right? And so if you look at the existing park, you can see it already does that. And so the issue is, and I'll go back to the image, is as it's currently configured, it's right on top of these trees, right? So the idea is, since we're going down grade on Kenyon, we're kind of putting almost like a platform so that it releases the compaction around the trees, but doesn't, and that's why there's steps down here and steps down here. So does that make sense? I wanted to make sure you saw. Yep, so I'm back here.
Maybe can you zoom in on this, on the elevation? I think it's a little, maybe the resolution isn't showing us the steps you were referring to.
Oh, sorry. Do you see? Is that better?
Whoops. I mean, I see the steps on the left.
Maybe there's something wrong with my view. Let me do this. Is that better?
Maybe.
I don't know what's going on. Let me try to zoom in and scroll up so you can see better. How about that?
Yeah, I think so. I can see the steps on the left and the park sign rules. But did you say there were other steps kind of along?
No, only interior to
Oh,
the
interior.
park.
I'm sorry. I got
I'm
you.
sorry. No, at this end, there's just, you're walking in, but there's an ADA ramp.
I understand. So yeah, you're at grade kind of when you're walking in from Mount Pleasant Street, and then there's step and ramp down as you're going, what is that, west? Is that right?
Yeah, you're going towards the Rock Creek, I believe.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, and so is the grade of the park being brought up a little bit to?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
to be flat,
being brought
effectively?
up. It's being brought up a few feet. In big part because urban forestry would not allow work right on top of the roots of this heritage tree. And also, I think it was part of the improvement to, but a lot of this just to be able to build it, and in coordination with FSD, that this needed to be raised so during construction the heritage tree is protected, and I think aesthetically, I think it's nice. I mean, I think it helps in a way, but the technical reason was we couldn't just tear up all the current park and then build right on top of it and do all the excavation to do a new plaza.
No, I understand. Yeah, because of the tree root impacts. Right. I noticed, and just for looking through tops, there are several reviewers that have stated revisions are needed.
Yes.
The urban forestry reviewer is one of them. So I guess like part of my question is, are you able to address the revisions requested by all the different reviewers?
Yes. Let me show you so we are working, we have the structural plan here. We have been in close coordination with urban forestry because that's the biggest one. We've actually redesigned. We have an arborist on the project that is we redesigned the way we're doing the whole structural design based on the urban forestry's comments. So I'm showing you a messy plan to know that we're working to meet their goals, including updating the structural plans. I think the one question we'd like clarity on is more with, I mean, we can meet the railing, everything so far. We've addressed, I think, almost every comment we've gotten. Okay. So the only ones that are in kind of process are urban forestry. And I did want to give feedback on the shade structures in the pergola because I know there may not be standard. But there was such a need for the community to have them. But in terms of all the comments we've gotten so far, yes, we feel confident that we can meet them, and update and upload the plans like we always do.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So yeah, as far as the shade structures go, the canopies, yeah, do you have anything else to speak to on that, or?
All I can, I mean, from the team's perspective, I think if I may speak a little bit from DGS and the mayor's office, is that the community has waited a long time for this park, and they're hungry to get it built, and we had a very, I'll just say, fascinating community meeting, and there was a whole there was a 2-week or 3-week period where the community got to prioritize what they wanted. And so the shade structures, the furniture, and the mural were the tops. So we're just representing that and saying that we tried to find ones that we think are aesthetically pleasing, and they're not that so they're pretty important to this project, and so that would be my what I would say about it.
And sorry, my system's running a little slow at the end of the day, but is the spec for the canopy in the top submission?
No, it's in the one, we changed it. We started with, no, we went from one structure and then we got feedback from DGS to change it to the one in this plans. So we've got a set of plans that are in there, but they haven't been fully submitted because we're getting comments as of yesterday. And so we've tracked the comments and have been, but after this meeting, and maybe Nicole can speak to this. She's a permit expediter on this for Green and Urban, and help with the price. So at this point, we had a cloth, a different one, but we got feedback that this is what was preferred. So the plans we're looking at are the ones that they have been adjusted, which is what I started with.
Right, and if I can interject, this is Nicole. The initial plans we uploaded are not the ones that we're showing you now. We have actually updated them based on the comments that were provided. And the reason why the shade structure changed, for instance, is historical districts did not like the original structure we had for shade. So in coordination with DGS and with historical, we updated. So what you're seeing on the plans is the most up-to-date information, most up-to-date plans based off the comments that were provided. So everything that you're seeing is in real time is based off of those comments.
And thank you. And just from my understanding, when you say the comments, do you mean comments that were from reviewers and tops, comments that were from DGS or others in the community?
DDOT reviews. DDOT reviews.
It was
okay.
Yeah, it was from all the DDOT reviewers.
Okay. So what you were showing today is in response to the comments that that were in from, I guess, last week or 2 weeks ago or whatever. Okay.
Correct. Yes.
There's the structure. And so, so this whole property is DDOT property. So this is, the comments we're receiving are from a DDOT construction permit and from a traffic control, occupancy permit. So we are responding in real time to DDOT in preparation for this meeting. So we wanted to have the latest plans for this meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, so typically, I think you probably know, we like to only review what's already in TOPS at PSC because it can get a little confusing as to what we're reviewing and potentially approving if it's not actually what's in the record. So just as we're talking, if you can just clarify like which aspects are revisions to what is in the in TOPS now. That's just helpful for us to all kind of be on the same page. And so the canopy is certainly one of those items, it sounds like. Yeah,
there's not, I would say it this way, it's a very fair point, and I totally understand. This is it's a little bit out of order. I will say this, the basic plan is the same. There's nothing different in terms of, like if we look at the plan on the screen now, it's the same ramp, it's the same plaza, it's the same stairs, it's the same thing. We changed the pergola or shade structures. I think we changed the furniture from one type. So it's mostly the amenities that changed, nothing substantial in terms of, we had one light pole before. I believe we have one now. We have one. So the bones of this, the heavy duty things, the actual park is the same. So we're not trying to say, well, we now don't have an ADA ramp or we've widened something or anything like that. It's just that we've been in coordination trying to get feedback from the community and changing the amenities, and that's been, and so that's the primary thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it sounds like, so the structure and location and dimensions are of this park are effectively the same. It's just some of the amenities that are going in the space are being refined. Is that fair?
Yes, it is. Like this section was the same section. I'm going through this again just to give you a familiar. That's why I wanted to have the whole set of plans here to give you a chance to look at it. Because I know this
I appreciate it. Just trying to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yes, sir.
And I'll hand it over to my other panel members to ask some questions. I'm sure they have lots of questions too.
On this drawing, I see the railings delineated in the horizontal lines. What about the handrail on the steps? So on both sides, do you have handrails? How many steps?
Okay, so this handrail you're looking at the bottom is just as a safety precaution along the edge of Kenyon Street, right?
No, I mean on the left-hand side,
Yeah.
there are several steps. So do you have handrail on left-hand side and right-hand side?
Yes, for
Oh,
the
okay.
stairs and the ADA ramp, there are individual railings outside of these that are shown on this view.
So
Another sheet shows those clearly. If you want to zoom down or zoom up, go back up, Chris, a couple of pages. But well, yeah, there they are.
These are all railing details for the steps here.
Ah, right,
For
yeah.
the handrail
Okay.
post, yes, ma'am. Thank
Right.
you. Good question.
What about the walking surface? Are they anti-skid surface for walking or with some treatment or what? Just want to make sure it's not slippery and for the to be used as walking surface or means of
My
egress.
understanding is primarily concrete.
Oh, okay.
Is and part of that is cost and constructability. So I think that is normally a rough enough surface and not cause any of those challenges, you know. But it's something we could look at for sure.
Do you use the terms like pergola, shed, trellis, or a canopy interchangeably, or you have, in addition to this one, you
No,
call it a pergola? Do you have another separate canopy
no,
or?
that is me mixing and matching. My apologies. No, this is basically what you're looking at here in the right up-hand corner is the pergola or shade structure. It's the same thing. It's because of the area we needed to cover. There are two of these side by side, but they're open, right? We're trying to find something that could fit well in the space and meet the needs of the park. So it's these two lightweight aluminum shade structures, and that's all that's in here.
Okay, is it made of metal or wood? This
Aluminum. Wood.
okay.
About metal, aluminum, lightweight aluminum.
Okay, so in the application, it refers to projection other. So that refers to this pergola / shed, right? Or something else.
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. These are
You're welcome.
pretty much for clarification of the scope.
Of course, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. What you're showing in the drawings, right? So that which is between the adjacent property line and the sidewalk, is that the full extent of the park? Right? Is there any that's planned for the property where the 7-Eleven was?
At this point, the Streets Market is in the adjacent property. Let me get to a site plan. And they are on their own. There is no overlap technically between the two properties.
Okay.
But we are working with them, and JPS, the contractor, design build, their partner on this, they're volunteering to do some improvements to the adjacent adjacent property. The property line is, right along the edge of it. They've got existing tree boxes that they're refurbishing and improving and doing some plantings as a basically to be a good neighbor and to show that they're fine with the park being here. So we'll be the designer on that. So we'll make it, cogent with this.
Yep.
So that's the way it is. We've met with them a couple times. Yes.
Okay, but the idea there is if changes occur on the adjacent private property that work to either complement or expand this park, that would not impact or change the design that is before us today, right? You're sort of
No,
looking to lock in the design you're showing us today.
it's a great question. No, in fact, that was a critical piece of this because it's not it's not the district's property, and there's a sensitivity to making sure that what is built will, coexist well, but can stand alone, because there's no guarantee the next door neighbor could sell so that's been top of mind. But the good thing, I think, is we have coordinated, as the district and the design build team has coordinated with them, so there's no surprise. There's not a conflict, if you know what I mean. But we definitely stand alone.
And then where is the location of the proposed future mural? Is that within?
That would be, see where I've got this plan up so that while I'm here. So say you've got the two, we'll just call them pergolas so I don't confuse anybody. The two pergolas over here, and the mural would be right along where this little retaining wall is. It would be basically, these are aluminum legs to the pergola. There would be along the back of the two shade structures, there would be a aluminum panel bolted to it, and that would become the surface of the mural. So it's not, I think, because I know murals, this is public space, it's not going to be right out here. So what we're trying to do is keep it within the park, but respect what the community wants. So it would be along here.
Okay. And
yes, sir.
Just to help me understand, right? Is that straddle, like that's right along where the property line is, correct?
Yes, and that's the issue. So we even talked about that. I know there was an earlier applicant that the comment came about 2 feet off and all that. If we had to, we could probably shift the pergolas a little bit. We have very, very little room. And again, the adjacent owner is not, they're going to keep their plantings and stuff there, but we are aware that we are right on the property line. We just don't have much room.
Right. No, I think I'm. If you were here for the previous application,
yes,
like the idea that you have something over height that is obstructing views into the park or into public space are sort of anathema to the regulations that want this space to be celebrated and publicly accessible. So I think if that feature, installing tall panels that are even if they're nice, they're obstructions, but you're doing it right along the property line, I think that's the best location, right? If those were
right
front obstructing views into the park, that might be an issue. But yeah,
I think that's right, and the good in that shade structure, I mean, pergola is open, but it's still going to be far enough back that I don't think it'll be an impediment to people. Plus, remember, this is a little higher now because we're raising it. So it'll be a little bit more out of sight of mind, just to protect the trees and that type of thing.
And then the retaining wall that is up against the Kenyon Street sidewalk.
Yes.
What is the finish material of that retaining wall?
I think we were used, and again, that is, we were going to put veneer on block because of cost. I want to say that, I mean, at this point, you tell us what you like. I think we could do it. I think we were talking brick. I don't know if I have that right in front of me. Gary, if you want to.
That's fine. I think anything that's decorative, that is aesthetically pleasing, that's fine. If you were proposing like just raw poured concrete, we might say you need to like dusty this up a little bit. But I think if you're proposing like a purposeful material that is nice, that's fine.
We are, and that's in discussion, or we've either spec'd it already. So yes, we don't. Because we are aware that it's visually, as you walk down, you'll see it. Yes.
Yeah, and I want to say, like, this is a project that is a long time coming. I think right, there was council action a number of years ago. There have been, I think, several iterations of Office of Planning vision frameworks that have called for this space to be treated more formally as a park and not just sort of leftover space. I think this is a good example of the community sort of took over and made this space their own. And now
Yes.
the city is finally playing catch up and helping formalize a lot of that. So I think there are features within this proposal that I don't think we would ordinarily support being in the public right of way, right? Like taller retaining walls. A lot of times these pergola structures have to be located in specific ways, designed in specific ways. I think you're standing on the shoulders of like previous legislative work and planning work that have sort of built the foundation to say, no, this needs to be a special place. So I think what you're showing here, even though it doesn't fully meet a lot of our standards, still is living up to sort of what the Office of Planning has called for in this space to be a park. And it looks like that's what DPR, DGS, Deputy Mayor's Office, and others are sort of ensuring occur here. So I think, yeah, I think a lot of this looks good. The small handful of concerns I have, I think hopefully can be ironed out shortly, right? I do think we still have a lot of comments and tops that are looking for revisions, raising issues. A lot of them do appear to be more minor. So maybe there's an aspect here of, you're hearing a lot of support from me, but as for whether all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed, right? Can this cross the finish line? I'm not 100% sure, but hopefully there's an easy way to align you with staff and make sure all of the appropriate documents are uploaded into the system and become the official record.
This is very fair, and we are 100% committed to doing that.
Just a question on what we're looking at right now. The placement of the pergola structure looks like it's sitting on the retaining wall in the front. Is that fair?
No, it's a confusing section. Let's get to a plan view.
Okay. Yeah, to your point, the pergola is sitting on the two retaining walls, the front and back retaining walls.
Oh, I knew. Thank you, Gary. I forgot. I've had a long day. Yeah, you're right. It straddles it. That was one way we could keep it. Everything's been about keeping everything off the site.
Yeah, no, I understand the site constraints. I don't disagree with that placement. I just wanted to confirm if what I was looking at was correct.
If you go back to the rendering, Chris,
yes, sir.
and zoom in to the one in the corner, it kind of shows it.
Sure. Okay. Happy to do that. Yes. Thank you. Let me get
the one up in the corner there.
Oh yeah, this I can see. My zooming's been terrible here, but yes. Okay.
The upper right-hand corner, if you'll zoom into the perspective one.
Oh, the right-hand corner. Gotcha. All right. Thank you. I'm trying. Oh, good. That's much better. This will help you see it. Thank you, Gary.
Yeah, this is what I was asking about. So
yeah,
this is what you're currently proposing,
right?
Okay. And then the sort of the fence and handrail would also wrap along on top of the retaining wall, kind of connected to the posts where they intersect. Is that probably right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Just trying to reconcile between the elevation and the perspective, just to make sure I understood.
Yeah.
Not all elements are in both.
No, if we had more time, it would be a nicer rendering. But I just said that for the record. But go ahead.
It's okay. And then I think, as you said, then behind on the back of the pergola, the mural will be affixed between those two posts along the back there.
Yeah, so basically these are aluminum, and this would be an aluminum panel affixed to it, which we think does a couple good things and is sort of back from the street like we were just talking about.
And just for clarity, only one pergola is shown here. There's actually two. And
just the other one.
The mural will run the length of both, as you can see on the bottom rendering.
Yeah, the purple is the mural.
You see the brown is the top and the legs of the two pergolas.
Okay, and then the mural would then be, I guess, affixed to the back of the post.
Yeah, it's bolted to
the full width of both.
Yeah.
Right.
We have aluminum framing to support it.
And do you have an approximate height of the mural wall?
Yes, it's 6 feet. That's the biggest sheets I could get, and the 2-foot gap would be for wind to blow through, so it won't take it out in a bad storm.
I'm sorry, your volume's a little low, Gary.
It's 6 foot high, 6 foot high mural.
Yeah, sorry, and I missed what Gary was saying about the wind.
Well, the 2-foot gap between the top of the mural and the top of the pergola allows air to flow through, so it doesn't grab these aluminum wall
and doesn't cause like
pergola over
wind updraft. So
okay, I gotcha. So it doesn't act as quite much as much of a sail.
Yeah, we don't want it flying over the city. No, that's right. Sorry, Gary.
If you go back up a little bit, there's a sheet that shows all these dimensions for the aluminum material for the mural base specs.
So we've detailed all of this, and when hopefully we can move forward, you'll get the updated set of plans with the comment responses as per normal, and of course have every opportunity to comment. So I'll try to get to it. It's way up here, huh? Here's the.
And the mural surface is completely opaque. There's no like perforation or anything visually or for airflow, anything like that.
Right. At this point.
Is that something you've considered?
Well, we can be. This is a very unusual option. So that's a good point. We'll look at that.
Depending on what the artwork ends up being, we could cut holes and perforate it to match whatever they want to paint on there.
Yeah, I'm just, I mean, there's sort of two reasons why I'm asking. One is sort of visual permeability. The other is actually just like wind, like breeze. Right. I think the pergola is intended to provide shade to create a cooler atmosphere here, even though there's already a big tree. But if that's something the community's sort of asking for, I understand. I'm just, I think, as Tim was mentioning earlier, sort of the unusual nature of some of the things we're being asked to review here. One of them is, are we creating like a big room with opaque walls, on the side of the street? And is that like the most appropriate design for this park space? I'm not 100% sure. I think this mural, the sort of size and scale of this mural has me scratching my head a little bit.
We can adjust that. I mean, it's what we're trying to do is come up with a design that meets both needs. So it doesn't have to be this size. We were trying to get to something that would meet some of the structure we know DDOT needs and planning needs, and also respect the community. I get your point. If this thing's 8 feet tall and that's 6 feet tall, then it's still open, right, on 3 sides. But I see what you're saying. We can absolutely either change to where there's more airflow, or just maybe do the mural on one pergola.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there's, it's a great idea to incorporate community art and something, and create also some sense of enclosure if that's part of the intent. But just sort of thinking through like what this microclimate you're creating here and the kind of what's happening. And then I guess just on the other side is the back of the mural just metal, and how high above the ground does that start on the backside? Does that retaining wall start on the backside? I know it's private property, but I was just sort of curious if you had a sense of that.
You want to comment on that, Gary?
Yeah, the back retaining wall from the finished floor of the park is about a foot, and of course it'll have railing above that to 42 inches max.
So the mural would be about 2 or 3 feet above that?
No, the mural is sitting on that retaining wall, so it's about, the top of the mural is about 7 feet from finished floor. The floor.
But I meant on the other side, on the back side of the park.
We're talking about when you're looking at it from Streets Market, Gary.
Right, because the mural will also be experienced from the sidewalk on Mount Pleasant, or the structure will be, right? Like if you're at the bus stop.
It would be perpendicular to.
Yeah, if you go back to the rendering, Chris, and zoom in on the pergola on the rendering, I think all the line work's there to see what we're proposing.
All right. Sure. Too many plans. You mean up in the corner again?
No, down there in the pink.
Okay. So what I think that they're getting to, Gary, is how much is this going to create just the back of a wall for the folks on the other side in Streets Market? And so it
yeah,
is,
like for the lady holding the baby over there on Mount Pleasant.
Well, she's going to be looking at it perpendicularly. She's going to be
right. But if you're on the sidewalk, in
walking towards it, you're right. You're right.
I was just sort of wondering what that condition is.
I think it's a good point. I think we would need to do. We need to revisit maybe the scale of this, and at a minimum, do something on the other side that's pleasant. But these are great feedback. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think, and I understand you're working on a tight timeline. You've received recent comments, and there's a lot of different competing stakeholder requests of this very small space.
Yes.
I just feel like maybe this item needs a bit more thinking to kind of meet the goals of the park and the community. You know, when you're actually thinking about how it's experienced in real life in the space.
Very fair. That's fine. I mean, this is great feedback. So
yeah, sure.
I think
with that. Typically, when we review these things, there's often like a concept review first, and I don't know. Tim was alluding to the long history here. Maybe that happened a few years ago. I'm not sure. I guess that's partly how I'm conceiving of this now. Recognizing that I think you all kind of want and need some guidance to be able to move forward towards permitting.
Yes.
I guess I will just pause there and just ask if there's anyone from the community or the ANC here who would like to speak to this application, who is here to speak to this application.
Just want to confirm, so those are open railings. There will not be glass panels to be installed, right?
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to speak briefly to this application as well as the builder. My name is Chinyere Uko. I'm with JJPS Inc. and Greening Urban has been our design partner on this project. And I just certainly want to piggyback on what has been said concerning really the uniqueness of this effort, as well as the multiple stakeholders who are very interested in this project. And as you all know, this is something that has been a long time coming. This community has very much really wanted to see this park get built or see something done with this space. And so we came on board to further that effort along with DGS at the beginning of this year. And our team has really been working at warp speed. And I certainly want to commend the Greening Urban Design team to get plans ready to be presented to the committee. I'm not sure that there was ever an official concept review done with prior designs, just due to, again, competing interest and some of the timelines that were set. But we are very sensitive and keenly aware of the fact that this community has been very vocal. And as Chris referenced, there was a very fascinating. I'm sorry. Okay. There was a fascinating community meeting where they made it clear that they would really like to see something done after waiting over a decade. So we're trying to do all that we can to deliver this park. And as the builder, there are certain trades and certain aspects, including some of the concrete finishes that are very temperature sensitive. So we're keeping that in mind regarding our schedule. But again, to Greening Urban's point, we certainly want to do things in a way that will allow this to not only be permittable, but be acceptable to DDOT, safe for the community, and will allow this park to be durable for many, many years to come. So thank you all for your time. I just want to add that as my 2 cents.
Thank you, Janira. Yeah, I get that. I think we're just our perspective is always we need to kind of know exactly what it is we're being asked to approve, where it is in public space, and how it will be maintained. All of those kinds of things. Recognizing that some of this is really moving target and has been moving very quickly over the past few weeks, few months, few years, and you're anxiously eager to get it across the finish line. So, yeah, thank you for that additional context. I think, in terms of my other committee panelists, are there any further kind of questions, comments on this application for the applicant? Okay. So, I mean, I guess in terms of where I'm standing, I appreciate the presentation and kind of what has been described as far as the sort of design constraints and what the rationale behind what we're seeing in the design that's been produced so far. I think it makes total sense, especially working with UFD's requirements for the heritage tree routes and how the platforms in the park space have been designed. I think as most of our questions have kind of honed in on, there's just some of those design elements in the park space itself that are still, it sounds like, had been added as recently maybe as a couple of days ago to these plans and are still in development that I think are needed to respond to some of the comments in top. So I think where I'm kind of heading with this is I'm comfortable with making a motion to approve with some conditions. Effectively, I would make a motion to approve on the conditions that the plans be resubmitted into TOPS, the revised plans be resubmitted into TOPS, and that all of the reviewers that have indicated that revisions are needed, that they're get a chance to review again and submit their approval based on the resubmitted plans. I recognize that a couple of these items are require public space committee approval because they are non-standard, like the canopy. So I'm comfortable with the canopy as long as its design and placement can be approved by the IPMA engineer, who has some comments on the retaining wall, especially if it is to be affixed to those retaining walls.
Yes.
And the other reviewers, for example, UFD has signs off on the revisions that address their comments and things like that. So again, my motion is to approve on the condition that the revised plans be resubmitted and all of the reviewers with revisions needed basically sign off and approve. I will add a second condition, and that is that this whole space, being a DGS DPR project, will need, and I think everyone on the call is aware of that, will need a maintenance agreement
Yes.
that specifies all the items that will be maintained by, I assume, DGS in the event that they are sort of damaged or anything happens to them. And so those are really the two main conditions: is resubmit with reviewer approvals, and then the maintenance agreement outlining all of the items that are part of the approved package that will be subject to DGS maintenance.
Yep, I'll second that.
Great. So we have a motion to approve. It has been seconded. Any further discussion from the committee on the motion, or friendly amendments, or anything like that?
I would just say I feel like I agree with that that path forward. I don't think this is 100% done yet. I think there are a lot of small aspects with a number of the reviewers that do need to be revised, refined, agreed upon. But what I think this is the appropriate route, because I don't think it needs to come back to the committee for its approval. I think this is basically us delegating to staff to finish the details on this. But the big picture is something I'm comfortable supporting at this time.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. I think that's where I was sort of heading with my comment earlier about this. Reminds me of a concept approval where PSC kind of is comfortable with the broader elements, but there's still some refinements that need to be made. I will just sort of add one additional point of guidance for the applicant, which is you should specify where the I Heart DC sign will go. We don't want it moving around throughout its life in the park.
Do you have room in your office? Sorry.
There might be, but I don't think that's the intent. So yeah, just wherever it is expected to go, I think that would be good to specify on the site plan, so it doesn't end up in the bus stop or somewhere else that's like obstructing a pedestrian pathway or something like that.
Will do. Yes.
And that goes for everything, right? Like where the picnic tables are going to go, where the pergola is going to go. I think all of that just needs to be outlined on the site plan and very clear for reviewers when they're finishing their work.
Yes, sir.
Any further discussion, Lucci, on the motion, or Tim?
Not from me. I second the motion. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So, Tiffany, can we have a vote, please, on this application?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We will now vote on tracking number 495500 with the motion to approve with conditions. OP, Mr. Timothy Meyer, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
DOB, Ms. Lucci Liu.
I vote aye.
Chairman Osberg.
I vote aye.
The vote is 3-0. The motion is approved with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
No, thank you all. We appreciate this. I think those of us who live in the city for a while are excited to see this project come to fruition, and certainly I know the local community is excited. So good luck, and look forward to seeing it in place.
Wonderful.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
We are at 5:08. I think that's the end of our agenda, but we did have one individual who was not here and maybe return, David Trags.
Number 6. Number 6 was
on the
a
agenda.
no-show.
I saw in the chat David was about an hour ago chimed in. Are you still here, David?
There is a David, Mr. Chairman, on mute.
Yeah, I see that. David, if you can hear us, if you can either unmute yourself and say hi or drop something in the chat so we know you're still here. Can't unmute. Well, while David's maybe sorting out his mute situation, just a question to staff and the rest of the committee. Do folks have another 15, 20 minutes to review this last application today? Or if you can't, can you speak up?
I've got a few minutes to spare.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks, Tiffany.
No problem.
Okay. I guess, David, that's, can you unmute yourself?
I can.
Oh, there you are.
Sorry. Let's try this again. I joined on my computer and my thing, and I can't even share either. So I don't know it won't, all of the sort of indicators at the bottom do not allow me to share.
I think we can make you a presenter and you should be able to share.
Okay. I don't think this will take very long at all. I was really down to one comment, and I didn't know it was there, so it kind of snuck up on me. So it's up to you guys. If you can continue, I would really appreciate it. I've been sitting on this for like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, no, let's
finish.
Cool. So yeah, if somebody could make me a presenter, I will show you what we're doing.
That's your presenter. You've been made presenter. You should be able to share now if you can see the.
Just can you make sure it's the right one? Because my phone is the one that's there's
yeah.
I'm on here
so
twice.
It should be David Trax or David.
The one that's just David.
Okay, that's your presenter now.
I see it. I think I see it. Oh, it's like I've never done this before. Sorry about that, guys. All right, can you see my screen?
We can. It looks like we're seeing the GoToMeeting on your screen.
Oh my God. I am so sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, I'm just going to go with entire screen, and then hopefully this will work. All right, can you now see my screen?
Yes. Yep.
Fantastic.
Site plan to Duke's Grocery. Yep.
Perfect. Okay, so we currently have an approval for an unenclosed sidewalk cafe for this area here. All this submission is to change it from an unenclosed or an enclosed sidewalk cafe to an unenclosed sidewalk cafe. So we're taking a step backwards. We have what's gray here is a current streetery submission that was already reviewed and approved. And then what's in white here is the unenclosed sidewalk cafe that we are transitioning to. The reason that I had a ding on tops was because this square footage number was incorrect. I guess the person on my team that was working on this and it was low, not high. So I technically could have 27 seats. I'm not going to change that. I don't think I need to add seats. So that's really what we're here to talk about.
So, so you need to, have you updated that yet, or you need to?
That's the only thing that I need to update. I just noticed the tops comment, and it was my fault. I've been traveling for the past week and a half, so didn't notice that it came in on the 16th. So it says 357.75. I think if you do the math between these two, it comes out as 402. So it's more square footage than I'm actually showing here.
Yeah, right. And the reason for that is that's just how the rental space is built. So it just needs to match the site plan, what's in the application.
Totally get it.
Yeah, it pulls from the application, not the site plan, as you can imagine. So those two just need to match. And sometimes when things are going back and forth, they change during review. But it sounds like it was just an oversight.
It was totally that is all it is.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just looked through the comments. I don't see anything else. Again, like you said, this is an existing enclosed cafe. You're just pulling the enclosure piece off, and otherwise this staying the same.
Correct.
And you have 9 feet clear between the building and the cafe.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. No further questions from me.
I was hoping to make this quick for everybody. I appreciate you guys squeezing me in, and I apologize for being delayed. So thank you for doing it.
Yep, no further questions from me.
So you're changing from closed to unenclosed, right?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. What about the flooring? So is that just on the ground, the concrete floor, or are you?
Correct. We are going right on the paving. It was never, the client never built the actual enclosure they were approved for. So this is really just papering over something that never happened.
Okay. So any new awnings, umbrellas, or something like that? Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Well, I will make a motion to approve on the condition that the square footage is updated in tops.
Perfect.
Yep.
That was what I was hoping you guys would do.
All right. So a motion to approve on condition has been seconded. Any further discussion from the committee? Okay, hearing none. Tiffany, can we have a vote, please?
Yes, Chairman. We will now vote on tracking number 194632, approve of conditions. Mr. Timothy Meyer for OP, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
DOB, Ms. Lucy Liu.
I vote aye.
Chairman Osberg.
I vote aye.
The motion is 3-0. The motion is to approve with conditions.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Thanks for being quick. Hopefully we got you before your battery ran out on your computer.
Yeah. 6%.
Yeah. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you guys. Appreciate your time.
Okay. Well, wraps us up today. We got through everybody. And with that, I will, at 5:16 p.m., I will adjourn the June Public Space Committee meeting. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Tiffany, for stepping in as Executive Secretary today. Long day, some challenging cases, but appreciate everybody's perseverance.
Thanks, guys, for your support.
Yep.
Appreciate
Great job,
it.
Tiffany.
Thank you. Take care.
All right,
Bye.
take care.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everybody.
Bye, everyone.